After nearly 2 years, hundreds of hours of work, and more energy drinks than I'd like to remember, this is it. The big one. With over 350 topics across 9 tiers, looking at nearly 100 years of history, everything from comics, movies, TV shows, fan theories, controversies and urban legends is here, to give you the ultimate DC Comics Iceberg. Woof woof! Hey guys, it's me Marcus aka the Mad Dog, and we are finally back with another video. Now yes, this is one that has been in the works for nearly 2 years now since I did my Marvel Comics Iceberg. But if you haven't watched that one, or maybe you haven't seen one of these types of videos before, you may not even know what an iceberg is. Basically, you take a topic, in this case we're going to be doing DC Comics, and you take a range of topics throughout the history of it. So in this case we're going to have movies, TV shows, comics, urban legends, memes, and all kinds of things like that. And at the top is going to be stuff that pretty much everyone knows, even if you aren't really a fan of that topic, and the lower that you get down into the iceberg, the more obscure the topics get. Now I know this video is quite long, trust me, I'm the one who's been working on it. So to make it a bit easier, if you did want to watch it in parts, some of these tiers are going to be themed. So entire ones might be centered around characters, crossovers, cancelled projects, or maybe even controversies. And of course there's over 300 entries on this, and I wasn't able to do that alone. So one of the icebergs that I used as a framework is from Royale Tenenbaum over on Reddit, and I also got a second one off Reddit from someone called Dan Toyless. So on the slim chance that those guys are watching this, massive thank you for putting this on the internet. But on top of that, I've also added over 150 entries of my own. But before we jump into the first tier, here are some rules and disclaimers. Firstly, this is my voice, it's a bit high pitched, there's also a lisp. Trust me, it's not going to annoy anybody more than it has done me for the last 31 years of my life. So fair warning, if you don't like it now, it is not going to get any better. Secondly, I sometimes pronounce stuff wrong because my brain tends to read things the way they'd spelt. That might be locations, names, and sometimes I just say words weirdly. Thirdly, every topic that's on this list has been thoroughly researched, but at the same time there's some of them that I am solely relying on the internet. Fourthly, this isn't a concrete ordering. There was no way that I was going through this list and being like, yeah, I think this is the 274th least likely thing that people would know. At the end of the day, this is supposed to be a bit of fun, so I tried to get things in the right general area, but it's all really kind of opinion based. So with some of the more historical things, I've had to try and make a bit of an educated guess, whether that be looking at the number of search results when I type it in, or maybe even the number of comments if I found a news article or forum. And finally, this doesn't have absolutely everything that's ever happened throughout the history of DC Comics on it. God knows how long it'd be if that was the case. Because when I started recording this and I thought that the list was complete, there was 300 topics on it. Yet somehow you research into X, Y, and Z, and all of a sudden it's 375. Even whilst I've been putting on the finishing touches, there's been a few storylines or characters that I was like, God, should I add that in? But at a certain stage you do have to say enough is enough. But yeah, this video is long, and that's the exact way that I wanted it to be. I wanted this to be the biggest video that I've ever made. The most comprehensive, the most researched. I didn't just want it to be that I give you a glossed overview of something and then move on. But with all that said and done, let's start this iceberg. Okay, so this is the first tier, and a lot of this stuff is pretty much common knowledge when it comes to DC, or some of the moments throughout history where DC has been on the news, or really at the forefront of media. The way I classified this one is it's pretty much stuff that even my mum and dad know about. I know that's a small sample size, but they don't read comics, so I thought if they know about it, then it's pretty much common knowledge. But at the same time, don't feel disheartened if there is a thing or two in here that you don't know about, because I'm going to explain it. The Trinity. This is a collective name given to Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman, emphasizing how much status they hold within the DC universe. However, despite being known as the most popular, before 1985 they only really appeared together if it was part of the Justice League. That's until Alan Moore changed things in Superman Annual Issue 11. The idea then simmered until 1998, when the three needed to work together to stop Wonder Woman's invisible jet, and then they got their own mini-series by Matt Wagner in 2003, which is when the bond between the three had been implied to always be a thing. With the popularity of Infinite Crisis, their absence during 52, and their own weekly series in 2008, this pushed the idea of the Trinity being the linchpin of the universe to the forefront, and is why they were the first characters to be introduced in the DCEU. Although there have been riffs on the Trinity, and even a dark version comprising of Bizarro, Red Hood and Artemis, if it's the DC universe and you hear Trinity, it's pretty safe to assume it's the big three. Origin stories. Every hero and villain has one, and some of the ones in the DC's roster are amongst the most famous origin stories of all time. Batman's an obvious one who, having watched his parents gunned down in Crime Alley, dedicated his life to protecting the streets of Gotham, channeling his fear of bats to give him his vigilante identity. Then there's Superman, who was sent to Earth by his parents from the dying planet of Krypton, and uses Earth's sun to give him powers that all humans look up to. The Flash is one of my favourites, and you may be thinking, which one? There's so many. But the fact that both Barry Allen and Wally West were doused in chemicals at the same time as being struck by lightning is hilarious. When Jay Garrick got his super speed by inhaling hard water, they probably thought it was the peak of daft origin stories, but nope. Over the years, there have been reboots, retcons, and revelations, which means that some characters have more than one origin. In particular, the Joker's famous for not having a solidified origin. Alan Moore's The Killing Joke gave a possible answer to the question, but even that could have been fabricated, just proving that DC's used so many origin stories over the years that not having one is also an origin. Warner Bros. Discovery. The parent company are DC Comics and one of the largest entertainment conglomerates on the planet, who are responsible for the larger decisions that take place at DC. However, DC is technically older as they've been linked with Warner since 1969. It was only 2 years earlier that Warner Bros. 7 Arts was founded, and they were purchased later by Kinney National Company, which also owned the company that DC was managed by. Long story short, in 1972, DC was officially owned by Warner Communications Incorporated, and has been despite the many name changes over the years. However, depending on who is in charge affects the level of care that DC gets, as just a few years after the acquisition, they were responsible for shrinking the page count, increasing the cover price, and then laying off a bunch of staff when it all went wrong. Yet it was also under their leadership that they began offering royalties to creators, and launched DC Fandom in recent years, so you have to take the good with the bad. And this parent ownership is also why all major DC movies, TV shows, and video games are distributed by Warner. And it is quite ironic that DC has a parent, considering that most of the characters don't. The Dark Knight trilogy. After the disastrous reception to 1997's Batman and Robin, Warner Bros. Wanted a new direction for Batman after a few failed attempts. Christopher Nolan, fresh off directing Memento and Insomnia, was signed on to direct a Batman reboot in 2003, with David S. Goyer hired to write the script. They wanted something grand in scale, taking inspiration from Richard Donner's Superman in how it showed the development of a character and the importance of a great supporting cast. British actor Christian Bale was chosen for the title role in September 2003, beating out the likes of Heath Ledger, Cillian Murphy, and Henry Cavill amongst others, and read up on Batman graphic novels as he felt the character hadn't been fully explored in previous movies. Although initial interest was low, the film premiered on May 31st, 2005 in Tokyo to rave reviews, and positive word of mouth meant it would go on to gross $373 million against a budget of $150 million. It's also regarded as the reason that gritty reboots came into fashion, with Casino Royale being a notable example. Nolan wasn't locked in to do a sequel until after Begins released, and wasn't overly keen since he hadn't worked on a sequel before, but Nolan and Goyer spent 3 months developing plot points for what would become The Dark Knight, and thinking about who they wanted their version of the Joker to be. Having teased the character at the end of the first movie, Heath Ledger was announced for the role in August of 2006, with many scrutinising the decision due to his recent role in Brokeback Mountain, as if playing different characters isn't literally his job. But Heath fully immersed himself as a character, keeping Joker diaries, having control over the character's look, and sometimes only getting 2 hours sleep on shooting days. However, he'd never get to see the legacy that his version of the Joker would leave, as Heath would die of an accidental overdose of prescription medicine in January of 2008, when the movie was still in post-production. This tragedy would only further fuel intrigue in the sequel, which was an instant hit when it released on July 14th, 2008. Reviews were glowing, with Heath going on to win an Oscar for his performance, and the movie grossing over $1 billion against a $185 million budget, making it just the 4th movie to cross the $1 billion mark, and the highest grossing superhero movie of all time, until The Avengers in 2012. Yet the original plan for a trilogy involved Aaron Eckhart's portrayal of Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face in the final movie, and Ledger reprising his role as a Joker, but out of respect, Nolan refused to recast. So for the closing chapter, there was ambiguity as to what would happen or if it would be created at all, as Nolan took time away from the series to make Inception. Despite his hesitations and concerns, Nolan would return, with the script being made by both Goyer and Jonathan Nolan. The Riddler was a suggested villain, with Leonardo DiCaprio being eyed due to his phenomenal performance as Leonardo DiCaprio in every movie that he's been in, but Nolan wanted to go in a different direction, opting for Bane and casting Tom Hardy for the role. The story took inspiration from Nightfall, The Dark Knight Returns and No Man's Land. Nolan filmed a large part of the movie using IMAX cameras and relied heavily on practical effects where possible, but early feedback meant that Bane's voice had to be changed, as it was near impossible to tell what he was saying in the early preview. The finale was an instant box office hit, and although reviews were more critical of certain plot points, feedback was generally positive and seen as a worthy conclusion. The legacy of the trilogy has endured, with it still being held as one of the best superhero trilogies and the barometer for which others are compared against. There'd been rumours of a fourth movie and that Man of Steel would exist in the Nolanverse as he joined the project as a writer and producer, but amongst all of the interconnected universes, it's nice that this trilogy can be its own thing. Christopher Reeve, the first and to many the best Superman on the big screen, but a Superman movie was something that Ilya Salkind had been working on since 1973 and managed to purchase the rights a year later, but there were a heap of issues that got in the way, such as financing, an unrealistic list of potential lead actors, including Muhammad Ali, Clint Eastwood and Al Pacino, a negative pickup deal with Warner Brothers, a condition that the sequel be filmed back to back, countless big name directors being approached, and a script for $600,000 from Mario Puzo. All of that is without mentioning the suggestions and conditions of Marlon Brando signing on as Jor-El. Despite pretty much every big name at the time being approached or lobbying for the lead role, producers convinced director Richard Donner to give unknown actor Christopher Reeve a chance. He impressed everyone, but Donner wanted him to wear a muscle suit, and instead Reeve gained £30 for the role. The nightmare didn't get easier once filming started, as Donner wasn't given a clear budget or schedule and was told partway through to scrap filming of the sequel over concerns that the first movie wouldn't be successful. The effects had to create something that had never been done before. The script at one point was over 400 pages, and despite all of this turmoil, the movie released on December 10th, 1978 and changed the landscape of superhero movies. In just over 2 hours, it told the origin story of Clark Kent, introduced his greatest allies and enemies, and made audiences believe that a man could fly. It makes sense why there were concerns before release, as it was the most expensive movie ever made at the time, with a budget of $55 million, which would be around $265 million today. However, it was a huge success, and the highest grossing movie WB had released at the time, with over $300 million at the box office. Reviews were glowing both then and now, with it being held as a classic that still holds up to this day. Reeve's performance became the ideal of what Superman should be, and it seems crazy to think that he was almost overlooked for the role. The success of the first movie guaranteed that production on the sequel would continue, and 75% of the footage had already been shot by Donner. Controversially, Donner was fired from the sequel due to tensions during the first film between he and the producers. Richard Lester stepped in to replace Donner and rewrote and reshot a large portion of the movie, which was just one of the many problems with the production. Reeve was almost sued by producers as he'd signed on to do a different movie at the time when Superman 2 had started production again. Warner also wanted the movie to release as soon as possible to capitalize on the success of the first, and despite having an even more convoluted development than the first movie, it started releasing across the world from December 1980. Although the slapstick humor was a point of contention, the sequel was generally well received and made $216 million against a budget of $54 million. Rumblings of Donner's cut began to circulate, but we'll pick that thread up later. A third movie had been announced before the second had even released in America, with Lester returning to direct. Salkind wrote their pitch for the threequel that included Brainiac, Mxyzptlk and Supergirl, but this was deemed too complex and would drive up the budget too much, so there was a point where the Salkinds considered selling the rights. Instead, the movie was to focus on splitting Superman into good and evil, with the original title being Superman vs Superman, but this was scrapped not because it sounded dumb, but because a lawsuit was threatened by the producers of Kramer vs Kramer. Superman 3 released on June 17, 1983 and was immediately panned, with many claiming it was a disgrace to the previous movies it had been built upon. Unsurprisingly, it disappointed at the box office as well, only bringing in $80 million against a $39 million budget, and proved that if the franchise wanted to survive, something drastic needed to be done. But instead, we got Superman 4: The Quest for Peace in 1987, a film so bad they killed the Superman franchise for nearly 20 years. A large part of this is because of the struggles behind the scenes, which included Salkind selling the rights, a major financial crisis at the Cannon Group causing huge budget cuts, and 45 minutes of footage being scrapped after negative testing. Reeve was reluctant at first to return, but did so when offered $6 million, approval over the story, and financing for a project that he wanted to work on. What this resulted in was a story about Superman getting rid of all the planet's nuclear weapons and going going up against a new villain created for this movie called Nuclear Man. Even with a lower budget of $17 million, it had the lowest gross of the series at $36 million. The reception was even worse than Superman 3, and it got voted into the top 50 worst movies of all time by Empire. Ideas were thrown about for a 5th Superman movie, but we'll expand on some of these later on. But the next movie in this continuity wasn't until 2006's Superman Returns, which made one of the smartest moves possible by ignoring everything after Superman 2. Obviously, a new lead was needed, and relatively unknown actor Brandon Routh was selected from a lineup that also included the following Superman, Henry Cavill. X-Men director Bryan Singer dropped out of directing The Last Stand in 2004 so that he could direct Superman Returns, with the two movies becoming direct competition when it released on June 21st, 2006. Fan and critical response was overall positive, although some criticism was aimed at the lack of action, and it went on to be one of the highest grossing movies of the year, bringing in $391 million against a budget of $223 million. However, when factoring in marketing costs, the movie was considered a box office disappointment, leading to the planned sequel being scrapped and the universe eventually rebooting with Man of Steel, bringing an end to the Christopher Reeve saga of movies. Batman 1989. The importance and impact of this movie truly can't be understated, but the fact it even made it to screen given the years of development issues is the most impressive part. Traction really got underway for a darker portrayal of Batman in 1986 when Tim Burton was hired as director, and the response to The Killing Joke and The Dark Knight Returns gave everyone confidence that they could move away from the campy Adam West era. Yet when news broke that Michael Keaton would star as Batman, who was mostly known for Beetlejuice and other comedic roles, backlash was intense, and this was the pre-internet era, so people had to be angry enough to write a letter or call someone. Yet with the support of co-creator Bob Kane and an uncredited Bill Finger, and a script written by a longtime comic fan Sam Hamm, and an eagerly anticipated performance from Jack Nicholson as a Joker, what released on June 19, 1989 would change the landscape of DC Comics and superhero movies forever. The combination of Burton's stylized Gotham, Keaton and Nicholson's performances, and Danny Elfman's iconic score was an instant hit with fans and critics. With more eyes on the comics than there had been in decades, against a budget of $48 million, it made over $400 million, making it the highest grossing superhero movie of all time, a record that stood until Spider-Man was released in 2002. Yet Warner Brothers claimed he would lose in the region of $35 million somehow, but I'm not the guy to ask how Hollywood accounting works. Talks of a sequel started immediately, but Burton was hesitant to return until he was granted creative control. Keaton reprised his role, with Danny DeVito joining as the Penguin and Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, but Burton's darker, sexualized and more violent story was the exact opposite of what Warner Brothers had in mind, as they wanted a more family-friendly movie, rather than a Christmas movie released in June with a villain who bites off noses and has squid ink for blood. It released on June 16, 1992, with an increased budget ranging between $50 million and $80 million, but grossing less than its predecessor with $266 million. It has become something of a cult classic and I watch it every Christmas, but a new direction was forced by Warner Brothers as he didn't ask Burton to return and instead opted for Joel Schumacher, whose vision Keaton disagreed with, so he decided not to return after Returns. Val Kilmer signed onto the role without even reading the script as he was such a huge fan of the character, beating out the likes of Johnny Depp and Kurt Russell. To give it a lighter tone, Chris O'Donnell was added into the movie as Robin, Jim Carrey was cast as the Riddler, Tommy Lee Jones joined as Two-Face, and those two villains, famously, did not get on with each other behind the scenes. Releasing on June 9, 1995, with an even bigger budget of $100 million, it grossed $336 million, but critics weren't as positive about the tonal change. But this would pale in comparison to the fourth and final movie in this disjointed quadrilogy, Batman and Robin, which released on June 12, 1997, with the highest budget of anywhere between $125 million and $160 million, and the lowest gross of the four movies at just $238 million. Val Kilmer would be replaced with George Clooney, as Kilmer and Schumacher didn't get along during the filming of Forever. The cast was increased, with Alicia Silverstone joining as Batgirl, Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy, wrestler Robert Swenson as a brainless Bane, and Arnold Schwarzenegger as the pun-infested Mr. Freeze. The movie was considered a box office failure, with pretty much every aspect being criticised to the point where it was considered to be one of the worst movies of all time. Say what you will though, this was the first Batman movie I was allowed to watch. Talks had taken place about a fifth installment, but the backlash to the 97 movie put a nail in the coffin for this era of Batman movies, and it would take something truly special to bring him back to the big screen. Oh wait, I already spoke about those. Arkhamverse. This collection of games feels like what Batman 89 was to superhero movies. That's because when small game developer Rocksteady Studios announced they were working on a Batman game, superhero games were mostly known for being rushed movie tie-ins and a few decent Spider-Man titles. Although, never forget Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Having acquired the Batman license in May of 2007, Rocksteady hired Paul Dini to pen a storyline, and development was fast-tracked with the first game in the franchise, Batman Arkham Asylum, being released for PS3 and Xbox 360 on August 25, 2009. Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill reprised their voice acting roles from the animated series of Batman and Joker respectively, and the game was seen as something of a spiritual successor to the animated show. The storyline, setting, atmosphere, and free-flow combat system received heaps of praise, and the game was one of the biggest surprise hits of the decade, selling millions of units and winning many Game of the Year awards. The storyline saw Batman trapped in the asylum by the Joker, and forced to fight his way out whilst encountering numerous members of his rogues gallery. The success, which could be seen alone in how many other games lifted the combat system, meant that work on a sequel took place as soon as Asylum was released. Story ideas were tossed about whilst Asylum was being completed, with the highly anticipated sequel, Batman Arkham City, releasing on October 18, 2011. I went to Tesco at midnight to get this, and I regret nothing, as the map was expanded to occupy a walled-off section of Gotham that was 5 times the size of the Asylum. Entire sections were playable as Catwoman, we saw an extended Bat Family roster, and the biggest addition, alternate suits. The praise was glowing, with many saying it surpassed the first and over 6 million units being shipped. However, the plans for Rocksteady's next installment needed way more time for it to work, but Warner Bros. Interactive wanted a release for the latter part of 2013. WB Games Montreal were hired to start work on an Arkham-related game in late 2011. They opted to do a prequel instead of conflict with Rocksteady's plans, and cast Robert Craig Smith and Troy Baker as younger versions of Batman and the Joker. The game would launch on October 25, 2013, and reviews weren't as positive as the 2 Arkham games that came before it, with the reliance on what Rocksteady had already built being one of the main points of criticism. However, the game was still enjoyable, and it's just a shame it had such big shoes to fill, and sales were decent even if it didn't break records. At the time, all this seemed to do was make people more excited for Rocksteady's third and final entry, Batman Arkham Knight, which released on PS4, Windows and Xbox One on June 23, 2015. And yep, I booked a day off work for this, and regret nothing. Paul Dini didn't return as writer, and Jeff Johns took his place, with the biggest selling point of the game being a fully functional Batmobile. Although, ironically, this became a point of criticism as it became too integrated in the main gameplay. The plotline revolving around the Arkham Knight's identity also rubbed fans up the wrong way, as multiple people said it wouldn't be an established character, only for his true identity to be Jason Todd. Despite this, the overall response was still positive, with great sales to match, and honestly, I think this looks better than a lot of games released today. Despite being the conclusion to the story, VR games have been released under the Arkham label, and Rocksteady did stay within the DC universe, but that's a different story. DC eras. Because DC has been around for nearly 100 years, the storylines are condensed into different time periods. There's some debate on what these are called and where they start and end, but the Golden Age is always the beginning. This goes all the way back to New Fun issue 1 in 1935, but others would argue the eras specifically refer to superhero comics, in which the Golden Age started with Action Comics issue 1 in 1938. A lot of these stories centre around positivity and hope, especially in the wake of the Great Depression and throughout World War II. They often hold a strong sense of morals and promote American ideals and values. But towards the end, the industry did experience some struggle with the claim that comics caused juvenile behaviour, which led to the creation of the Comics Code Authority. The Silver Age of comics is classed as a time between 1956 and 1970, with the origin point being Showcase issue 4 and the introduction of Barry Allen. This new era was angled at improving sales after the decline following the war, and introduced a wealth of new heroes and teams, including the Justice League. This was necessary as DC was largely still making anthology books, with only Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman having their own titles, and they were starting to see major competition from Marvel. But in the grand scheme of things, this was a very transformative time for DC, as he toyed with bigger concepts like parallel Earths and the multiverse. It was a time of optimism and conforming to the Comics Code Authority, which is why the Bronze Age tonally feels so different. Although there isn't a clear start, many feel this began when Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams started the run on Green Lantern Green Arrow in 1970. In many ways, this run epitomised what was at the centre of the Bronze Age, a maturing of long-established characters, complex art, and directly confronting social issues such as sexism, racism, and drug addiction. But it was also a transformative time where entire genres disappeared like romance, war, and westerns. Company crossovers became a thing, and despite all this, it was a turbulent time for sales. Throughout this video though, we'll touch on more topics like the DC implosion, the almost deal with Marvel, and everything that led to DC running with Crisis on Infinite Earths. But this 12-issue maxi series from 1985 is seen as the launch of the modern age, or the post-Crisis era, which is arguably where DC really regained its footing in the industry since Marvel showed up. Revolutionary works like Watchmen, The Dark Knight Returns, and everything to do with Vertigo ushered in a darker tone, with many characters undergoing radical redesigns, and stories not being afraid to tackle taboo topics and real-life problems. DC also experimented with the Elseworlds line, and various imprints like Milestone, but the company also leaned into gimmicks to boost sales, with many legacy characters like Superman, Batman, and Green Lantern having status quo shifting stories. The company-wide crossover became an annual tradition in an attempt to capture the same attention as Crisis, and although some were successful, it wasn't until 2005's Infinite Crisis where a huge change was seen again. This leads us into the next stage, which many call the 1 year later era that ironically lasted for 5 years. In many ways, this was DC showcasing characters outside of the Trinity, kicking it off with 52, a weekly series that ran for a year and followed the DC universe without Batman, Superman, or Wonder Woman. The 1 year later line specifically refers to how all storylines jump forward a year after Infinite Crisis in order to give new storytelling opportunities. Characters like Green Lantern and the Flash were at the head of the table, leading events in the direction for the company. In fact, Flashpoint in 2011 signaled the start of a new age, the New 52. Now this is my jam. We've even got a t-shirt to prove it on maddogcomics.com. The New 52 may not be perfect, but it was a great time as a new reader trying to get into single issues, as every series was starting from scratch, changing some characters, creating others, and merging entire universes. But DC was fast and loose with cancelling series and starting new ones. There were also a lot of instances where storylines didn't fit the editorial mandate and had to be altered at the last minute, causing tensions between editors and creators. But after 5 years, the universe was reset once again after the Convergence event brought versions of characters back from the pre-Flashpoint timeline and ushered in the Rebirth era. This time was defined by the way characters were brought back to the roots in an attempt to have the ideal blend between the classics and the modern iterations. Legacy series hit the 1000th issue, and classic stories like Watchmen and The Killing Joke were explored again. There was a mini relaunch during this called New Justice, but this is often seen as a part of Rebirth, as the next true age is considered to be Infinite Frontier, which launched in 2021. This began straight after Future State, with the DC universe embracing the Omniverse, so that stories could pick and choose what they wanted to use in the continuity. Legacy characters were aged up, with some even handing over the mantle to the next generation. Although there has been Dawn of DC and the all-in rebranding since then, it's yet to truly feel like a new age has started. The Batman, first revealed all the way back in 2014 and planned to be part of the DCEU, the Batman was intended to be directed by, co-written, produced, and star Ben Affleck as the lead character. However, by early 2017, Affleck had stepped down from directing and co-writing as he felt he couldn't get the script to where he wanted it to be, and wanted to focus on playing Batman instead. Matt Reeves, famous for his work on Dawn of the Planet of the Apes and Cloverfield, joined as director a few months after and reworked the script to focus on a younger Bruce Wayne and lean into the detective aspect of Batman. Instead of the cold-blooded murderer, Robert Pattinson was the frontrunner in the title role, given his great performance in Good Time. But this casting angered a bunch of morons because the guy whose job it is to be in films took a role in Twilight a decade earlier, which apparently means that anything else he'd do for the rest of the life is automatically going to be bad. The majority of location filming took place in the UK, but the pandemic massively impacted both production and release, with the movie suffering multiple delays and finally being released on March 4, 2022. The response was overall positive, and Pattinson's performance received a ton of praise, but there was some criticism towards a disjointed final act, and it went on to gross $772 million against a $200 million budget, which is even more impressive considering it was announced it would be released on HBO Max just 45 days after release, where it would outperform pandemic-era movies including Wonder Woman 84, The Suicide Squad, and Zack Snyder's Justice League when it came to first week streaming numbers. In 2024, HBO would launch spin-off series The Penguin, which followed Colin Farrell's version of Oswald Cobblepot, releasing to rave reviews and multiple award nominations. A sequel has been in development for some time now, and after multiple pushbacks, is due to be released in October 2027, with this universe meant to be set apart from James Gunn's DCU. Ironically, Pattinson is currently 38, and despite being cast as a young Bruce Wayne, is older than Christian Bale was during The Dark Knight Rises. Timverse. also known as the Diniverse or simply the DCAU. This is a shared universe comprising of 8 interconnected TV shows, 6 feature films, and a handful of short films that had some involvement with Bruce Timm and Paul Dini. The first show in this continuity is Batman the Animated Series, which premiered in September 1992 and ran for 85 episodes. In terms of animated superhero shows, it was unrivaled and still holds up as a classic to this day, while solidifying the tone and art style of the DCAU. It also had a theatrically released movie in 1993 with Mask of the Phantasm, but the decision to take it to the box office was a last-minute one, which meant that it wasn't marketed well and was initially considered a box office failure despite receiving acclaim. However, the universe continued in September 1996 with Superman the Animated Series, which included characters beyond the Man of Steel's circle and introduced the wider DC universe. This show ran for 3 seasons and 54 episodes, and although it wasn't as prestigious as Batman, it was still a success, which led to Kids WB asking Tim and Dini if they could create another Batman show to air alongside Superman. This led to The New Adventures of Batman, which launched a year later and is often considered the 3rd season of Batman the Animated Series, and all of the characters were given a redesign. Most of these worked, but then you've got the new version of the Joker. This ran for 24 episodes before Batman Beyond launched the next year, and took this shared universe into a futuristic version of Gotham with a new Dark Knight training under Bruce's wing. This ran for 3 seasons and 52 episodes, with again a great movie in The Return of the Joker from 2000. Beyond also got a 2-season spin-off with the Zeta Project and expanded the animated universe with 26 episodes being produced, but it was ended after the writers got sick of the network's unrealistic demands following 9/11. Static Shock also premiered in 2000, but this initially wasn't meant to be within the DCAU continuity, and it was retroactively added in. It makes for a weird accident that shows up later on in this video. Then the final 2 shows in the line were the Justice League and the Justice League Unlimited, which incorporated the same versions of the characters seen in the other series, and built upon the plots that had come before. Although the season 3 finale of the JLU was considered the conclusion of the Timmverse, 2 more feature films have been released since in the form of Batman and Harley Quinn in 2017, and Justice League vs. Fatal 5 in 2019. Obviously, this is just an overview, and these shows will crop up in other topics, but it's worth noting the DCAU is separate from the DCUAOM, which are the direct-to-video movies that started in 2007 that adapted different storylines from the comics, and the DCAMU, which was a sub-series of connected movies from within the DCUAOM that do share a continuity. And you know what? Maybe the continuity of the comics isn't that difficult. James Gunn in the DCU. Having been fired from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 in July of 2018 after some questionable tweets from years prior resurfaced, James Gunn was immediately hired by the DCEU. At first, they wanted him to direct a standalone Superman movie, but when he declined, they told him he could work on any project that he wanted. Marvel did rehire Gunn a day after DC's announcement, but he had already set his sights on the Suicide Squad and was allowed to take and leave whatever he wanted from the 2016 movie. Although a perfect starting point, production wasn't as smooth, as the pandemic complicated things and meant Gunn had to do most of the post-production work at home. The Suicide Squad released on July 30th, 2021, simultaneously in cinemas and on HBO Max, which drastically impacted its earnings as it became the most streamed DCEU movie on the platform at the time. Still, it pulled in $169 million against its $185 million budget, and was one of the highest rated movies for the DCEU, with many praising its bold departure from the 2016 movie. Spinning out of this came Peacemaker, a TV show centered around John Cena's character, which was also well received and injected new life into the DC brand. That's why when Gunn was announced as the head of the rebooted DC universe in November 2022, it made sense that Peacemaker would be unaffected. The news of the DCEU being scrapped came with a range of responses, and it wasn't the smoothest transition. Some projects were cancelled, others reworked, some left to die a painful death, and Henry Cavill was announced as returning as Superman, only to be let go again. Then in January of 2023, Gunn announced the first chapter of his DCU, subtitled Gods and Monsters, which kicked off with the animated series Creature Commandos, and will continue with this July's Superman, the first movie under the initiative. Gunn is directing, writing and producing the movie, with David Corenswet in the lead role and Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor. The initiative is promising a bold, hopeful new direction, but some grown adults have already deemed the whole universe as a failure based off a few trailers. But these are the same people who think Justice League needs 2 more sequels so that Snyder's universe can finally be any good, so Who's gonna take them seriously? The plan also includes a Supergirl movie based off of Tom King's Woman of Tomorrow, which will see Jason Momoa step into the role of Lobo in what may be perfect on paper casting, along with movies based on The Authority, Swamp Thing, and The Brave and the Bold. At the same time, there are TV series planned for the Green Lantern Corps and Booster Gold, yet it all likely hinges on how well Superman performs this summer. Injustice. Starting out as a 2013 fighting game developed by NetherRealm Studios for the PS3, Xbox 360 and the Wii U, Injustice Gods Among Us would go on to launch its own line of comics, sequels and an animated movie. Taking place on Earth 49, Superman is tricked into killing Lois by the Joker, which sends him into a murderous rage and causes a division amongst all the heroes and villains of the DC universe, as the Man of Steel leads an oppressive regime on Earth. To build hype for the game, a digital prequel comic was launched 3 months before release. It was written by Tom Taylor and is honestly some of the most enjoyable comics that DC's released in recent years. The game itself received positive reviews and was compared to the Mortal Kombat series that NetherRealm had also developed. The response and sales were so good that a sequel was released for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One in May of 2017, and the story picks up after Superman's regime had fallen and Batman's insurgency fight to rebuild society. The game offered a far more enhanced customization system and included characters from IPs outside of the DC universe, but drew criticism because of its incorporation of microtransactions. However, player feedback and sales were better than the original, with a significant number of pro leagues being started for the game. Although a third game hasn't been announced, love for the Injustice universe hasn't died, with more comics expanding the storyline and an animated movie The Idea being released in 2021. The DCEU and the Snyder Cut. This is the collective name for the series of 15 interconnected movies and one TV show that ran for 10 years and aimed to be DC's answer to the MCU. Starting in 2013 with Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, this will become the first installment in the DC Extended Universe. Although originally this was to be like what the Dark Knight trilogy was to Batman, with Christopher Nolan joining Man of Steel as producer, and there was originally talk of it being set in the same timeline as the Dark Knight. Henry Cavill starred in the lead role and really looked the part, and probably could have been a great Superman if he was given any direction to work with besides just brooding all the time. But despite the movie being quite polarizing with critics and fans, it was a box office success, bringing in $670 million against a $250 million budget. This meant that the plan to launch a cinematic universe was fast-tracked, having originally considered pursuing the idea if Green Lantern had been a success in 2011. But where Marvel was built upon years worth of decent movies before ever crossing over, DC went all in, and announced in 2014 that Man of Steel would be followed by Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. Ben Affleck joined as Bruce Wayne, with the first image revealing they would be styled after The Dark Knight Returns. Jesse Eisenberg was cast as Lex Luthor, allowing us to see what would happen if Seth from the OC went up against Superman. After some chopping and changing with the date, the movie released in March 2016 with a budget estimated between $250 and $325 million, and did manage to gross $875 million at the box office. But considering that the two previous Batman films had broken past $1 billion each, and BVS was released at the peak of the superhero boom and before all of the summer competition, this was a disappointment for WB, and reviews weren't positive either. There was praise for Affleck's Batman, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, and the visual style, but negativity towards the plot, pacing, poor characterization, especially with Batman being a straight up murderer who doesn't think, and the bizarre decision to do the Death of Superman storyline this early on. In August of that same year, Suicide Squad was released, which introduced Amanda Waller into the universe as she assembles a team of villains including Harley Quinn, Deadshot, and Captain Boomerang as they need to save the world from the Enchantress. And for some reason, Jared Leto was occasionally there as a Joker. David Ayer was the director and has gone on record multiple times about how the studio interfered and basically changed the movie completely. This came in the wake of a very poor response to the film on release, with the inconsistent tone, bizarre use of the Joker, and Will Smith playing Will Smith being contributing factors. However, it still managed to gross nearly $750 million against a $150 million budget, and Margot Robbie's portrayal of Harley still remains one of the best things to come from this universe. 2017 was a year of highs and lows for the DCEU, starting with Wonder Woman in May that was directed by Patty Jenkins and followed Gal Gadot's character during World War I, and was basically Thor meets Captain America the First Avenger, but because it had a female lead and it was one of the only good movies in this universe, it received way more praise than it deserved, but did give Warner hopes that the DCEU had a chance, as it grossed $824 million against a $149 million budget. The second film of that year was not as successful though. Justice League was intended to be the culmination of everything that the DCEU had been working towards, despite most of the members having not been properly introduced yet. Zack Snyder returned to direct, but after the disappointment of BVS, Warner kept a close eye on everything he was doing and interfered heavily with the production. And the 2017 Justice League is one of those instances where everything that could go wrong went wrong. Snyder's original vision was so overblown that the runtime would turn off regular audiences. Then tragedy struck when his daughter took her own life and led to Zack leaving the production midway through. Joss Whedon, who has an almost polar opposite style to Snyder, was then brought in to take the reins and condense the overblown footage to a digestible 2-hour feature, leading to rewrites, reshoots, and new scenes. And there are so many contradictory reports on how much of the 2017 release was the original Snyder footage. Some say 10%, others say all the way up to 80%, and the only major identifier is if Cavill had a CGI top lip, as he had to grow a mustache for Mission Impossible and wasn't allowed to shave it for reshoots. Throw in allegations about Whedon's conduct, and Ray Fisher crying about everyone he ever met, and it's no surprise that what released in November 2017 became a box office disappointment. The ridiculous reported budget of $300 million only returned $661 million, and reviews were overwhelmingly negative. All of the blame fell on Whedon because there's no way that the guy who gave us Sucker Punch, BVS, and Rebel Moon could have been at all responsible for this train wreck, and because of this, it led to years worth of campaigning on Twitter to release the Snyder Cut, a thought to be mythical version of the movie that would have been the Zoolander magnum of cinema, so important that the world sees it that God knows how many death threats were sent to those working at WB so it could be released. This all culminated in Zack Snyder's Justice League in 2021, a 4-hour behemoth made for HBO Max that added an additional $70 million on the budget for post-production and extra footage, which is crazy because I thought he had all of his filming completed in 2017. Reviews were more positive for this version, which should be the bare minimum considering that Snyder had years to hear what people didn't like about the theatrical release. And honestly, this does have a really great final hour that saves it and gives us the pinnacle of what the DCEU has produced in terms of action. It's just a shame that you have to trudge through the first 3 hours to get there. Despite WB's investment, the first week's streaming numbers were still beaten by other films in the franchise including Wonder Woman 84, The Suicide Squad, and The Batman, all of which also had wider cinema releases but all still beat the Snyder Cut, which was exclusive to HBO Max. There was also a limited theatre release, but no earnings were ever declared because remember, it can't be a box office disappointment if there's no box office to begin with. One major positive of this whole ordeal was that over $500,000 in donations were made to mental health charities in honor of Zack's daughter, so it is just a shame that a subsection of this fandom is so quick at wishing death on people that it kinda takes away from that work. Going back to the other movies in this universe, Aquaman released in November 2018 and followed Jason Momoa's version of the character in a movie that was directed by James Wan. This was by far the most successful movie in this franchise, being the only one to cross $1 billion at the box office against a budget of $200 million. And not to keep flogging a dead horse, but I've seen multiple people trying to attribute that success to Snyder, even though he can't gross $1 billion on his own with Batman and Superman. God, I hope those people don't reproduce. Shazam was then released in 2019, which had been in and out of production since the early 2000s, and starred Zachary Levi in the lead role of Billy Batson, in a smaller scale story that introduced the DCEU to the Marvel... oh damn. I can't call them that. Ironically, the lower gross of $367 million was due to it being sandwiched between Captain Marvel and Avengers Endgame, but this was still seen as a healthy success due to its budget of $100 million, and reviews were overall positive. And then I'm gonna be honest, as soon as 2020 hit, they kinda just threw up a bunch of movies, hoped for the best, and honestly, I forgot some of these were even made. Rumours seem to come out each week about a new project being in development, and amongst all this mess was James Gunn's The Suicide Squad in 2021, that although wasn't a financial success due to the pandemic, did garner overly positive reviews and bring a bit of life back to the franchise, along with John Cena's character getting his own Peacemaker spin-off series, but we've already spoke about that. Between 2020 and 2023, the DCEU also released Birds of Prey. There is a longer title, but I reckon saying it would probably double the runtime of this video. Wonder Woman 84, Black Adam, Shazam Fury of the Gods, The Flash, Blue Beetle, and Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, none of which managed to gross even $500 million, although some of these couldn't make it to the big screen due to the pandemic. Black Adam, which starred The Rock Rock in the lead role gained some initial buzz as it promised to change the hierarchy of the DC universe, but didn't make the logical step of crossing over with Shazam. The Flash was plagued with issues, the most high profile of which were the many controversies of lead actor Ezra Miller, and it got so bad that DC at one point considered digitally removing him from the entire movie and replacing him with the Flash from the Arrowverse. All of this resulted in a release that was one of the biggest box office flops for a comic book movie. Entire movies were cancelled, and the higher ups at Warner were looking for something drastic to help them stop losing money. David Zaslav was tasked with finding a new figurehead to lead the DCEU, in the same way that Kevin Feige had with the MCU, and they settled on James Gunn and Peter Safran, who planned to usher in a full reboot of the franchise and officially bring an end to the DC Extended Universe. And unfortunately, the legacy of the DCEU rests in the hands of the toxic fans of Zack Snyder, otherwise known as the Snyder Cult. I'm not talking about the people who just enjoy these movies and get on with the rest of their lives and haven't made it the only defining thing about the personalities and not get absorbed into the cult. I actually have a lot of respect for that part of the fandom. I'm talking about the incel weirdos, the ones who are so comfortable sending death threats to people who don't agree with them. They refuse to accept that what they love could be a guilty pleasure that the mass audience didn't resonate with, and instead thinks whoever doesn't like them just hasn't watched them enough times to understand their vision. They only seem to mention the Snyderverse when anything about Marvel or the DCU is brought up. You've all seen them at some point, they're probably already wishing death on me in the comment section below, but you know what I haven't seen? Two Snyder fans talking about what they enjoy about these movies. The only time these movies are ever mentioned is in an attempt to drag something else down. That is literally the majority of their existence. The hypocrisy from them is laughable, and you know what? We should be laughing at them. Jared Leto's Joker is the worst. Who thought it was a good idea to cast him? Wait, he's in the Snyder Cut? And he's offering Batman a handjob? This is the best news ever! Amber Heard should be banned from Hollywood for what she did to Johnny Depp. I won't watch the Aquaman sequel if she's in it. Wait, she's going to be in the Nightmare sequence? Thank God, it wouldn't be Snyder's vision without it. I saw one promotional picture from that new Superman film, and they should just cancel the entire universe. I can just tell it's going to be bad. But I do hope we get those two Snyder sequels so that we can finally see his vision. He really didn't get given a chance. Wait, the Avengers only managed to stop Thanos because of a rat? That's so stupid. I'd much prefer if they incorporated jars of piss and completely avoidable deaths with hurricanes, and you know, the Martha scene alone. That is the peak of intellectual storytelling. I wanted to like these movies. I had so much hope when Man of Steel was going to be released that I bought a t-shirt before I even saw it. And this was when I was making money off my paper rounds, so that was a lot of commitment. Hell, I even bought an in-arts figure of Cavill because he looks the part, and a Hot Toys of Batfleck because I just like those designs. I have given money to this universe, given it chance after chance, and it still just does not work. I even gaslit myself into watching them again a few years after release just in case I was missing something. But Snyder, fundamentally at his core, did not respect or care about the characters or the mythology. Everyone just wanted to speed through the process, and years later we're still listening to his fans saying that nothing was ever his fault. But everything good about the DCEU was solely because of him, even in the movies that he wasn't involved in. If you fit into any of those descriptions, on behalf of everyone else on the internet, please just stop. You're the worst fandom and we're all just laughing at you. Even if James Gunn's universe isn't a success, it isn't going to make Snyder's any less of a failure. Even some of the actors involved in it have admitted that it wasn't the right direction to take. So you know what, after the last decade of bad DC movies, I'm willing to put my trust in the guy who made a movie about a talking tree and a raccoon into a household name. And let's be real, I'm interested to see if it could be worse. The last thing I'll say about this is one criticism you normally get if you say anything against the Snyderverse is that apparently you hate charity. Yep, I actually secretly love these movies, but when they started raising money for charity, ooh, that really boiled my blood. Yeah, the reason Warner Brothers gave him $70 million was solely so that 1/140th of that could go to charity. I actually think that what the Snyder Cut did in raising money for charity was one of the highlights of this entire saga, and I'd also like to help out in any way that I can with that. You might have seen already, but this video is also going to be a fundraiser for Calm, which is a campaign against living miserably. They're a suicide prevention charity based in the UK that I know have helped thousands of people before, and with this being the longest video I'm probably ever going to do, I would like it to be something that I could say had a positive impact, because I know I'm probably going to get some negative comments. So you'll see that there is a fundraiser down below. Any donations will be greatly appreciated. If you buy any t-shirts or merchandise from maddogcomics.com, 50% of the profits of that will also be going to this fundraiser, but still, hopefully we can have a positive impact, and that's why this video is also a fundraiser. So yeah, the Snyderverse is dead. There were some highlights to it, but hopefully we can also have a positive impact here. And I don't hate charity, so don't start that now. narrative. If you really want to insult me, go after the lisp, it's way easier. Fictional locations. Whereas Marvel primarily takes place in New York, the majority of DC's stories take place in fictionalized locations, some of which have become as popular as the heroes that made them famous. The two most obvious are Gotham City, the home of Batman, and Metropolis, where Superman resides. Despite being fictionalized, these have been said to be located within various American states, with Bloodhaven, the home of Nightwing, said to be in New Jersey, which if I was from New Jersey I'd take personally because Bloodhaven's a bit of an armpit. Star City, the home of Green Arrow, is explicitly stated as being in Seattle, whereas Central City is a bit more vague, as it could be in Florida, Ohio, Missouri, or Illinois. Pretty much every major hero has a city that they call home. And even going beyond the United States, you've got Themyscira for Wonder Woman, Atlantis for Aquaman, and Kondak for Black Adam. Crisis. It's one of the most important words in the DC universe, and all started from an idea Marv Wolfman had back in 1981, after a fan asked why a character didn't recognise Green Lantern even though they'd previously met. Realising the continuity that dated back to the 30s had become too convoluted, Marv pitched the history of the DC universe, where the timeline would be simplified, worlds would be destroyed, and new readers and old would be able to jump on. The name was changed to Crisis on Infinite Earths, a researcher was hired to read every DC comic ever printed, characters from Charlton Comics had to be included, and George Perez signed on to do the art. Although originally quoted to be launched in 1982, the first issue released in 1985, and was DC's first maxi series. The story follows the Monitor, an otherworldly being who chronicles the multiverse and notices the conflicting timelines that threaten its very existence. He recruits heroes from different continuities to try and strengthen the multiverse, but the Anti-Monitor is intent on ending it all, leading to a massive final battle where a condensed new Earth is all that remains. The event was a huge success and accomplished everything that it wanted to, leading to a DC universe that could go on forever, without the need to change the structure of the multiverse again. At least until 2005. Concocted by Jeff Johns, Phil Jimenez, and Dan DiDio, this story wanted to explore the multiverse again by bringing back the prime versions of characters from the original Crisis, before merging all of them to leave us with one new Earth to move forward with. Infinite Crisis was an instant hit, topping the sales charts from issue 1 and bringing the idea of the multiverse to the forefront once again. Instead of just rebooting things, Infinite Crisis wanted to be a part of the wider narrative for DC moving forward, as it was immediately followed in monthly titles with 1 year later in the weekly series 52. There was also Countdown to Final Crisis, a weekly series that followed 52 and set up the final part of the Crisis trilogy, written by Grant Morrison and releasing in 2003, but based on an idea they had pitched back in 2003 called Hyper Crisis. Final Crisis follows the heroes of the DC universe as the attempt to stop Darkseid from overthrowing all of reality. The event was grand in scope, and honestly, I'm still not sure if I fully understand everything that went on in this story, but it had been pitched as the capstone to a story that had been started all the way back in 1985, and it will stay as the end, especially if you ignore Heroes in Crisis. Batman Beyond. Also known as Batman of the Future in Europe, this was released in 1999 as part of the Paul Dini and Bruce Timm universe, but has since grown outside of that umbrella. It's set in the future after an aging Bruce Wayne is forced to retire and has to train his replacement, Terry McGinnis, incorporating future tech into the suit and going up against a new generation of villains. Although it brought in good ratings and had a great movie with the return of the Joker, the series was ended in December 2001, as Warner Brothers were more interested in resources going towards the Justice League show. However, the universe lived on and became one of the best examples of how adaptions went on to influence the comics, as there have been countless comic series picking up the various plot threads of this universe that have been released in the years since the original TV show ended, along with demand to adapt the world into live action and carry on in the Arkhamverse. The Fortress of Solitude. Besides the Batcave, this is arguably the most famous location in all of DC. Debuting all the way back in Superman issue 17 in 1942, the Fortress of Solitude was originally called the Secret Sanctuary and was located just outside of Metropolis, but he did create a second one in the Polar Wastes. It was a space the Man of Steel could use to collect his thoughts, protect those he loves, and house Kryptonian artifacts or weapons that needed extra security. Although the origin of the fortress has changed over the years, along with the design of it, the purpose remains the same. The common origin is that it was created from a Kryptonian artifact or technology as a gift from Jor-El to his son. During the New 52, it was a repurposed ship that Brainiac had used, and the fortress being a ship was also the idea in Man of Steel. There have been many riffs on the Fortress of Solitude, with the phrase taking on a life beyond comics, and being one of the most recognizable pieces of iconography for both Superman and DC Comics. Batman slaps Robin. A meme so potent even my mum knows it, but if you've been on the internet for any length of time, you've probably seen this image with the dialogue switched out. But the actual panel is from issue 153 of World's Finest Comics from 1965, where an alternate Earth story sees Batman want to kill Superman after he's suspected of killing Thomas Wayne, which also would have meant he killed Martha, and there's no way you'd do that. When Robin questions if Superman would ever murder an innocent person, Batman delivers the world-famous slap and uses a hypnosis machine to wipe his mind of ever remembering that he's Robin. And honestly, this story is far funnier than 90% of the memes that are using this template. No kill code. This is a key rule that a few heroes within the DC universe abide by. The primary followers of this are Batman and Superman, but this wasn't a personal rule they abided by until a few years into their stories. But early on the rule was made, and the lengths to which characters go to abide by it vary depending on the writer. Some make it so that Batman or Superman can't directly use lethal force, sometimes they're strict on not allowing anyone to kill, and other times they'll take absolutely any length to prevent death. Although not following the exact same rule, Wonder Woman tries to avoid killing at all cost, but her murder of Maxwell Lord did cause friction amongst the Trinity, showing that the standard is expected amongst the League. The no-kill code is a big part of these characters, with the rule being a unique hurdle in DC storytelling that often produces the best results. Wayne Enterprise. Also known as Wayne Corp and Wayne Industries, the headquarters for it are located in Wayne Tower in Gotham City, and has appeared in most of the TV shows, movies and video games that feature Bruce Wayne since the company first appeared in issue 307 of Batman in 1979. It was founded in the 17th century by the Wayne family as a merchant house, which makes it canonically one of the oldest companies in the DC universe, and has expanded over the centuries to become a diverse multinational conglomerate with ties to shipping, chemicals, manufacturing, and other industries that Bruce can use to develop Bat-Tech. Bruce Wayne is normally the owner of the company, although there was a brief time during the 2020 Joker Wars storyline where the Joker seized control of the company and stole most of Batman's money. This also led to it becoming public knowledge that Wayne Enterprise funded Batman, and I have no idea why the public would have an issue with that. Also, if you replace the mentions of Bruce Wayne in this section with Ted Kord or Oliver Queen, then you'll know what Kord Industries and Queen Industries are. Watchmen. First printed as a 12-issue limited series in 1986, Watchmen by Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons is one of the most important comics of all time. After DC had acquired a number of heroes from Charlton Comics in 1983, Moore wanted to use these to tell a revamped story that reflected the anxieties of the modern day, which led to him pitching Who Killed the Peacemaker. However, Moore's plans would have left most of these newly acquired characters unusable, so Dick Giordano convinced Alan to create his own. The story takes place in an alternate universe 1985 and starts with Rorschach investigating the murder of the comedian, and goes on to uncover a plot that connects superheroes from multiple generations and threatens the very fabric of the universe. With characters like Dr. Manhattan, Ozymandias, Silk Spectre and Night Owl, the series became an instant classic, along with being a critical and commercial success. The series has been analysed, reprinted, and used as an inspiration continually since it was released, with many wanting to try and bring Watchmen to the big screen. However, due to grievances with previous adaptations of his works, Moore was against this and refused to have his name attached to the projects. Regardless, the Zack Snyder directed movie released in March of 2009, but wasn't considered profitable until it released on home media, and reviews of the movie were divisive. I didn't mind this one, but I have only seen it the once. Around the same time, a motion comic was released, along with a beat-em-up game that was fun, but kinda missed the whole point behind Moore's Watchmen. DC had tried a few times to capitalise on the success of Watchmen, even going to Moore and Gibbons with ideas that they could work with. The only one that had any kind of legs was a 12-issue Minutemen prequel that Moore and Gibbons had come up with prior to Watchmen's release, but they never followed through. Despite this, in February 2012, DC announced that 7 prequel series would be launched under the Before Watchmen banner, each of which would follow a different character and have a unique creative team. The quality of these varies depending on the title, with Gibbons being positive towards the idea, but Moore was scathing in his response, foregoing monetary compensation as he simply didn't want them to go forward with it. DC then went to the Watchmen well again in 2017 with Jeff Johns' Doomsday Clock, a 12-issue maxi series that looked to serve as both a sequel and also gateway for the Watchmen universe to be integrated with DC. Then there was another sequel in the form of Tom King's Rorschach from 2020 that was set in the modern day and followed the conspiracy theories spawned as a result of Rorschach's original investigation. Around this same time was when the 9-episode HBO series from 2019 that was written by Damon Lindelof debuted and explored what America would be like in the fallout of the original Watchmen. I was tempted to revisit Watchmen and do a deep dive into all these spin-offs, because to me there's nothing more fascinating than a universe that the original creator despises. So let me know if that's something you want to watch. But regardless of how many times DC goes back to Watchmen, it hasn't recaptured the same magic as the original. The Dark Knight Returns. Credited as being one of the most important and influential comics in the modern age, this 4-issue miniseries released in 1986 and was written and illustrated by Frank Miller. On release, it immediately took the comic world by storm, ushering in a mature, dark and gritty approach to Batman and Gotham City, being made in response to what Miller and people within editorial felt had been a softening of the Dark Knight. The story takes place in a dystopian version of Gotham, where Batman had been retired for 10 years following the death of Jason Todd, but with crime at an all-time high and a new gang known as the Mutants causing havoc in Gotham, Bruce comes out of retirement to reclaim the streets he used to loom over. More than 1 million copies of the first issue were printed, despite an increased cover price, and has gone on to be one of the best-selling graphic novels of all time. It's credited, along with the likes of Watchmen, for bringing a more mature audience to superhero comics, and is continually used as a reference for Batman-related media, with an animated feature for the story being released in 2012. However, a sequel, The Dark Knight Strikes Again, was released in 2001, and did not manage to live up to the legacy of its predecessor in any way, shape or form. The art is awful, the story's nonsensical, and it's way too long. Thinking that this was a one-off, a third installment was released in 2015 called Dark Knight The Master Race. Andy Kubert helps out on the art, but it still didn't do enough to make this feel like a worthy successor to the story that changed the face of comics back in the 80s. The Death of Superman. One of the most prolific DC stories of all time, The Death of Superman took place in January of 1993, with an issue 75 of Volume 2 of Superman. The arc was a collective piece written by Dan Jurgens, Roger Stern, Louise Simonson, Jerry Ordway, and Carl Kessel, so I guess it took 6 people to kill the Man of Steel. The plot starts when Doomsday, an ancient Kryptonian monster, escapes his prison and lands in America. Everywhere he goes, he wreaks havoc, with countless heroes trying and failing to stop him. It's only when he's confronted by Superman that there is a chance, as the two fight until the dying breath in Metropolis. Superman does succeed, but sacrifices himself in the process, as he dies in Lois's arms. The storyline caused a media frenzy, with headlines in the news and speculation running rampant that the special collector's edition that came in a commemorative poly bag with a black armband, posters, stickers and a trading card would become a lucrative item in years to come. DC was reported to have shipped between 2.5 and 3 million copies of Superman issue 75 on release day alone, and is said to have sold more than 6 million across all printings, making it one of the best-selling comics of all time. However, the speculation around it becoming a sought-after item paled in comparison to the actual demand, with there being so many issues out there, and The Death of Superman is said to be one of the precursors for the problems that comics faced during the 90s. The storyline was dragged out with Funeral for a Friend, The Reign of the Superman, and The Return of Superman to seize on the popularity, along with DC doing a similar multi-arc storyline for Batman with Nightfall, although Dennis O'Neil denies that this was inspired by The Death of Superman. Regardless of the aftermath though, it still remains one of the most well-known stories in all of DC Comics. And there is going to be an absolute edition of this later on this year, and if you guys want to pick it up and you're from the EU and you want great prices, great shipping, and free gifts with every order, then the only place that you need to go is Comics Bugle. They have been a massive help to this channel over the last couple of years, especially whilst I've been making this longer video, and they can be to you guys as well because they get books in earlier than anybody else in Europe, and they've also got a loyalty scheme so that you can earn points for every purchase that you make. You should already know how great they are, but if you wanted to try them out for yourself, then make sure you use code WOOFWOOF for €5 off your first order. Gotham. Premiering in September 2014, Gotham was a Fox TV series that ran for 5 seasons and 100 episodes, and followed Ryan from the OC as Jim Gordon. It's set in Gotham City after the Waynes are murdered, but before Batman is on the scene, as the GCPD are confronted by a number of established gangs and supercriminals. Some initial criticism was thrown at it, as the assumption prior to release was that it was a police drama trying to piggyback off the Batman brand, but without needing the budget for Batman scenes. But on release, it received positive reviews for the acting, production values, and the story it spun without Batman being front and centre. Over the course of the show, more risks and recognisable characters were brought in, but the dwindling viewership caused Fox to consider cancelling the show after the 4th season. Instead, they renewed it for a shorter 5th and final season to wrap things up, and instead focused on a spin-off centred around Alfred. The Multiverse. Although the idea of a multiverse goes all the way back to a scientific debate held in 1895, DC was the first comics company to bring this narrative into their stories and make it part of the brand's identity. But a multiverse is a collection of different universes that over time have lived, died, emerged together as the continuity needed it to, even going back to the Golden Age. The idea was bouncing about that certain stories could take place in separate or parallel universes, but it wasn't until The Flash issue 123 with the Flash of Two Worlds story, where Jay Garrick crossed paths with Barry Allen, that the universes began to overlap. This is pretty much where it all began, and multiple events have existed throughout the years with the multiverse at the centre of it. The blueprint laid out by DC in the comics has been adapted to other companies, and is also extended into the movies, animated series, and TV shows. Batman 66. First airing on ABC on January 12, 1966, this legendary series ran for 120 episodes over 3 seasons, with Adam West in the lead role of Batman. Burt Ward starred alongside him as Robin, and production was fast-tracked, but the show was an immediate success. It had a campy pop-art vibe, full of witty one-liners, a gadget for every occasion, and iconic sound effect slides for when hits were delivered, so that it wouldn't come across as violent. A movie had been produced to launch the series, but when the premiere episode was moved up, this was given a theatrical release in July of 1966 that only bolstered the success of the show. Many villains from Batman's Rogues Gallery appeared, and Batgirl was even introduced in the 3rd season. However, viewership in the last season dropped drastically, leading to ABC cancelling the show. NBC agreed to pick up the series, but this plan was scrapped when hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sets had been destroyed, rebuilding of which would eat into the budget before the show could even get off the ground again. However, the show still made Adam West's career, with him making repeated references to the role in later TV show appearances such as Family Guy and King of Queens, and this era lived on within the comics. Absolute DC. Part of the DC All-In movement, the Absolute DC Universe was launched in October 2024, following the conclusion of Absolute Power. This is probably going to sound a lot like Earth 1 a bit later, but the stories spinning out of the Absolute Universe are reimagined modernizations of DC's characters that are all connected with one another. It's also referred to as the Elseworld, which I think should have been the go-to name, because if any of these series now get an Absolute edition, it'd be called something like Absolute Batman, and I stutter enough as it is. Speaking of which, Batman was the first title released, which was written by Scott Snyder and illustrated by Nick Dragotta, and followed a 24-year-old civil engineer Bruce Wayne who is stalked by a secret agent Alfred Pennyworth. I haven't seen the full video, but this channel ranting for vengeance seemed really passionate about it, so I'm sure it's great. Wonder Woman by Kelly Thompson followed 2 weeks later, then Superman by Jason Aaron, Flash by Jeff Lemire, Martian Manhunter by Dennis Camp, and Al Ewing's Green Lantern in April of this year. So far, all titles have topped the monthly charts issue on issue, and there's no end in sight. Evil Superman trope. With a hero as high profile as Superman, it was inevitable that eventually writers would wonder at the story potential of turning such a powerful, virtuous icon to the dark side. However, this idea has been overplayed so much that it's a cliche in and of itself, to the point of ridicule. Arguably, this idea predates the good Man of Steel, if we look at 1933's Reign of Superman. But then in 1958, the first DC version was created in the form of Bizarro, and he was far from the last, as we got Cyborg Superman, Superboy Prime, and Ultraman amongst others. Looking at different continuities, you've got the Injustice Superman, Red Son, and Black Zero, showing how the trope stretches across all corners of the DC multiverse. Ironically, The Mighty by Peter Tomasi is all about the idea of a Superman-like character going evil, and was published by DC. And it isn't just DC getting in on the idea. Marvel has had a handful of characters inspired by a darker take on the Man of Steel, including Virtue, Overman, and King Hyperion. Invincible as Omni-Man, The Boys as Homelander, and Mark Waid's Irredeemable is solely based around this idea. Even the movies are catching on to it now, with Brightburn having a child evil Superman, Superman 3 fully embracing the concept, and the DC EU seeming to base a whole franchise around the idea, the Arrowverse. This is a collective name for the shared universe of DC TV series that started with Arrow in October of 2012. Originally, this was eyed up to be a Smallville spin-off with Justin Hartley in the lead, but he wasn't too keen on the idea, and producers expressed that they wanted a fresh start for this take on Green Arrow. Instead, Stephen Amell was in the lead role, and the show was an instant success for the CW, and would go on to run for 8 seasons and have 170 episodes. In the second season, Grant Gustin appeared as the Flash, which was the next show to be launched by the CW in 2014 as part of the Arrowverse. The critical response and viewership topped even that of Arrow, and The Flash ran for 9 seasons in total with 184 episodes. 2016 was a big year for the Arrowverse, with both Legends of Tomorrow and Supergirl launching, and they'd both go on for multiple seasons, at least 100 episodes each, and utilised characters that had previously appeared within the Arrowverse. Interestingly, Brandon Routh would have a lead role in Legends as Atom, and also appear as an older Superman later on. This is because the Arrowverse was committed to the shared universe, with multiple crossovers and shared characters that culminated with the 5-part event Crisis on Infinite Earths in 2019, with each of the 4 previously mentioned series and the Batwoman show that started that same year all having an episode that carried the story forward. This also gave cancelled, short-lived, or straight-up forgotten shows throughout DC's history a chance to be incorporated through the acknowledgement of the multiverse. The Arrowverse handled the multiverse better than the movies have so far, with the idea of Elseworlds and separate Earths to how series like Black Lightning also coming into play. However, not everything was plain sailing, as multiple spin-offs have been pitched over the years, including a Wonder Girl series and a show following Green Arrow and the Canaries, were all passed on. Batwoman only really made a big splash when the lead actress left and had to be replaced, and one by one the shows were ended or cancelled until the Arrowverse came to an end with the series finale of The Flash on May 24, 2023. LexCorp. Despite being the business conglomerate of Lex Luthor and one of the main feathers in his cap, LexCorp, L-Corp, or whatever it wants to be called, was only first introduced in 1986, and was just a passing mention when Superman went into the future. It wasn't until John Byrne relaunched the Superman title a year later that LexCorp would become an established business icon that started as an aerospace engineering firm, the foundation of which was created by Lex's dad, Lionel Luthor, in the former Luthor Corp in the 60s. Over the years, LexCorp has purchased banks, airlines, and even the Daily Planet at one point. It's appeared across multiple different adaptions and is synonymous with Lex himself. There have been numerous CEOs over the years, including Talia al Ghul and Lana Lang, and there have been so many seedy plans devised for the company that it could probably have its own iceberg. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Well, I can't have the Arkhamverse on the list and not mention this. Developed by Rocksteady Studios as a spin-off from Arkham Knight, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League was originally announced in August 2020 for a 2022 release date, but would be delayed by 2 years and release in February of 2024. It's set in Metropolis with the 4 initial playable characters of Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Killer Shark, and Captain Cold, and supported both single and co-op play. After Brainiac takes over Metropolis, Amanda Waller takes the squad members out of Arkham to regain control of the situation, but Brainiac has hypnotized the Justice League, putting all of their squad in the toughest fight yet. Due to this being an idea teased all the way back in Arkham Origins, hype for the release was high, but as new details and delays cropped up, the anticipation turned into a nervous one. Early reviews weren't positive and only proven right on release, with the gameplay being repetitive, more focused on being a live service game, and baffling story elements that felt disrespectful to beloved characters. Sales also did not meet Warner's expectations and anticipated a $200 million loss, leading to many layoffs at Rocksteady. Although additional content revolving around the Joker, Mr. Freeze, and Deathstroke has been released, support for the game ended in January of this year. Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman. Premiering on ABC in September 1993, this was a TV series that ran for 4 seasons and focused more on the relationship between the 2 title characters. Terry Hatcher starred as Lois Lane, with Dean Cain stepping into the role of Clark Kent. The first 2 seasons focus on a dynamic where Lois loves Superman, yet Clark has to keep his secret identity, with the last 2 having heard know about his double life and come to terms with it. From the offset, the creators of the show wanted to emphasize how Clark is the real disguise and Superman is his true identity, taking inspiration from John Byrne's Man of Steel when going into the origin. Other staple characters such as Jimmy Olsen, Perry White, and Lex Luthor were included, and various effects were used to ensure that the Superman scenes could be convincing despite being on a TV show budget. Although reception was initially huge, with the main duo receiving critical praise, and it was one of the most successful TV shows that was based on a comic book property, viewership dwindled in the 4th season, despite there already being a contractual agreement to produce a 5th one. However, ABC paid Warner Brothers an undisclosed sum to release them from this deal, with the final episode airing in June of 1997. LEGO DC Universe. Starting in 2008 on pretty much every console that was popular back then, LEGO Batman the video game was the first interactive collaboration between DC and LEGO. It was developed by Traveller's Tales, as were all the games in this series, and was the first of their LEGO titles to have an original plot, and even separate storylines depending on if the player wanted to be a hero or villain. The game was received positively, even if there were some criticisms of the reliance on the level formulas that other LEGO games had incorporated. Sales were good enough to lead to a sequel, subtitled DC Superheroes, which released in June of 2012. The roster was expanded to include heroes beyond the Bat family, and allowed players to explore an open-world Gotham City in a sequel that truly built on what its predecessor had set up. Reviews were overall positive, praising the developments made in the franchise, and a direct-to-video movie version of the game being released in 2013, which primarily used cutscenes from the game. Voice acting was included too, which was a controversial departure from other LEGO games, but became common after this. The response was positive enough that a third installment, subtitled Beyond Gotham, released in November 2014, and expanded Beyond Earth to incorporate more space-based characters and the different Lantern Corps. However, the response wasn't as glowing as the first two games, with the gameplay feeling repetitive and too similar to what had been released before. But in 2018, a spin-off was released called LEGO DC Supervillains, and was the first in the series to allow the player to have a customizable character. The plot focused on the bad guys of the DC universe as they tried to protect Earth from the Justice Syndicate, and the world was expanded to include more recognizable Earthbound locations. However, the feedback was mostly the same as Beyond Gotham, and there hasn't been any further DC-based LEGO games since. The Invisible Jet. First appearing all the way back in 1942 in Sensation Comics issue 1, the Invisible Plane is Wonder Woman's most famous form of transport that she uses for long distance travel. It has a variety of functions beyond its invisibility, including teleportation, telepathy, and has been able to transform over the years. The origin has changed quite a few times over the decades, and at first it wasn't known who created it, but Queen Hippolyta guided Diana into finding it, and later on it was retconned to be a modified plane that the Amazonians worked on after Steve Trevor had crashed on Paradise Island. It was a staple of the Linda Carter show, and probably because it helped save on the budget, and the animated series included it also. But besides a nod in Wonder Woman 84, it hasn't made it to the big screen yet. It was me, Barry. One of the most popular DC memes, this shows the Reverse Flash confessing to pretty much anything and everything bad that has happened to Barry Allen. The meme started as a riff on a scene from 2009's The Flash Rebirth, where Eobard reveals that he'd travelled through time to ruin Barry's life in many ways, including killing his mom. Thanks to 4chan and the Reddit page for the Flash CW show, the meme rose in popularity and continues to delve into the bizarre. This image from the 2013 animated movie The Flashpoint Paradox became synonymous with the meme, and the most famous example is this edit from Twitter.
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch!
Superman and Lois. Originally intended to be part of the Arrowverse, with Tyler Hoechling's Superman and Tulloch's Lois having featured in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover, I'm giving this 4-season CW show its own spot on the iceberg because, after a bit of a messy production, it was decided to keep this series within a separate Earth and away from the rest of the Arrowverse. Premiering in February of 2021, the show follows Clark and Lois as they return to Smallville with their sons Jordan and John, and encounter many familiar names from the comic world, including Lex Luthor, Bizarro, and even Doomsday, with the final episode airing in December 2024. Despite failing to draw in huge viewership numbers, the series was well praised for its action, direction, and acting, with a devoted fanbase following it from beginning until end. Linda Carter. What Adam West is to Batman, Linda Carter is to Wonder Woman, as this iconic show launched on ABC in November 1975 in a 90-minute TV movie that served as the pilot. The first season takes place in World War II, after Steve Trevor crashes on Paradise Island, and Diana returns him to Washington DC and decides to stay. However, just a year before, ABC had aired another Wonder Woman TV movie starring Kathy Lee Crosby in the title role, but in a way that bears little resemblance to the character's signature look, leading to the Linda Carter version that respected the source material, even though they gave her the ability to impersonate anyone's voice, but this is quickly rectified. Although ratings for Linda's version were good and led to a 13-episode first season, the 1940s setting caused the budget to increase and delayed a second season, to the point that Warner Brothers offered the rights to the show to rival network CBS. The setting was changed to the present day, meaning that Carter was the only returning cast member, and the genre became more of a detective action show. Despite still being a success, viewership dwindled in the third season. CBS focused more on the Incredible Hulk and Dukes of Hazzard, and Carter gave up on the role of Wonder Woman so that she could pursue a music career. DC stands for Detective Comics. In the olden days, if you would have said DC Comics, that's like when people say ATM machine despite the M being abbreviated for machine. But how this came about is when National Allied Publications, the company that would eventually become DC, was suffering financial trouble, which we have or will speak about elsewhere in this video. Detective Comics Incorporated was made and later merged with National Allied under the same banner, with the abbreviated DC becoming the logo for the company. This is because some titles would have a Superman DC publication or Superman DC National Allied on the covers, which didn't really roll off the tongue and led to it just being condensed to DC. But this was more of a nickname, as the company didn't officially register as DC Comics until 1977, which meant that previously people were calling it Detective Comics Comics. Smallville. Originally premiering on the WB network on October 16th, 2001, Smallville ran for 10 seasons and a total of 217 episodes, and followed Tom Welling in the role of a teenage Clark Kent, despite the fact that the actor was older than Brandon Routh, who played fully grown Superman during the same era. The series set viewership records from the pilot, and despite strictly avoiding any Superman appearances, consistently brought in millions of viewers over its 10-year run. Key elements of the lore, such as Lex Luthor's descent into evil, Clark's initial love interest in Lana Lang and later with Lois Lane, his discovery of his Kryptonian heritage, and even an early forming of the Justice League, found their way into the series, and managed to craft a unique story that still has fans clamoring for a revival of. The final episode, which now was airing on CW, took place on May 13th, 2011, and ended with Clark having fully accepted his role and becoming Superman. Green Lantern. Initially entering development in 1997, a Green Lantern movie went through various scripts and directors, until Martin Campbell joined the project in 2009, and Ryan Reynolds was cast in the lead role as Hal Jordan, having beaten out the likes of Jared Leto, Justin Timberlake and Bradley Cooper. Blake Lively starred as love interest Carol Ferris, who would eventually date and marry Reynolds, despite the fact that he conveniently split up with Scarlett Johansson during the filming of Green Lantern. The plot revolves around Hal Jordan gaining the Green Lantern ring from a dying Abin Sur, having barely gotten away from a fatal fight against Parallax. He's introduced to the Green Lantern Corps and trained by Sinestro, who was played by Mark Strong, as Hal has to save Earth against Parallax in a plot that was already generic and bland by 2011. Against a $200 million budget, it grossed $237 million, which disappointed Warner, and there weren't many positive reviews of the movie, with the script, special effects, and Ryan Reynolds just playing himself rather than Hal Jordan being the main points of criticism. But the movie's lived on in infamy, with Reynolds himself poking fun at how bad the project was, as if his lack of acting wasn't one of the biggest problems with it. Physical office. Originally located at 4324 4th Avenue in Manhattan, the offices of DC Comics relocated a further 7 times over the years until 2015, at which point their office in Midtown was closed and moved all the way across country to launch a headquarters in Burbank, California, so that they could be more integrated with Hollywood and Warner Brothers, which is baffling considering the movie decisions made around this time. Superman That Ho. A phrase so beautiful that even Shakespeare could only dream of creating. Crank That was a 2007 rap song by Soulja Boy that I honestly think must have been the most Bluetooth song that year when I was in high school. But its inclusion on this list is because of the dance move and phrase inspired by the Man of Steel. The move and accompanying lyrics became a huge part of pop culture during this time, and arguably still to this day. And who's to say how much we can attribute that to the association with Superman? Before you ask, I would perform the move for you, but I'm way too white for that, and the wind sometimes hurts my ankles. Now we're into the second tier, and yeah, I'm pretty much classifying this one as stuff that pretty much most comic fans would know, but my mum and dad probably don't. I promise I'm not going to use my mum and dad as a barometer throughout this whole video, but if you've been reading comics for a little bit of time, then you probably know about most things that are going to be in this tier. Kryptonite. Primarily known as being the weakness to Superman, kryptonite is a crystallized and radiated form of the planet Krypton that has different effects when coming into contact with Kryptonians. Green is the most prominent type, having first debuted in the 40s as a piece of the planet Krypton that causes Superman and any other Kryptonians to have the powers drained, along with a feeling of weakness. Although over the years, other side effects have been displayed. Bizarrely, red kryptonite had been invented before green kryptonite appeared in the comics, beating it by 2 years. This is a fragment of Krypton that became irradiated in space and causes a lack of inhibition and often raging Kryptonians. Platinum and gold, also known as positive and negative kryptonite, debuted within a dream of Jimmy Olsen's, with the former granting humans the powers of a Kryptonian and the latter permanently removing them. Anti-kryptonite subjects humans to the same effects that green kryptonite has on Kryptonians. Orange was created as an experiment by Supergirl to counteract the effects of the green, but instead it temporarily grants humans the powers of a Kryptonian. Blue kryptonite has quite a complicated history, originally being introduced to be Bizarro's version of the green, but in different stories has made Bizarro intelligent. White kryptonite is deadly to plants and bacteria. Silver causes paranoid delusions, but was originally a hoax by Jimmy Olsen. Purple kryptonite grants the user mind control powers, and magno kryptonite can help track down objects and people from Krypton. Just for perspective, every type I've mentioned so far was created before the 70s, before the kryptonite well had really dried out. There then wasn't any others until Superman 3 in 1983 when black kryptonite appeared, which splits Kryptonians into being a good and evil persona. Crimson kryptonite was created by Mr. Mxyzptlk and grants the user one wish as long as the origins of it aren't discovered. Kryptonite X gives Kryptonians excessive powers, whereas clear is a neutralized version of the green, and pink, well, you've probably already heard about pink kryptonite. The emergence of new forms is a regular occurrence, especially with the debut of periwinkle kryptonite, which instills joy, yellow kryptonite, which causes fear, and turquoise, which is pretty much the same as green, which makes me think that they might have run out of ideas. There are other hybrid forms too, such as red-green, red-gold, red-green-gold, and red-green-blue gold, but they just remind me of that memory puzzle game from when I was a kid. The other Batman animated series. Although the Bruce Timm animated series is held as the gold standard and go-to for Batman animation, there have been a plethora of other shows outside of the Timmverse that I wanted to lump together. In fact, the first was launched by CBS in 1968 called The Adventures of Batman. It aimed to capitalise on the popularity of the Adam West show with similar designs but different voice actors, and it was short-lived as it ended after 1 season and 17 episodes. CBS wanted to repeat this idea in 1977 with The New Adventures of Batman. The animation had improved, and West and Ward returned to voice their iconic roles. However, there was a heavy reliance on Batmite, who viewers didn't resonate with, and this was partly the reason why this show only lasted for 1 season and 16 episodes. Then we had the Timm era, which we've already spoken about, and it wasn't until 2004 that a new take on The Dark Knight made it onto the small screen with the Batman, which I remember really enjoying growing up, but no one seems to talk about this show. It ran for 5 seasons and 65 episodes on Kids WB and focuses on Bruce at the earliest stage of his career. That ended in 2008, and in November the same year, Batman the Brave and the Bold premiered and focused on a lighter tone with the Dark Knight teaming up with many characters throughout the DC universe. It ran for 65 episodes and 3 seasons. Then Batman took the leap into 3D CGI animation with 2013's Beware the Batman, and although the style isn't for everyone, it did go down the detective thriller route and focus more on the lesser known villains. However, it only ran for one 26 episode season on Cartoon Network. Then the last and most recent series is Batman Caped Crusader, which released its first 10 episode season last year and is due to have a second. Bruce Timm and Paul Dini returned to help out on this one, but it's still separate from the animated series of the 90s, and style-wise pays homage to the first appearance of Batman and is set earlier on in his career. I've probably missed a web series here or there, but as we can see already, Batman has had a storied history in the realm of animation. Vertigo Comics. Launching in 1993, Vertigo is one of the most famous imprints of DC Comics as it houses some of the highest acclaimed titles in the whole medium, such as Sandman, Hellblazer, Swamp Thing, V for Vendetta, and Y the Last Man. However, some of those titles launched before Vertigo had begun, and that's because it was something born out of necessity, as the gritty, darker storytelling of some DC titles meant that they no longer submitted certain series for approval from the Comics Code Authority. Editorial ended up being split so that these darker titles had a different focus from the regular superhero books, and they were more geared towards horror and fantasy. Longtime DC editor Karen Berger was responsible for developing the imprint and getting it off the ground, with the running joke being that she was DC's British liaison, as writers such as Alan Moore, Grant Morrison, Jamie Delano, Peter Milligan, and Neil Gaiman were at the forefront of Vertigo. Existing titles and new ones were printed under the banner, and over the years Vertigo has become a hub for experimentation, with huge creators like Brian K. Vaughan, Garth Ennis, Ed Brubaker, and Warren Ellis all creating titles for the line, many of which were big sellers and raked in awards. However, despite the success, Karen Berger left as head of the company in 2013, which ushered in an era of editorial mandates and controversies that ultimately led to Vertigo being discontinued in 2020, as DC wanted to streamline the sub-companies, and a large majority of Vertigo-esque books moved onto DC Black Label. However, DC relaunched Vertigo once again in 2024, but it is still too early to see if this can reach the same level of acclaim as it originally did. 3 Jokers. During 2016's Darkseid War, Batman sits on the Mobius chair and asks Zeke for the true identity of the Joker, to which it revealed that there are actually 3. Batman tells this to Hal Jordan and says he'll investigate it later. That later came in the form of 2020's 3 Jokers, a 3-issue limited series by Jeff Johns and Jason Fabok that explores the 3 identities of the Joker and how they've impacted Bruce, Barbara, and Jason. The criminal represents the Golden Age iteration of the Joker and is a calculating mastermind who wants to turn Joe Chill into a Joker to cause even greater pain to Batman. The clown embodies the Silver Age as the campy, wacky, yet deadly prankster who lives to cause chaos and is hinted to be the Joker responsible for killing Jason Todd. And for the Bronze and Modern Age, you've got the comedian, the grounded, sadistic psychopath that was responsible for paralyzing Barbara Gordon. Although this idea does clear up a lot of the inconsistencies that the Joker's had over the years, it's still up to interpretation whether this is a canonical explanation for why the Joker can change personality and doesn't have a set origin, with there not being any evolution to this idea since the limited series. Supergirl. First announced in April 1982, Supergirl was intended to make a big screen debut in Superman 3 the year after, but the storyline was removed. Still, development moved forward with the spin-off in an attempt to rejuvenate the franchise after the disappointing reception to Superman 3. Helen Slater was in the lead role, and a Frenchman, whose name I know I'm going to butcher if I try and pronounce it, took up the directing role after Christopher Reeve praised him. The plot follows Kara as she attempts to reclaim a power source from her home city that has fallen to earth and been seized by a wicked witch. Against an estimated $35 million budget, it couldn't even make half of that back at the box office, and the movie was panned by the few who did see it. The failure of Supergirl led to the producers selling the rights to Superman and all related properties over to the Cannon Group to try and reclaim some of the losses. So the movie lives as this anomaly, not feeling connected to the Christopher Reeve movies, but living in its shadow at the same time. Hopefully, the upcoming Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow can do better, but let's be honest, can it do worse? Titans. First premiering in October 2018 on the DC Universe app, Titans ran for 4 seasons and 49 episodes, and was a dark, gritty, live-action adaptation of the Teen Titans. It begins with the team having previously disbanded. That's when Raven turns to Dick Grayson for help, and the team reforms, picking up new members like Jason Todd, Tim Drake, and Connor Kent along the way. Over the course of the show, they went up against the likes of Deathstroke, Scarecrow, and investigated a conspiracy revolving around Lex Luthor, and although mostly well received, it did often get criticised for its overly edgy tone and hyper-violent action that felt disconnected from what the team stood for. But this did improve the longer the show went on, and having Dick as a central character meant we finally got to see Nightwing in live action. But the 4th season was to be the last, as the DC Universe was undergoing a restructuring to usher in James Gunn's vision, and unfortunately Titans didn't fit with the plans in place. Emerald Twilight. Superman got death, Batman was paralysed, and for Hal Jordan, his legacy was completely tarnished. To boost sales, DC were looking for new ideas, and Gerard Jones put forward a pitch where extraterrestrial altruists posed as the Guardians in Hal Jordan, but this wasn't picked up as it didn't have the potential to bring in new readers. Instead, they went with an idea devised by the editors of DC that was then given to Ron Mars to write. That idea was Emerald Twilight, which took place between issues 46 and 50 in Green Lantern, which starts after Hal Jordan's Coast City is destroyed after a fight between Mongol and Cyborg Superman. Hal uses his ring to recreate Coast City and all the inhabitants who'd been killed, which is told is forbidden as a lantern. Enraged, Hal goes to Oa to drain the central battery and is confronted by his fellow lanterns, with Hal stealing the ring of each core member he defeats. Kilowog is killed along with Sinestro, but Hal succeeds in draining the battery and emerges as Parallax. Following this, Hal was a villain across DC, with Kyle Rayner becoming the face of Green Lantern, and Hal remained as Parallax until he heroically sacrificed himself to reignite the sun during Final Night. Yet the damage to Hal's reputation was huge, and it wasn't until Jeff Johns' Green Lantern Rebirth that Hal became the main Lantern again. Back credit card. It's infamously remembered as one of the daftest things in the daftest Batman movie, despite only making one appearance in 1997's Batman and Robin. For those who maybe didn't grow up with this movie like I did, the way the Will got the Bat credit card is when Batman and Robin are confronted by Poison Ivy, who has seduced the duo with one of her poisons. As they're at a fundraiser for lonely rich men to bid on women, the two start competing for Ivy, and when the amount gets into the tens of millions, Batman whips out his Bat credit card, which has lived as a meme ever since, to the point where it's an accessory for the recently announced hot toy of the character, which yeah, I'm gonna buy for some reason. Identity Crisis. This was a 7-issue event from 2004 that was written by Brad Meltzer and illustrated by Rags Morales, and at the time was considered to be the most controversial event DC had printed, and some would argue that's still the case. The plot revolves around a murder mystery targeting the loved ones of the DC heroes, but by delving into it, a grave secret is discovered that threatens to tear the JLA apart. The retcon of Dr. Light, assault of Sue Dibney, and reveal of the murderer were all huge points of contention, and to this day, Identity Crisis is still one of the most polarizing comics in recent memory, as there are still many who praise the title for making such bold moves and painting heroes in a grey light. However, I still can't get over how the eyes look in this series. They plague me in my dreams. The most valuable DC comics. It's no secret that certain first printings of single issues can fetch a massive amount of money. For example, Flash Comics issue 1 from 1941 sold at auction for $450,000 back in 2010. Detective Comics issue 140, which was the first appearance of the Riddler, fetched $456,000 in 2021. And the debut of the JLA in the Brave and the Bold issue 28 sold for $810,000 this past year. However, from what I can see, only 5 DC issues have cracked the 7 figures. The first first being All-Star Comics issue 8, which sold for $1.62 million in 2022, which was the first appearance of Wonder Woman. Then Batman's first appearance in Detective Comics issue 27 brought in $1.82 million last year, and this is despite the issue only scoring a CGC grade of 6.5, whereas every other issue I've mentioned so far was at least a 9. Another Batman book, the debut issue of his first solo series from 1940, sold for $2.2 million in 2021, which would have been a record for the first issue of a solo series, if not for 1939's Superman issue 1, which sold for $2.3 million in 2024, and the weird reports of a private sale where an 8-graded copy sold for an astonishing $5.3 million. Impressive. And as far as I can see, only one other comic has ever topped it, and that was an 8.5 graded Action Comics issue 1 from 1938. During the early 2010s, there seemed to be a stretch of months where this was in competition with Detective 27 for the record, but that gap now seems impossible to close, because in 2024, the 8.5 graded Action issue 1 went for $6 million, and it's hard to imagine if anything will top it, especially not Superman issue 75. Truth, Justice, and a Better Tomorrow. First announced to DC fandom in 2021, Superman's long-standing mantra of truth, justice, and the American way evolved into truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. Now, evolved isn't my word. Before any raving Americans want to mention 1776 to the British guy, it was Jim Lee who said it during the announcement, with the change being made to better reflect the storylines that we are telling across DC, and to honour Superman's incredible legacy of over 80 years of building a better world. However, maybe I just haven't heard Superman saying it much since the change, but it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Constantine. Yeah, for this entry, I'm going to say it the other way. Based on the Hellblazer Vertigo series, this 2005 movie from Francis Lawrence in his directorial debut had been in development since 1997 and went through a few producers and directors before it was released. It strayed quite heavily from the source material and disregarded pretty much all of the British aspects, with it being set in LA and Keanu Reeves in the lead role, although Nicolas Cage was originally considered. Against a budget estimated between $70 and $100 million, it grossed $230 million and was quite polarizing, but has since become a cult hit, and also had a tie-in video game released to coincide with it. Since release, talks of a sequel have always floated about, with Reeves eager to reprise the role, and a pitch being presented to DC earlier this year. Doom Patrol TV show. Premiering in February 2019 on the DC Universe app, this was a 4-season live-action show that ran for 46 episodes, and was intended to be a spin-off of Titans. Despite this and the fact that certain actors played the same character in both shows, they are set within separate continuities. The roster and storylines take massive inspiration from Grant Morrison's run, but with the unique addition of Cyborg, and from the few episodes I've seen, this is the best live-action Cyborg we've had. Over the series, we see the group of misfits who gain powers through tragic accidents become a superhero team and find family within one another. It was well received and developed a cult following, but ended in 2023 with the 4th season, and like Titans, this was due to a restructuring of the DC universe. Harley Quinn's first appearance. Despite being one of the biggest characters over at DC Comics, one that has crafted a legacy beyond her introduction as a Joker's love interest, she was only supposed to be a minor character for one episode in Batman the Animated Series. Debuting in Season 1, Episode 22, Joker's Favour, in September of 1992, Arlene Sorkin voiced Harleen Quinzel and would do so for the majority of her animated appearances, including the Arkham Asylum video game. Paul Dini, Harley's creator, had based the character on one that Arlene had played during Days of Our Lives, which meant that she was the only person that he wanted to voice Harley. Even before the episode debuted, producers of the series could see the potential of the character, which led to her appearing in more and more episodes. Having her origin as an Arkham psychiatrist expanded, and even broke through into the comics with the animated series tie-in. During No Man's Land in the late 90s, she transitioned into the main DC universe, and only saw her popularity skyrocket over the decades with her own solo series, live-action appearances with Margot Robbie, and her own self-titled animated series, which is really good going for someone who was only originally envisioned as having a walk-on appearance in one episode of Batman. Comic strips. In a similar vein to Garfield, Peanuts, and Calvin and Hobbes, DC Comics have dipped their toes into the world of short newspaper-based comic strips to promote their characters alongside other famous series. Superman was the first to branch into the genre and easily the most successful, with readership at its peak estimating to be around 20 million, and in total has appeared in around 12,000 news strips. It launched in 1939 and told short yet frequent stories about the Man of Steel, and is responsible for the changing in a phone booth trope. Of all the DC comic strips, this one had the longest continual run, lasting all the way up until 1966. Batman first appeared in newspapers alongside Robin in 1943, with Bob Kane on creative duties, but this only lasted until 1946. It's also been confirmed that this takes place on Earth 40. The idea had a short-lived revival in 1953 as part of the Family Comic weekly print. Then, due to the popularity of the Adam West TV show, the Batman and Robin title was launched once again in 1966, and had its longest stretch of success, lasting until 1974. But the history with this one's quite bizarre, with Batman not even featuring in it towards the end. There was a final Batman comic strip that ran for 2 years from 1989, and even had William Messner Loebs writing it. Wonder Woman, unfortunately, was the most short-lived of the three, having debuted just 1 year after The Dark Knight in 1944. Original Wonder Woman creators William Moulton Marston and Harry G. Peter worked on it until the strip was brought to an end in December 1945. The last title to launch was more of a DC ensemble work called The World's Greatest Superheroes, and included characters like The Flash and Black Lightning alongside the Trinity. First launching in 1978 with big-name comic writers such as Jerry Conway and Paul Levitz working on the series, it quickly shifted into being a Superman strip due to the popularity of the Christopher Reeve movie. By the time it ended in 1985, it was just known as the Superman Sunday Special. Earth 1. Announced in 2009, Earth 1 was an imprint of DC Comics that housed modernizations for the biggest named characters. Think Ultimate Marvel but for DC. Instead of issues, the stories were released as graphic novels, with the first being Superman in 2010, which was written by J. Michael Straczynski and illustrated by Shane Davies. It shows the early years of this version of Clark Kent, as he struggles to come to terms with the idea of being a superhero, and wants to blend in more with society. Other changes were made, such as Zod being Clark's uncle and Lex Luthor being split into a married couple, rather than being one character. 3 volumes have been released so far. Batman joined the line next in 2012 with a series written by Jeff Johns and illustrated by Gary Frank, and follows a Bruce Wayne that's struggles to step into the role of a vigilante. Noticing a bit of a trend here, but instead of Harvey Dent becoming Two-Face, he's the deceased twin of Jessica Dent, who takes on the identity. Teen Titans by Jeff Lemire launched in 2014, and had the team start out on their own accord rather than be seen as a group of sidekicks, with 2 volumes having been released. Wonder Woman by Grant Morrison and Yannick Paquette completed the Trinity in 2016, as she leaves Themyscira to fight injustice, and meets a now black Steve Trevor. 3 volumes have been released. The most recent character to join the line, Green Lantern, was released in 2018 and was created by Gabriel Hardman and Karina Becco, with the story taking a more hard sci-fi gritty approach. 2 volumes have been released. There have been announcements for a Flash by Straczynski and Aquaman by Francis Manapul to be released under the imprint, but the latter was cancelled by DC in 2021 when Manapul left the company. Overall, these titles mostly received positive reviews, despite some criticisms on the pacing, and the volumes tend to make it onto the graphic novel bestsellers list. Dark Knights of Steel. Retroactively labelled as an Elseworlds title, this was a 12-issue limited series from Tom Taylor and Yasmin Putri that launched in November 2021. It reimagines the DC universe and its characters as a high fantasy, after Jor-El and Lara land on Earth and create the Kingdom of El, which they are the king and queen of. Bruce Wayne is a knight of the kingdom, but goes on a journey of discovery after he'd been adopted by the elves. Meanwhile, John Constantine sees a vision of demons, which the kingdom needs to find a way to protect against. The series was a massive success on launch, and it's being credited as part of the reason why DC bought the Elseworlds line back in 2024, with a 6-issue spin-off being one of the launch titles. Fan films. With icons as popular as the ones at DC, and a copyright system so strict that I hope it doesn't strike down this video, fans have taken it upon themselves to bring characters into live action. There are far too many to go through every single one ever made, and some even come up later on in this video because of how bizarre they are. But the most high profile is Batman Dead End, an 8-minute short film from 2003 that has what may be the single most beautiful live action Batman shot I've ever seen. And then the last few minutes just seem to throw everything at the wall, and I kinda love it. This originally had Stallone in the lead role, and Mark Hamill as the Joker, but they both pulled out due to the rights complications. A lot of fan films revolve around street level characters such as Grayson, Deathstroke Arkham Asylum, Born Laughing, Batman City of Scars, and in fact, there are a lot of Batman ones. So much so that an entire company called Bat in the Sun was formed in 2002, and really pushed fan films to the forefront. If there's a DC character you like, there's a likelihood someone has made a fan film of them. One I really like is the 2004's World's Finest, which had bodybuilder Mike O'Hearn as Superman, and him being a Kryptonian is more believable than him claiming that he's not on steroids. Captain Marvel. Debuting in 1940 with Fawcett Comics, Captain Marvel was at one time the most popular superhero. Now, because Fawcett was one of the biggest competitors to DC at the time, a lawsuit was filed in 1953, which claimed Captain Marvel was infringing on the copyright of Superman due to how similar the characters are. This led to Fawcett stopping publication of Captain Marvel books, all the way up until 1972, when the family was licensed out to DC. But during his absence, Marvel Comics registered a trademark for a Captain Marvel of their own, which meant that when Billy Batson did finally see print again, he couldn't be advertised as Captain Marvel despite debuting at a time when Marvel Comics wasn't a company. Instead, they printed the book under the name Shazam, with the subtitle The Original Captain Marvel, which quickly caught the attention of Marvel. Although still being known within the DC universe as Captain Marvel, the Shazam brand became the character's identity. So much so that when the character was relaunched in 2011, it was done so just under the name Shazam. It's obvious to see that this whole thing is a mess, and that's without getting into the whole Marvel Man drama, which was originally created to capitalize on the success of Captain Marvel, but was later owned by Marvel Comics themselves. Iceberg Lounge. Purely putting this on here because of the title of this video, but the Iceberg Lounge is a famous club within Gotham City that was first shown in Detective Comics issue 683 in 1995, which is why it didn't make an appearance in Batman Returns. It's owned and managed by Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, having been created for his ancestor in the 19th century, and is often used as a hideout for criminals. It's appeared in various Bat media including Arkham City, the Gotham TV show, Batwoman, in 2022's The Batman, where it had a song in it that I just can't get out of my head. Elseworlds. This is an imprint that DC launched in 1989, and a spiritual successor to the Imaginary Stories line. The first Elseworlds story was Gotham by Gaslight, written by Brian Augustin and illustrated by Hellboy creator Mike Mignola. The story followed a Batman in Victorian-era London as he hunts down Jack the Ripper, and is a great example of what the imprint was about. Out of continuity, alternate realities that can take who or what they want from the established DC universe to make what they want. However, Gotham by Gaslight retroactively became an Elseworlds story, because the first to feature the logo was 1991's Batman Holy Terror. Over the course of the 90s, the line exploded, with over 100 titles printed, and the Elseworlds concept became a theme for annuals in 1994. I'll touch on a few individual titles in this video, but some of them went on to create entire universes and stand amongst the best DC comics of all time. In 2003, DC decided to scale back the number of books and cancel already announced ones, as they wanted the brand to not be as oversaturated, but instead the line was all but killed off. In 2009, Dan DiDio announced the return of Elseworlds, but the only story released was Superman Last Family of Krypton. It wasn't until 2024 that another Elseworlds series hit the shelves, 6 to be exact, as the Black Label imprint seemed to have filled the void left by Elseworlds. But none of these 6 series made a huge splash, with the Absolute line stealing that thunder, so who knows what the future of Elseworlds holds. Superman 64. Although the official title is Superman The New Adventures of Superman, this was a 1999 game for the Nintendo 64 that was developed by Titus Interactive. It's widely known as one of the worst video games of all time due to its bad mechanics, confusing gameplay, and awful graphics, even for the time, but still managed to sell well on release. Although there were only 3 years between when the rights were acquired and the game launching, there was a wealth of issues behind the scenes, including the WB licensing team undergoing a change and disliking Titus's approach, the original concept being too ambitious for the Nintendo 64's hardware, and a really weird sticking point where WB wanted the game to be like SimCity and have Superman be the mayor. On top of that, DC wanted to make sure that Superman was portrayed in a heroic manner, so Titus had to remove any destructible buildings and all pedestrians, which resulted in Metropolis feeling like an abandoned industrial estate. The game was delayed that much that Titus lost the license to Superman by the time that the game was published, causing it to be rushed out, and the PlayStation version had to be cancelled entirely. Despite some hype from the E3 events it showcased in, it was panned by pretty much everyone that existed when it finally launched. DC Black Label. Launched in September 2018, Black Label is an imprint to DC with the mission to allow creators to produce darker, more adult-oriented titles, using existing DC characters but without the constraints of continuity. The first title published, Batman Damned by Brian Azzarello and Lee Bermejo, was printed in the prestige format and highlighted the advantages of producing stories under Black Label. Unless you want to see Bruce's dick, plenty of great books have come out through Black Label, And when DC decided to discontinue Vertigo Comics in 2020, Black Label absorbed those existing properties so that they would be reprinted under the official DC umbrella. However, with DC relaunching Vertigo in 2024, there's no word yet on how this will impact Black Label. Catwoman. Universally reviled as one of the worst comic book movies of all time, this 2004 Halle Berry movie follows Patience Phillips instead of Selena Kyle, and has very little to do with a DC Comics counterpart. Patience uncovers a secret within the cosmetics company that she works at, so she's trapped in a pipe and drowned. Fortunately, she's revived by some Egyptian cat god called Midnight, which also gives her cat-like abilities and a bad fashion sense. She wants to get revenge and stop the company, but honestly, this plot isn't that interesting. There was a tie-in game that released as well, and I had this because someone told me that if you completed the full thing, you could play as Batman, but all I got was a headache because of the awful camera. Against a $100 million budget, the movie only grossed $82 million worldwide, and pretty much every aspect of it was criticised, from the plot, directing, CGI, and even the acting, with Berry receiving the Golden Raspberry for Worst Actress only a few years after she'd won the Oscar for being the best. It also won the Razzie for Worst Director, Screenplay, and Overall Picture, but has apparently found some kind of cult appeal in the years since. But I'm just grateful it exists because it meant that people gave the Ben Affleck Daredevil a break. Yeah, I've got a soft spot for that movie. The Wildstorm universe. Originally launching as Jim Lee's subsidiary of Image Comics in 1992, Wildstorm would house a number of titles such as Wildcats, Gen 13, and Stormwatch, all of which would go on to be owned by DC when Jim Lee sold Wildstorm to him in 1998. This decision was made as Lee wanted to be able to focus more on his art, but Wildstorm took too much time from him whilst he was the publisher. At first, the Wildstorm universe was treated as separate from DC, and launched new series including The Authority and a number of Big Alan Moore titles under the America's Best Comics imprint. Although there had been the odd crossover between DC and Wildstorm, when the New 52 began, the two worlds were merged, giving us titles like a relaunched Stormwatch with the Martian Manhunter in the roster. However, in 2017, DC launched Wildstorm again, but this didn't have the oomph they used to, and they've kind of been one foot in the door, one foot out, because there was a 2023 series, Wallaverse Wildstorm, that was printed under the Black Label imprint. Regardless, Wildstorm is still a key part of DC's history. $130. On March 1st, 1938, a check was issued to Jerome Siegel and Joe Shuster from Detective Comics. This was an advance payment for the full rights to a character that they created that hadn't even debuted yet. In today's money, that's just shy of $3,000, which still doesn't sound worthy when you realise the character in question was Superman. However, when the Man of Steel was met with immediate success, they regretted this decision, even though it was the only way the story could be published. They stayed working for DC, and Siegel even pitched a Superboy concept that the company published without his knowledge. More issues continued to build until the duo sued for ownership in 1947, which after a lengthy lawsuit was settled out of court, and Siegel retained the rights to Superboy along with royalties and a few other perks. In 1965, when the copyright for Superman was due to lapse, the duo applied for ownership again, but this resulted in another court case that I'm not smart enough to get into the details of. But long story short, it went even worse for them than the first one, and it was ruled that the pair had transferred over the rights to Superman. It's fascinating to read about, but all of it is bittersweet, especially when news broke in 2012 that the original $130 check had sold in auction for $160,000. Flashpoint, a 5-issue event that had been set up by Jeff Johns since Barry Allen had returned from the dead. Flashpoint kicked off in 2011 and was at first thought to be the wacky character-focused crossover of the summer, much in a similar fashion to Blackest Night. However, by the end of the final issue in August of 2011, the DC, Vertigo and Wildstorm universes had been merged together to usher in the New 52. The story begins with Barry Allen waking up in an alternate universe where his mum is alive, Atlantis is waging war with Themyscira, and Superman doesn't exist. Beyond giving us the New 52 and some fantastic art from Andy Kubert, Flashpoint is often remembered for the version of Batman it gave us, one where Thomas Wayne is under the cowl, as it was Bruce who was shot in Crime Alley in this universe. Honestly, this event gets overhated, but this was my era of reading weekly single issues, and I will die on this hill that the Batman Knights of Vengeance miniseries is one of the best event tie-ins of all time. Although the New 52 eventually got washed away by Rebirth, the importance of Flashpoint can't be understated, along with the fact it got an animated adaptation in 2023, was leaned on heavily in the CW show in the 2023 Flash movie, and also had a sequel comic, Flashpoint Beyond, that released in 2022. Jim Lee. As of 2023, Jim Lee is the current president, publisher, and chief creative officer of DC, but he already had a legendary career prior to that. In 1991, he'd done the art for Claremont's X-Men issue 1, which was the best-selling comic book of all time. He was one of the 7 Image Comics founders in 1992 and created his own successful studio with Wildstorm. Lee sold this imprint to DC in 1998, but his first major work for the company was when he did the art on Jeff Loeb's Batman Hush in 2002. This was an immediate success, largely attributed to Lee's style, and he also worked on Superman for Tomorrow and All-Star Batman and Robin, which had phenomenal art despite the disappointing stories. Lee continued doing behind-the-scenes work for DC, and in 2010 was announced as co-publisher alongside Dan DiDio and was an integral figure in the New 52 relaunch, whilst also providing art for the flagship Justice League book. Jim continued to work his way up in the company before becoming the sole publisher when DiDio left in 2020, and supported the company throughout the pandemic. This led to him stepping into the role of president in May of 2023, and he has significant input in all areas of DC, including the comics, movies, TV shows and games. Honestly, I don't know if there's a higher position than president, but Jim has played a significant role in the direction of DC over the last 15 years. And if you want to learn more about his career, I did an in-depth video on his top 5 most important works. Milestone Comics. Founded in 1993, Milestone was a company published through DC that was founded by Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cohen, Michael Davies, Derek T. Dingle, and Christopher Priest. As they noticed, minorities were underrepresented in comics and wanted to address this. The first comics launched were Hardware, Icon, Blood Syndicate, and Static, in a shared continuity labelled the Dakotaverse, which is where all these early titles were set. Unfortunately though, Milestone launched at the same time as a number of other new universes, and during a time of oversaturation of new characters, along with the fact that Milestone titles receive limited exposure due to their target demographic. The brand stuck around though until 2008, when it was made defunct and the characters were folded into the main DC continuity, along with Static joining the Teen Titans. DC also released events specifically for the Milestone universe, and even had a Static Shock series as one of the New 52 launch titles. In 2015, the Milestone universe was relaunched with the creation of Earth M, but it was very touch and go with how this was utilised, and fell victim to numerous delays and reboots, and even a lawsuit with the widow of Dwayne McDuffie. Regardless, the Milestone brand continues to this day, with compendiums being released to honour the imprint. Nightfall. One of the most iconic and largest events in Batman's history, one so large that it's made up of a trilogy of events. Nightfall took place across all of the major Bat family titles between 1993 and 1994. The first part saw Bane rise up in Gotham City, freeing all the inmates of Arkham Asylum to cause so much chaos that Batman can't control. With the Dark Knight at his weakest, Bane breaks into Wayne Manor and breaks his back in the now iconic scene. This led into Night Quest, when John Paul Valley is asked by Bruce to fill the mantle of Batman in his absence so that Gotham still has a protector. But slowly, John Paul starts to lose his mind as he seeks to be a better Batman than Bruce. Meanwhile, having travelled the world to try and heal his broken back, Bruce returns to Gotham now that Jean Paul has taken out Bane. Then we get to Night's End, where Bruce has to step back into the role of Batman to fight a Jean Paul Valley who is being driven to insanity through his tireless pursuit of his goal. Using all of his wits, Bruce outsmarts Jean Paul but doesn't have him arrested, as he feels guilt over asking him to be Batman in the first place. Despite high sales, fans initially thought the event was dragged out and just the next in a long list of events that were removing legacy characters. But the legacy of the storyline has endured, with it often being included in the list of the greatest Batman stories, and the storyline was loosely adapted into 2012's The Dark Knight Rises, along with being the name for the ending sequence of Batman Arkham Knight that you only really get to see in full effect after collecting all those damn Riddler trophies. McFarlane Toys. Having taken over the license from Mattel in 2019, McFarlane Toys has been the main producer of action figures for the DC Universe since then. The Todd McFarlane-owned company launched the DC Multiverse line, which was a series of mostly 7-inch figures, or at least to that scale, and covered a plethora of characters, vehicles, and even one-to-one scale memorabilia. Despite the line seemingly being a success with fans, Mattel has recently announced that they've regained the DC license and will produce figures again from 2026, and it's unclear how detrimental this will be to McFarlane Toys. Teen Titans. Launching on Cartoon Network on July 19, 2003, this was an animated show based on the Teen Titans that ran for 5 seasons ending in 2006. It became one of the most popular series on Cartoon Network, nominated for numerous awards, and even went on longer than the original 4-season plan. The show took inspiration from Wolfman and Perez's run on the team, and had Robin, Starfire, Cyborg, Beast Boy, and Raven as the main characters, with each season being centered around one of them. However, despite an online fan campaign and a pitch being presented, the show was cancelled before a 6th season could start. A few reasons why were given, such as a drop in ratings, a poor idea for the 6th season, and a dispute with the main toy company, but Teen Titans did live on with a Trouble in Tokyo movie in 2006, an eventual spiritual successor in Teen Titans Go, and a crossover with that series in 2019, with the original show still maintaining a legacy as one of the best non-Bruce Timm animated universe series, although he was the producer for the first 2 seasons. Kingdom Come. First published in 1996 as a 4-issue miniseries under the Elseworlds banner, Kingdom Come would go on to be one of the most highly acclaimed series in DC's history, with all the pages painted by Alex Ross and a script done by the man himself, Mark fucking Waid, who was brought in to help develop the 40-page pitch that was created by Ross. The story takes place in the future, where Superman is retired following the murder of Lois Lane, and Wonder Woman exiled herself to Themyscira, leaving crime fighting up to this new breed of heroes that don't hold the same values. Things boil up until a battle between the generations erupts, and the fate of heroism in the entire world hangs in the balance. The story was an instant hit, with Kingdom Come going on to win 5 Eisner and Harvey Awards, and the collected edition perpetually being in the bestsellers list for graphic novels. Many sequels and spin-offs based within this universe have been released over the years, with the Superman logo here being used as the inspiration for James Gunn's iteration. In fact, the iconic design of Superman was even used for Brandon Routh's return to the character, and Kingdom Come managed to become one of those stories that became more than just an Elseworld title. Teen Titans Go. After the 2003 Teen Titans series was cancelled and popularity for the brand remained high through the DC Nation shorts, a new series was produced called Teen Titans Go that premiered on April 23, 2013. The animation style was different and the tone was more like a sitcom than the series that inspired it, with it not taking much of the continuity from the 2003 show. This has made it quite polarising, with reviews seeming to either love it or hate it, despite having good enough viewership to spawn 9 seasons, multiple award nominations, with again a box office movie released in 2018 that made $52 million against a $10 million budget. This in itself spawned 3 spin-offs that crossed over with Space Jam, DC Superhero Girls, and the Teen Titans show that kicked this whole thing off. It's also recently started its 9th season with no sign that this is the last one, and with over 400 episodes already, Teen Titans Go is one of the longest running DC cartoons in the modern era. Super Friends. This is a collection of animated series that ran on ABC between 1973 and 1985 as part of the Saturday morning cartoon lineup. It was produced by Hanna-Barbera and ran for 9 seasons and a total of 93 episodes. Over its 12-year run, the show was revamped 7 times, but each time kept the same primary cast of Justice League members. The show was successful enough to spawn multiple spin-offs, including Legends of the Super Friends in 1979, which followed DC characters outside of the league. There was also the Plastic Man comedy adventure show, a Batman cartoon, a new Teen Titans show, and a comic series. The show is still remembered fondly to this day, with its style also being replicated in the Adult Swim sketches. Red Sun. Also known as Soviet Superman, this was a 3-issue Elseworlds story from 2003 that was written by Mark Millar and somehow had 4 pencils listed on it. The book tackles the question of what would happen if Superman had landed in Soviet Russia instead of in Smallville, which was an idea Millar had come up with during childhood and had developed since then. As a state-sponsored hero, the story shows how the Cold War would change, with tensions between the US and the Soviet Union escalating with every action taken by the Man of Steel. It also explores what Batman, Wonder Woman, and other heroes would look like in this universe, and how Lex Luthor's goal would mirror that of his regular counterpart. In 2020, the story was adapted into an animated movie, and as recently as 2024, Matthew Vaughn expressed interest in making a live-action adaptation of the book with Henry Cavill in the lead. The Dark Multiverse. First revealed in Batman issue 49 in April of 2016, the Dark Multiverse is made up of planets that shadow the regular multiverse and contain every free or bad decision ever made. All Earths there have a minus number and are doomed to be destroyed because of the fragile construction. They act as a reflection, so both Earth 12 and minus 12 deal with a world where Batman and Wonder Woman are in a relationship. Earth 22 and minus 22 exist in a reality where the Joker is being killed, and Earth minus 52 is a twisted version of the Prime Earth, a being called Barbatus who was originally the pet of the Dark Multiverse's World Forger, wanted to destroy the regular multiverse with the help of his lieutenant, the Batman Who Laughs. The Dark Multiverse and the characters from it have already appeared at the centre of a handful of storylines and events. During Infinite Frontier, it looked like it was a thing of the past, as a Batman from an alternate Earth stated it was sealed off. However, this was later confirmed to be false. The Omniverse, also sometimes referred to as the Megaverse, this is a concept that was first introduced in issue 62 of Swamp Thing by Rick Veidt, and is the culmination of all multiverses, megaverses and dimensions that have and will ever exist. Although its prominence has faded in and out of relevance since then, following the conclusion of Dark Knight's Death Metal in 2021, the Omniverse was pushed to the forefront once again, and introduced the idea that all previous events previously thought to be retcon do still exist again, with characters gaining all memories of the previous incarnations. Honestly, I don't really understand the science behind this, but the way I understand it is it allows for a creative team to pick and choose what they want to take from continuity to shape into stories moving forward. But I could have sworn this sounded like a much bigger deal when it was announced in 2021. The Triangle Era. One of the most famous eras of Superman that started in 1991 was Superman issue 51 and stretched across all the major Superman books of that time, including Action Comics, Adventures of Superman, and The Man of Steel. The initiative was started to help readers have a more clear understanding of which books followed which, as a common criticism was that the reading order was uncertain. However, the triangle or shield logo with a number on the cover was to be used more as a guide, as each title could still have its own storyline disconnected from the other series, but would still contain references or come together for bigger events like the death of Superman. Pretty much every iconic Superman story of the decade has the triangle on the front, as it graced 524 covers, with the final one being Action Comics issue 785 in 2002. The Triangle Era is a beloved time for Superman, even if it is only defined by the cover, and these issues are currently being collected in the omnibus format. Dr. Manhattan created the New 52. Doomsday Clock, the Jeff Johns-led sequel to Watchmen, an intended launchpad for the Rebirth era, started in November 2017, and was supposed to explain away how the DC universe has changed and why the direction would be different in the future. However, delay after delay meant that the final issue didn't release until December 2019. In this conclusion, it's explained that Dr. Manhattan discovered the DC universe and seeked the reason why it isn't as cynical as his own, so he tweaks and removes part of its history to try and find the answer, whilst chronicling the effects. This takes the form of reboots and new Earths, with Manhattan admitting the creation of one of these universes was a direct result of his meddling, specifying it was after Flashpoint but before this Rebirth. This does retcon Pandora and dispels all of the theories from around this time, but does position Superman back at the centre of everything, and since the New 52 is my jam, I should probably thank Dr. Manhattan. Hostess ads. Between 1975 and 1982, Hostess, the company that makes Twinkies, ran a total of 67 different one-page stories, where one of the DC heroes would encounter a foe in a scenario that could only be solved with a product by Hostess. I read a few of these in preparation for this video, and there's actually quite a lot of charm to them. They're written in the same style as the Adam West TV show, and tell a pretty complete short story. Quite a few writers and artists who would go on to be big names worked on these, but when researching this, it doesn't appear that all of them are readily available. New Frontier. Released as a 6-issue limited series in 2004, with the legendary Darwin Cook on both writing and illustrating, with Dave Stewart on colours, DC The New Frontier explores the forgotten time between the Gold and Silver Age of comics. Established heroes like Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman meet newcomers like Martian Manhunter, Hal Jordan and Barry Allen, leading up to the formation of the Justice League. On release, the series was heralded as an instant classic, going on to win 4 Eisner and 4 Harvey Awards, along with tons of merchandise, an Absolute Edition, and even being picked up to be the second entry in the DC animated original movies line. However, expectations for that film were unrealistically high since it was following the death of Superman, but if you want to know more about this, I'd recommend watching my Darwin Cook Top 5 Notable Works video. 52. Starting in May of 2006, this was a weekly series that acted as a way of expanding the DC universe in the time between Infinite Crisis and 1 year later, a time when Superman, Batman and Wonder Woman had disappeared from the public eye. Due to the scope of the project and the fact that a weekly comic series of this size hadn't been done before for a full year, writing duties were shared between Jeff Johns, Grant Morrison, Keith Giffen, Greg Rucka, and the man himself, Mark fucking Waid. Each writer had a different storyline that took place in real time across the course of the year. So issue 1 was week 1, issue 2 week 2, and so on and so forth. Despite some reservations from the industry prior to its release, 52 was a critical and commercial success, with the series even having a spin-off during the original run. Characters like Black Adam, Renee Montoya, and Booster Gold had a huge resurgence in popularity, and DC thought the key to success was due to the weekly schedule, so they followed it up with Countdown to Final Crisis and Trinity popularity after that, but the same feeling couldn't be recaptured. However, the legacy of 52 lives on, and it beat Action Comics Weekly as the longest published weekly comic by a major North American publisher. I read it a few years back, still loved it, and even did a video on it. Okay, now we're jumping into tier 3, and what I'm defining this one as is it's pretty much stuff that most comic fans would know, but only if you've been reading for a little bit of time. So if you've only recently started reading and you don't know a lot about the generations throughout DC, then this is going to be the one where you might not know about everything. There's going to be some more obscure topics, but at the same time, if you ask most comic fans, they might need a little bit of prompting, but they'd probably still know about most of these. Boom tube. The colloquial name for a transportation device used throughout the DC universe that was developed on Apocalypse and appeared in Jack Kirby's Forever People in March of 1971. It works by creating a wormhole through space which allows the user to travel across interstellar distances in an instant. It needs a device to work, and more often than not, this comes in the form of a mother box, but it can use anything that's powered by Element X. The tech has been developed over the years to allow users to travel through time as well as space, but the name remains the same as the boom references the noise the device makes whilst in use. Star Labs. An anagram for Science and Technology Advanced Research Laboratories, this is a well-established research organisation within the DC universe that first appeared in 1971. They're independent from the government, which was the aim of founder Garrison Slate, who saw the company expand across the globe with over 20 locations, each specialising in a different area of expertise. The second body that they want to be independent from is business interests so that they couldn't be swayed by money, which caught the ire of Lex Luthor, who attempted to buy Star Labs but wasn't successful. Honestly, they're a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free company for when a story needs a science-based lab, as it's being used to develop tech for Cyborg, and outside of the comics is where various members of the Flash family have worked. The original DCEU film slate. In October 2014, following the launch of the DCEU with Man of Steel the year earlier, and the announcement of a Batman vs Superman movie at the 2013 San Diego Comic-Con, Warner Brothers announced the plans for the first phase of their cinematic universe that they wanted to rival Marvel. Now, 10 years later, some movies were released to the schedule like Suicide Squad in 2016, Wonder Woman in 2017, Aquaman in 2018, and Shazam in 2019. Justice League, which was originally intended to be 2 movies, was condensed into 1 and released in 2017. But we've already been over that nightmare, and I really don't want to go back. The Flash had a tumultuous production, but for better or worse, was released in 2023. A standalone Ben Affleck Batman movie was repurposed into 2022's The Batman, and was immediately panned by a vocal minority before they'd even seen it, and the announced Cyborg, Green Lantern Corps, and Man of Steel sequel were cancelled altogether. The most bizarre part of this is the movies released during this time that weren't part of the schedule, as if they hadn't put more on the plate than they could handle already. National Allied Publications. Although DC is the brand, it wasn't always the name. Opening in 1935 and founded by Malcolm Wheeler Nicholson, a year later they opened a second company called Detective Comics Incorporated, which printed the majority of DC's titles. This was also a joint venture with Harry Donenfeld and Jack Leibowitz, who Malcolm fell in debt to by 1938 and was forced to declare bankruptcy, which meant that his National Allied company was seized by Harry and Jack, with the publication folding into Detective Comics Incorporated, which is the official birth of the DC Comics that we now know. Future State. This is an event that took place at the beginning of 2021 that led to the ushering in of Infinite Frontier. The premise was to show a possible future for the DC universe, where a new Justice League led by John Kent protects the Earth, and the next generation of established heroes step up. Tim Fox, the estranged son of Lucius, is Batman in this world, and something is happening with the Legion of Superheroes. And that's honestly the best description of that book that I can give you, despite the fact that I only read it 2 days ago. It's gonna make sense in my next video. Despite only running for 3 months and being immediately followed by a relaunch, there were a ton of series released for this, and reviews of the event were generally positive. Batman vs Superman in I Am Legend. In the opening scene of the 2007 Will Smith movie, a billboard in Times Square teased a movie featuring Batman and Superman. This was snuck in by Akiva Goldman, who prior to writing and producing I Am Legend, had drafted a script for a potential movie that featured the 2 DC icons. Funnily enough, Goldman didn't have permission to use the logos, but as Warner Brothers distributed and owned the movie, they would have only infringed copyright on themselves. After Batman vs Superman was announced, the internet believed the film predicted it, but it was more shocking how it predicted a virus would shut down Times Square. Superman ended the KKK. In an example of comics having a positive effect on the real world, one storyline that took place over 16 episodes in the Adventures of Superman radio serial was the Clan of the Fiery Cross, using real-world intel from activist William Stetson Kennedy, who had infiltrated the clan, the rituals, and learned the code words, exposed the bigotry of the group on the radio show in a story where Superman went up against the clan. The serial made a massive impact on the reputation of the KKK, and led to a significant decrease in memberships, which the group never recovered from. The clan responded by denouncing the serial and calling for a ban on Kellogg's products, as they were the ones who sponsored the radio show, but Superman did more damage to them than they ever could to him, and the story was loosely adapted into the 2019 series Superman Smashes the Clan. Charlton Comics. Birth home to the likes of Blue Beetle, Captain Atom, The Question and the Peacemaker, Charlton Comics was founded in 1945 and was unique in the fact that they controlled all aspects of publishing, rather than outsourcing the printing and distribution. In 1954 they purchased a number of other companies, including Fawcett Publications, and in the Silver Ages when they really expanded their superhero output, having focused on genre titles prior to that, but by the 80s they had lost their foothold in the industry. This led to DC striking a deal in 1983 where they paid $5,000 per character, and where Alan Moore eyed them up for his Watchmen proposal before they were folded into the main DC universe through Crisis on Infinite Earths. Despite a few attempts at fan revivals, the company was officially defunct in 1986. DC Implosion. The comic equivalent of giving with one hand and taking with another, because in the early 70s, DC noticed they were losing their foothold in the industry to Marvel, and launched the DC Explosion, a named initiative that started a few years earlier, with DC launching 30 new titles from 1975. However, for nearly the entirety of 1978, sales were poor, leading to the company cancelling all new series in development, and every title with lackluster sales, with even Detective Comics considered for cancellation at one point. Due to this, it became known as the DC Implosion, and there were 40% less titles on the shelves than before the explosion, along with layoffs across all levels of staff. A 2-issue Ashcan series called the Cancelled Comics Cavalcade was released that collected some of the material from the series and issues that didn't make it onto shelves, but otherwise, these stories have mostly been lost to the implosion. Batman's gun. Early on in his vigilante crusade, Batman brandished a pistol to help in his war against crime. The first time he used it was to shoot 2 vampires with silver bullets, and it was utilised to destroy death rays and draw the attention of police. Although he primarily used it as a tool similar to his grappling or EMP gun, the pistol was scrapped when the no-kill code became a staple of the character, as it didn't fit with the image, and this was retconned into being something that only the Earth 2 Batman used. However, in Year 2, the Dark Knight did pick up a pistol again, and even contemplated killing Joe Chill with it, but this was retconned in Zero Hour. The biggest recent example is when Bruce wielded a pistol to shoot Darkseid with a bullet made of Radion, which led to the Justice League saving the day, but for the most part the gun has stayed out of the utility belt. DC Superhero Girls. This is the name of an animated web series that launched in 2015 and would go on to get its own TV series in 2019. It was aimed at a young female audience and was set at superhero high school, following various DC heroes as they deal with their superpowers and classes. 112 episodes were made across 5 seasons, all of which were on YouTube, and the popularity of the series led to the brand getting merchandise and graphic novel lines. Lauren Faust was approached to relaunch the series as a TV show, which ran for 2 seasons and relocated to Metropolis High School, and zeroed in the focus on Wonder Woman, Batgirl, Green Lantern, Zatanna, Supergirl and Bumblebee. There was a total of 78 episodes and 3 crossovers, with the last time this team was seen being in a direct-to-DVD movie with Teen Titans Go in 2022. New Krypton. This was a huge Superman event written by Jeff Johns, James Robinson and Sterling Gates that kicked off at the end of 2008 until May of 2010. Between Superman, Supergirl and Action Comics, New Krypton became World of New Krypton, then codenamed Patriot, Last Stand of New Krypton, and War of the Supermen. It started after the 100,000 Kryptonian inhabitants of Kandor had been restored, and they relocated near the Fortress of Solitude, but aren't keen on assimilating with Earth, and want to thrive as a separate nation. This leads to conflicts, battles, and the formation of a new Krypton that they can all inhabit, except for Superman who isn't welcome. This might be the nostalgia talking, but when I was growing up, those green and red pentagons were what I'd go into a comic shop and look for, even though this went on for nearly 100 issues. The ramifications of New Krypton can still be seen in recent years, but the storyline itself has largely been forgotten, despite taking up such a huge part of the modern era of Superman. Constantine. Based on the Hellblazer Vertigo title, this was a short-lived 13-episode series that premiered in October 2014 and starred Matt Ryan in the lead role. It followed similar occult cases as the comic series, but struggled to bring in viewers whilst live. However, there was a big fan base on catch-up services, which caused ample discussions around if a second season was possible. But in May of 2015, NBC declined renewing the show, leading to it fading into obscurity and surviving as a cult classic. Yet despite the initial show not having connections to the Arrowverse, Matt Ryan did reprise his role in Arrow, Legends of Tomorrow, Batwoman, The Flash, and in the animated Harley Quinn show. There was also a pseudo-sequel with an animated web series subtitled City of Demons that was seen as a swan song for this version of the character, Gardner Fox. One of the most important figures in early DC history, Gardner Fox wrote an estimated 1,500 comics for DC and helped create characters including The Flash, Hawkman, the JSA, the Justice League, and the very concept of the multiverse. This is on top of him writing some of the earliest issues of Batman and playing a hand in most of the big titles during the golden age of DC. Due to the fact that DC refused to provide healthcare and other benefits to older creators, he stopped working for them in 1968, but the foundations he'd built are still in use today, and his name doesn't get mentioned as much as it should do when you think of the pioneers of the industry. Just imagine, Stan Lee, a name synonymous with Marvel Comics, had a 13-issue miniseries in 2001 where he gave his take on how he'd have created an idea or character from the DC universe, and worked with a different big-name artist for each one. The obvious ones are there, like Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman and the JLA, but even more unlikely ones got the focus, like Secret Files and Origins, Crisis, and Sandman, although I could have sworn that his version of that is already doing well. Everything from the designs, origin stories, and even names are changed, but there is an overarching story across the series that ties everything together. However, since none of the changes were ever retconned into main continuity, it's likely fans were happy with this being contained to Wave 6. Alan Moore created Blackest Night. Although Blackest Night is mostly remembered as a 2009 company-wide crossover led by Jeff Johns, the seeds of the idea come from a 1986 short story by Alan Moore in Tales of the Green Lantern Corps' second annual. Tigers tells the story of Abin Sur venturing to the decimated Empire of Tears in pursuit of a crashed ship, where he learns of the final catastrophe of the Green Lanterns, along with a prophecy telling of a war of light, and a series of events that lead up to it. Johns himself has said that this is the origin of his event, and considering this was just a throwaway short story for Moore, he wasn't too positive on the idea being used as a springboard for a full event. Batman Ninja. First released on digital in April of 2018 and later on physical media, Batman Ninja is a collaboration between Warner Brothers and Yamato Works, with designs from Afro Samurai creator Takashi Okazaki. The story starts in modern day Gotham when Gorilla Grodd sends Batman back to feudal Japan, where he finds that the Joker has the samurai army and pretty much all of his allies arrived there 2 years earlier and created the Bat Clan. This builds to an all-out battle, and I'm going to be honest, the designs look amazing, the action is fun, but I thought this would have worked better if it hadn't have bothered with anything from the modern day, in a similar vein to Gotham by Gaslight. However, this movie still received positive reviews and was successful enough for a sequel this year. Titled Batman Ninja vs Yakuza League, set a day after the first movie where the world has changed, Japan no longer exists, and neither do the Justice League. No word yet on if there'll be a trilogy. The fourth world was originally for Marvel, although it became the pinnacle of Jack Kirby's time over at DC and launched its own part of the universe. The fourth world concept was one that Kirby had wanted to bring into his time on Thor. He managed to do a soft launch in the Inhuman series, but kept the bulk of his ideas and characters out, as he wanted to eventually write a storyline where Asgard went to war against another planet of gods, which would result in Ragnarok. However, Kirby was getting irritated with Marvel due to a lack of credit for the work he was doing, and didn't want everyone else getting credit for his creation and then no say on how the characters are used. This caused him to keep the ideas secret, and it was only when showing DC editor Carmine Infantino that he convinced Jack to pitch them to DC and leave Marvel, which became one of the defining moments of his career. Although his work on Thor was already legendary, it does make you wonder how it would have been if Kirby's idea had gone down the Marvel route. Pennyworth. Yep, we really got an Alfred TV show before Nightwing made it onto the big screen, but originally devised as a prequel to the Gotham show, Pennyworth debuted in June of 2019 and ran for 3 seasons before being cancelled in 2022. But beyond the jokes, this had an interesting premise as it followed a young Alfred Pennyworth as he sets up his own security company in an alternate London that takes place in the same universe as V for Vendetta. Jack Bannon starred in the lead role, and despite reservations about the series, it was generally well received on release, although there were some criticisms criticisms at how heavy-handed the connections to the Batman universe could be. However, even adding in a subtitle of the origin of Batman's butler for the third series wasn't enough to get picked up for a fourth, despite building a cult following. Wednesday Comics. As a homage to Sunday newspapers, in 2009 DC launched a weekly series that ran for 12 issues called Wednesday Comics. Printed in a 14x20 broadsheet format, each issue was 16 fold-out pages in length and featured a different story focused on a separate hero from a unique creative team to make one of the more interesting anthology series that's ever been released by DC. The first page of the Superman story by John R. Cuddy and Lee Bermejo was also published in USA Today, and the series won the 2010 Harvey Award for Best Anthology. A hardcover collection of the series was printed in full size, which makes it difficult to place on a shelf, but it is getting a reprint later this year. And this is another book that would look great on your shelf, so if you wanted to pick that up or any other and support the channel at the same time but you're in the US or some kind of territory over in North America, then the only place that you need to go is Organic Price Books. They've got great packaging, fast shipping and amazing customer services, and if you use code WOOFWOOF you'll get $2 off your order. And if you're ordering 3 or more books and you want them to be delivered together, make sure you use code WOOFWOOF, ship it together for 5% off your entire order. Don't worry, you can just copy and paste them from the description down below and you can use these codes as many times as you like. Wolfman and Perez and Teen Titans Go. Having relaunched the Teen Titans back in the 80s, it's only fitting that Marv Wolfman and George Perez appeared in the Teen Titans Go series. In fact, they got their own episode in season 7, where the two comic creators voice themselves as they spend the whole episode coming up with ideas for a Teen Titans comic series, and eventually crossed paths with the team. Although viewership wasn't huge, it was a beloved episode within the comic community, even more so since Perez's unfortunate passing. The Flash TV show. When you think of the Flash on TV, it's probably the CW series, but back in September 1990, CBS ran a 22-episode show centered around Barry Allen in his double life as the Flash. You see him gain his abilities, become a vigilante to avenge his murdered brother, and build his rogues gallery over the course of the series. John Wesley Shipp starred in the lead role, and notably Mark Hamill was cast as a trickster before he'd ever voiced the Joker. The 2-hour pilot episode cost $6 million to make, and was so up to the deadlines that the effects were completed 1 week before he debuted. However, it was a big success, with 22 million viewers tuning in, but CBS was constantly moving the series' time slot to try and avoid other big shows, but it also meant that it wasn't easy to know when it was going to be on. Although at its lowest point it still brought in 8.4 million viewers, CBS cancelled the show after just 1 season, despite there already being plans for a continuation. But the show has become a cult classic, with many claiming it was too ahead of its time, and many of the cast reprised the roles for cameos in the Arrowverse. Robin lives. The story of Jason Todd's fate being left in the hands of fans is one that will crop up a few times in this video if it hasn't done so already, but it's long stated that an alternate story had been created in case Jason lived, but only a few pages for this had been seen in the collected editions. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I don't think this was true back then. But in 2024, JMD Matias and Rick Leonardi worked on Death in the Family Robin Lives, a 4-part miniseries claiming to be from the DC Vault. The Joker still beat Jason Todd with a crowbar, but this time he was put into a coma. The story opens after the Joker is killed, and explores Jason's life as he deals with the trauma inflicted and the resentment towards Batman for getting him into this situation. There's a lot of overlap with how Jason is during his Red Hood arc, leading to a deeper question of if Jason was doomed either way. But I'm not buying that they had this script back in the 80s. Separation from Diamond. Having been the sole distributor of single issues since the 80s, DC Comics severing ties with Diamond distributors in 2020 came as huge news for the industry. Diamond were the reason DC had managed to expand into more territories, launch the graphic novel initiative, and streamline the distribution process. But during the pandemic, they had to shut down completely, which led to DC searching for alternatives so that they could continue delivering comics. And then on June 5th, 2020, it was announced that Penguin Random House would be taking on DC's graphic novel delivery, and single issue shipping being handled by both UCS comic distributors and Luna. At first, no one was sure if this would be worse for DC or Diamond, but since then, Marvel and IDW have also left Diamond, so it looks like DC set a trend. Superman couldn't fly. Although it's one of his most famous abilities, Superman was first said to be flying during an episode of his radio show in 1940. This means that Marvel's Namor the Submariner was the first ever hero to showcase the ability of flight during his second ever appearance in 1939. This is despite the fact that Superman debuted the year before and is often regarded as the first hero to fly. Aquaman eats fish. A common misconception of Aquaman is that he's some pro-fish amphibian who talks to fish, rather than just being the king of Atlantis who can control fish. This notion was confronted head-on in the debut issue of Jeff Johns' New 52 run of the character, when Aquaman visits Sam's Seafood to the shock of everyone. Also, my local fish and chip shop is called Sam's, so shout out to them. He orders the fish and chips, which is immediately called out by eavesdroppers, to which he clarifies that fish don't have sufficient brain power to be able to hold a conversation, and therefore he doesn't have any qualms ordering fish. However, he doesn't actually eat any, as the customers there piss him off so much that he leaves before his food is even made. The Superman punch. The jab, the cross, uppercut, hook. There are plenty of punches within boxing and combat sports, but there's only one that's known as a Superman punch, a real world but rarely used technique, where the fighter feigns a kick or simply propels themselves forward off the back foot and throws a cross. Although also known as a jumping punch, diving punch or cobra punch, it's widely known for its resemblance to the Man of Steel's flying pose, and also from when Francis Ngannou threw it at the end of his fight with Tyson Fury that he was absolutely robbed in. But that's a topic for a different time. New Fun. First published in February 1935, New Fun, the big comic magazine, was the first title published by National Allied Publications, which would later become DC Comics. So this is technically the first DC comic. It was an anthology series that ran for 127 issues, and introduced a plethora of characters that are still around today, such as Aquaman, Green Arrow, the Spectre, and Dr. Fate. Although later rebranded as More Fun, the title was cancelled in 1947, and isn't remembered as much as action or detective comics, which might be for the best as MF Comics doesn't roll off the tongue as well as DC. Blue Superman. After he'd returned to life following his battle with Doomsday, the Eradicator restored Kal-El's powers by transferring all of his energy. This then left him open to absorb more than just radiation from the Yellow Sun, which sent his superpowers into overdrive. But during the final night event, the sun was blocked out, and even when it returned, Superman was still powerless. A few remedies were tried, and in 1997 he eventually became pure energy, which required him to have a containment suit to maintain a physical form. This debuted in Superman issue 123. He was notably faster, could interact with computers, and impervious to kryptonite whilst as Electric Blue Superman. This lasted for about a year, and even appeared without much of an explanation in Grant Morrison's JLA. It even went on to spawn a red version as well after fighting Cyborg Superman. This all came to a head in the Millennium Giant storyline, where Superman, depleted of all of his powers, merged and returned to his original form. Steel. Based on a character who debuted just a few years earlier during the reign of the Supermen, this 1997 movie was one of the biggest box office bombs of the year, which is even more baffling when it only had a budget of $16 million and had basketball icon Shaq in the lead role of John Henry Irons. But as was apparent from his cameo in Good Burger, he's not the best actor. The plot centers around John Henry Irons as he builds a suit of armor with his paralyzed partner Susan Sparks. This is so that he can get revenge on Nathaniel Burke, a rival weapons maker who caused Susan's paralysis. Honestly, I've never seen this, so I'm just hoping that the Google synopsis is correct. But the production was rushed and messy, with Wesley Snipes originally being eyed up for the lead role. To no one's surprise, the film originally grossed $1.7 million and was critically panned, with Shaq receiving a Razzie nomination for his performance. It's such a good job that Wesley Snipes chose instead to star in Blade, which released 1 year later. Harpoon-handed Aquaman. Anytime you hear someone insult Aquaman or say he isn't a badass, show them this. Despite redefining his image, the way it came about in the second issue of Peter David's legendary run is a little less metal. Having withdrawn from society and grown out his hair and beard, Aqualad brings him out of seclusion and runs into a new villain on the scene, Charybdis. And I just know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Having bested Aquaman and got him in full mount, he holds his wrist into the water where it's quickly eaten by piranhas. With the arm beyond healing, Aquaman fashions a harpoon on the end, which became a staple for the character through the 90s. After a few issues, it's replaced with a mechanical golden harpoon and eventually a mechanical hand, with the iconic harpoon being relegated to a switch out. Despite the stigma that the 90s was full of gimmicks that had no weight, it wasn't until 2010 when Aquaman was brought back to life in Jeff Johns' Blackest Night that his organic hand was returned. Superman vs. Meshi. No, that's not my lisp making it difficult to say Lionel Messi. Crossing over into the world of manga, Superman vs. Meshi is written by Mayagawa Satoshi and illustrated by Katago Kai, with the plot revolving around Superman visiting Japan to try out different restaurants. Honestly, that's it. There's been 3 volumes released so far since 2023, and I read the first one and it's so daft that it's hard not to like it. I don't know if it counts as being in continuity, but I've seen Superman eat in the regular DC universe, so who knows? And there's more than enough Justice League members cropping up to flesh out the world. Grant Morrison appears in Animal Man. In the 26th and final issue of Grant Morrison's classic run on Animal Man, having been on a mission of self-discovery, Buddy Baker comes face to face with the very writer of the series he's in. Having trudged through comic book limbo, Grant invites Buddy into their house and explains how they were behind all the misfortunes Buddy suffered over the course of the series, and that a new writer will soon be taking over. It's one of the more interesting climaxes to a series, but seems to be one of those moments that is more famous than the entire series that came before it. Superman made Lex Luthor bald. Although the Golden Age Lex Luthor was bald because of a mix-up between artists, the Silver Age version was given an expanded backstory that only amplified his hatred for Superman. In Adventure Comics issue 271, as a teen in Smallville, Lex conducts thousands of science experiments in a lab that Superboy gifted him after Lex saved him from kryptonite. One such is creating an artificial living protoplasm that causes a chemical fire which Superboy has to put out. The research is ruined, chemicals are spilled, and the fumes cause Lex's hair to fall out. Although Superboy was just trying to save the day, Lex fails to accept any responsibility and his hatred festers. DC Universe Online. This is a free-to-play MMO that has been released on a lot of consoles, going all the way back to 2011. I'll be honest, I didn't realise it was still going until I started researching this, because all I remember is that phenomenal cinematic trailer from back in 2010. Every couple of years I go back and watch this again, and I forget that there was even a game attached to it. But there is, and it was developed by Dimensional Ink Games, and allows the player to create a hero or villain within the DC universe and complete missions to level up the character. After escaping Brainiac's ship, the character will either join the Society or the Justice League, and the game has been consistently updated with content and new storylines ever since, with there still being around 400,000 active users, a comic series inspired by it, and decent reviews since it was released. But seriously, go watch the cinematic trailer if you've never seen it. It was a better Justice League movie than the Justice League movie. Jeff Johns. One of the biggest names when it comes to the modern era of DC, especially as Johns stepped into the role of Chief Creative Officer between 2010 and 2018, and was president of the company for 2 of those years. He broke into the industry by cold calling Richard Donner for an internship, who happened to pick up the phone on accident, which led to him being invited to the DC offices where he was asked to pitch an idea, and led with Stars and Stripe. From here he worked with James Robinson on JSA, which is where his writing really began to shine, and for the next decade or so, Johns would be at the forefront of most of the biggest stories at DC, including Green Lantern, The Flash, Infinite Crisis and Justice League. His role of CCO extended beyond the comics, as he was involved in pretty much all of the bad DC movies from the 2010s, but also helped produce some of the best TV shows of the era as well. He has received some criticism over the years for how his stories can often rely on building on what Alan Moore had created, such as with Three Jokers, Doomsday Clock and Blackest Night. But despite no longer being in the CCO or president role, he has continued to write for DC in recent years, while setting up his own company through Image. Unfortunately though, he did catch a lot of flack for the failure of the DCEU, despite coming on after the plan was already in place, which gave us one of the funniest one-sided beefs in recent years, when Ray Fisher, who played Cyborg in Justice League, accused Johns and pretty much anyone else that he could of racism, which he alleged is why most of his role was cut from the initial movie, rather than it being that the guy couldn't fucking act, and this isn't a movie that had Gal Gadot in it. But fortunately, people who read comics, Warner Media themselves, and Johns' ex-wife, who happens to be black, came to his defense, and despite Fisher's campaign against Jeff, his legacy remains intact. Mortal Kombat vs DC Universe. Developed by the now bankrupt Midway Games for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, this 2008 fighting game combined the world of Mortal Kombat, which is mostly known for its brutal kills, and the DC Universe, mainly the Justice League, a team largely known for the no-kill code. However, the game still offered a fun arcade-style fighting experience, which saw the two worlds merge and require both sides to fight until only one remained. It's very much the precursor to the Injustice series, and a not-so-subtle answer to the Marvel vs. Capcom line, but received mostly positive reviews, and is said to have sold around 2 million copies. Superman 2 Richard Donner cut. After the tumultuous production of Superman 2 back in 1979, which led to the original director Richard Donner being replaced by Richard Lester, a large part of Donner's film was rewritten and reshot, deviating from his original plan. Interest in a director's cut was an underground thing until 2001, when a restored version of the first Superman was released, along with 6 tons of footage that was presumed lost being uncovered. Online petitions began clamouring for Donner's cut to be released, but one of the biggest hurdles was that Richard himself was reluctant to revisit the project. Rights issues over the footage, along with legal problems over using Brando's performance, also caused delays. Work didn't get started on the project until 2005, with Donner initially wanting no involvement, although he later went back on this decision. Less than 20% of Lester's footage was utilised, but the recutting and cleaning up of archival footage was extensive, with some scenes in the final version not having the same level of effects as the theatrical release. However, Superman 2: The Richard Donner Cut premiered in Hollywood on November 2nd, 2006, and released on home media later that same month. Response to the movie was mixed, with most praising the effort, removal of unfunny scenes, and a commitment to a more serious tone, but others felt that there was a lack of cohesion between plot points, which is a result of the footage being missing. However, a large number of fans preferred Donner's version over Lester and consider it the true sequel to Superman. Joker: One Operation Joker. Taking place over 3 volumes between November 2023 and April 2024, Joker: One Operation Joker was a manga series written by Satoshi Maegawa and illustrated by Kazuki Goto. The plot starts with your standard fight between Batman and the Joker, but when the Dark Knight falls into a vat of acid, it somehow turns him into a baby. Without his mortal enemy, the Joker lacks purpose and decides to raise the baby Batman as his own. I know, how did they not think of this story before? The series then follows Joker going through the trials of fatherhood and encountering other members of the Batman universe along the way. Dan DiDio, one of the most important names over at DC in the 21st century. Originally from New York, he'd get his first freelance writing jobs for a handful of TV shows before joining DC Comics. He started as vice president and editor in 2002 and moved to a number of high-level roles during his time with the company, rising all the way up to co-publisher along with Jim Lee in 2010. His reputation centered around the way he connected with the community, with his very open column DC Nation and his many public appearances at conventions and panels, along with his involvement with high-profile projects like 52, Wednesday Comics, and the New 52 company-wide relaunch. There have been a handful of titles that he wrote for DC over the years, including the criminally underrated OMAC with Keith Giffen, but he was more famous for his work behind the scenes. In February 2020, he stepped down as co-publisher, with neither DC or DiDio specifying why. Some say it was due to the company restructuring, whereas Bleeding Cool had reported that Dan had been fired. At least we can all agree that was the worst thing that happened that year. Emperor Joker. What's more dangerous than the Joker? Well, the Joker with the abilities of Mxyzptlk, which became a reality and gave the world Emperor Joker in Superman issue 160. After Mix gets the idea to see what would happen if an Earthling had his powers, he grants the honour to the Joker, but accidentally gave him near full control instead of the intended 1%. In seconds, reality is being reshaped into a backwards world based on his image, where time is stuck in an endless loop, Bizarro is the greatest hero, and Superman is a wanted criminal. However, despite his ruling, Batman is still his weakness, no matter how many times the Joker kills him. This is used to weaken his image so that Superman, Mix, and the Spectre can restore reality back to what it was, but the cost of Batman's psyche, and Superman has to remove the memories of Emperor Joker so that he can go on. And I have to admit, I love Emperor Joker's design. The Seinfeld Superman. Comedian Jerry Seinfeld is a huge fan of Superman and has been since his childhood, so much so that there's an urban legend that there's a Superman reference in all 172 episodes of his sitcom. These range from the obvious, such as the John Williams theme playing in the race, or an episode about a Bizarro Jerry. Some are more subtle, such as a passing mention of the Man of Steel in a conversation, or pajamas that resemble Clark's iconic design, or just a convenient placing of a Superman magnet or logo in Jerry's apartment. However, since the show concluded, eagle-eyed viewers have spotted more than a few episodes without any mention or sighting of the Man of Steel. Yet Seinfeld's love for the character is a key part of his career, with Jerry even starring in a couple of adverts alongside Superman in 1997. Batman is facing forward. It's one of the most famous covers in DC history, with Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns issue 1 having the silhouette of an older, bulkier Batman leaping out into a night sky lined with lightning. For decades, it was just assumed that his back was facing the reader, even to the point where it was homaged in Snyder's Batman v Superman. So, I guess it must be someone else's fault if it's wrong then. However, in November 2023, the debate came alive that the entire time it had been Batman's front that was facing us. People from all corners of the internet chimed in, but when the roughs from the gallery edition were brought into the argument, it was kinda game over, as Miller had shown him as facing front from the very beginning. Imaginary stories. We spoke earlier about Elseworlds, but Imaginary Stories was the catalyst for that, going all the way back to 1942 when Superman issue 19 retroactively became the first story to fall under this umbrella. This followed Lois as she goes to the cinema to watch one of Superman's cartoons that does actually exist to see if the Man of Steel's identity is revealed. A few similar stories that followed alternate scenarios or out-of-continuity stories appeared throughout the years, until the Imaginary Stories label was used on a reprint of Superman issue 19 in 1966, and the other stories were grouped under this imprint as well. This label, although hypocritical because all of Superman's stories are imaginary, extended to other characters in the DC universe is a fun way to explore ideas without needing to worry about the impact of continuity. Ironically, ideas that were tried out here would eventually make the way to the main universe, such as the death of Superman, what if Superman married Lois Lane, and what if Batman started a family. This line would eventually be replaced by Elseworlds, with the last published imaginary story being Alan Moore's Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow. Hollywoodland. This 2006 movie was directed by Alan Coulter and follows the life and death of Superman actor George Reeves. Ironically, Ben Affleck plays Reeves, making him the only person to play both Batman and Superman on the big screen, as far as I'm aware. Originally, the movie was to be called Truth, Justice and the American Way, but as the film was developed by Miramax, Warner Brothers pushed back on the title because they were promoting Superman Returns around the same time. I guess the death of Superman would have caused issues too. WB also had final approval on the portrayal of any of their characters, but despite this, the movie still released to positive reviews despite not being a huge success at the box office, and it is an interesting insight into the first Superman on the small screen, even if it is heavily fictionalized. Superman Beyond 3D. As part of Final Crisis in 2007, a 2-issue Superman Beyond tie-in was released that also came with a pair of 3D glasses. The Doug Monkey art would literally leap off the page. At least that's what I'm assuming since I've only read this in the omnibus, which was in 2D, whereas the Absolute Edition does have the extra dimension and glasses. I feel like this can't be the first time that DC tried something like this, but I also can't find any other examples of a similar gimmick either. AI generated Batman story. In the faraway year of 2019, a time before AI had taken over every aspect of our lives, Keith and Patty made an AI watch of 1000 hours of Batman media so that it could write a script, and honestly, I'd watch this movie. In just one line, it showed how it understood the Joker better than Jared Leto ever did with, "I am such a freak. Society is bad. You drink water? I drink anarchy," along with Alfred serving up some goth ham and Bruce looking for his parents until he remembers they're dead. Every sentence in this is more baffling than the one before it, so if you didn't hear about it when it made the rounds, treat yourself. Swamp Thing TV show. Premiering in May of 2019, this was a 10-episode series that was on the DC Universe app, but was cancelled just 1 week after the first episode. It follows Abby Arcane as she uncovers the mystery around Alec Holland, a disgraced scientist who died but survives within the Swamp Thing. It was well received and praised for fully immersing itself into the horror element of the source material, but was still cancelled due to creative differences behind the scenes and a shortfall in the budget. Black Manta's Record. Somehow, issue 452 of Adventure Comics in 1977 managed to be approved by the Comics Code Authority, despite the fact that the issue ends with Aquaman's infant son being suffocated. It happened because Manta had captured Arthur Curry Jr. in a bubble filling with air, and forced Aquaman to fight Aqualad to the death, or else the infant would die. After escaping and immediately launching his trident at the bubble, he was already too late and Jr. had died. Sure, Black Manta wasn't exactly holding a pillow over the kid's face, but still, this led to Aquaman splitting up with Mera, and although he didn't do it with his own hands, Black Manta holds the title of the first comic book character to deliberately kill a kid, and I'm not sure if that's a record anybody would really want. Superman's strongest punch. In issue 25 of Scott Snyder's Justice League run, Superman finds himself imprisoned in the 6th dimension, and Batman guides him to a set of suns that he can fly through to charge up his punch and break free. However, the supercharging of his powers is so extreme that not only does Clark break out of the prison, but destroys the very universe he was contained to. On top of that, he leaves a huge dent in the planet, showing that the limits to Superman's powers are still unknown. This is on top of the fact that the Earth 2 version of Superman managed to break a dimensional wall between Paradise and Earth during Infinite Crisis. And that just made me come up with a great idea. I swear no one's thought of this. Like, imagine if somebody had that kind of level of power, but they were, I don't know, evil. JL8. Launched in November 2011 by Yale Stewart, JL8 was a webcomic that featured short stories of the Justice League members as if they were 8 years old. Originally called Little League, it's garnered positive reviews and even award nominations, whilst Yates has used the series to raise money for various charities. It's published on its own website, with the project still remaining active and evading the ire of DC Comics ever since it's been created. Okay, now we're jumping into tier 4, and what I've defined this one as is that I imagine most of comic fans probably wouldn't know about it, or maybe they really forgot about it quickly. So there might be stuff that we thought was going to be the next big thing a few years ago, but then disappeared off the face of the earth. Basically, it's more obscure comic fan stuff, or just things that we forgot about really quickly. Aquaman Battle for Atlantis. Released for the Xbox and GameCube exclusively in North America, this 2003 game was universally panned on release and then faded into obscurity after that. Developed by Lucky Chicken Games, it's loosely based on Peter David's interpretation of Aquaman and starts with Black Manta returning to wreak havoc on Atlantis, with the very throne of Atlantis being at stake. The gameplay is very bare bones, with most levels comprising of swimming in a mostly empty space, basic combat and cutscenes with no animation. I can't find any sales figures, but reviews were not positive, with the average score being a 2 out of 10. Stan Lee's favourite DC character. During a 2008 Reddit Ask Me Anything, Stan Lee was questioned on who his favourite DC hero is. His response was,
DC?
Yeah.
Lobo. Well, I don't know if you can call him a hero.
When asked on why, he followed up with, I thought he was a character that should be a Marvel character. He was the worst human being on Earth, and he was so evil and vile and strong and ugly, and I loved him, but he belonged to DC. But he also concluded that it never seemed like DC knew what to do with him. It's strange then that he never took on the character during his Just Imagine series. Wonder Comics. This was an imprint launched for when Brian Michael Bendis moved across to DC in 2018. It was still based within the main DC universe, with a mixture of titles based on old characters and new. The first title was a 20-issue Young Justice run that was the only ongoing book in the imprint, followed by miniseries on Wonder Twins, Dal H for Hero, and Naomi. Now, not all of these were written by Bendis, but he did oversee the whole line and is credited with creating Naomi. And to be completely transparent, I only know of her because she appears in Bendis' Superman, but she desperately feels like a forced next big thing kind of character, and I cannot tell you a single interesting thing about her. And to be blunt, that seems to be the tone of the whole imprint. The second season for Wonder Comics launched in 2020, but this consisted of a 6-issue Amethyst miniseries and a Ginny Hex one-shot. But by 2021, the line was officially defunct. Krypton. Developed by David S. Goyer for the Sci-Fi Channel and debuting in March 2018, this show is set 200 years before the birth of Superman and is set entirely on Krypton. It follows Superman's grandfather, Seg-El, as he tries to redeem the tarnished legacy of the House of El and ensure the planet's survival. The first season received mixed reviews, with some wondering what the point of the show even was. But ratings were good enough to secure a second season that was rated far higher, but wasn't enough to avoid the series being cancelled. A proposed Lobo spin-off was in the works, but once Krypton was cancelled, this was abandoned also. Wonder Woman's creator created the lie detector. William Moulton Marston has lived a very interesting life. From a comic perspective, he was responsible for creating Wonder Woman, as he thought there was a great educational potential with comics. But beyond giving the world the most popular female superhero, he was also an American psychologist who, along with the help of his wife, made an early prototype of what would become a polygraph test, which was the first of its kind to incorporate blood pressure data to determine if the subject was lying. I can't find any evidence though that says that he only made this to see if he could make his own lasso of truth. Batman on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Joining the likes of Marlon Brando, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Muhammad Ali, and very recently Gal Gadot, which didn't happen until after I'd done this script, Batman officially received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame on September 26, 2024, becoming the 2,790th inductee on the street and the very first superhero. Yet Alvin and the fucking Chipmunks got one 5 years before. Ironically enough, he's only joined by Michael Keaton, is the only other Batman with a star. Starfire's inspiration. Revealed by George Perez himself in 2019 at a Las Vegas Comic-Con, the inspiration for the fan-favourite Starfire was Puerto Rican actress Iris Chacon. Looking at side-by-side pictures makes it obvious, with even her costume resembling an outfit that Chacon wore. And call me crazy, but I actually think they toned down Starfire now that I'm looking. Sergio Aragonés destroys DC. As if destroying Marvel Comics wasn't enough, Spanish comic artist Sergio Aragonés illustrated a one-shot satirical piece in June of 1996, written by Mark Havana, with the site set on DC Comics. The plot revolves around a rejected Aragonés making stories that all connect with Hawkman warning of an imminent danger, and enlisting the help of the JLA and the Legion of Superheroes. The threat turns out to be none other than Johnny DC, a disgruntled former mascot who Aragonés can sympathise with. Having wrote the story, Sergio and Mark take it to DC headquarters where they're kicked out of the building, but the story's accidentally published anyway. It won the 1997 Eisner for Best Humour Publication and Best Editor. Anarchy was supposed to be Robin. Although villain and redemption arcs are nothing new in the world of comics, and not even new for a Robin, what can often be more interesting are the storylines that don't pan out as intended. One such example is Lonnie Machin, who was created by Alan Grant and debuted in 1989 in Detective Comics issue 608, a young anarchist who isn't afraid of using violence to get across his message. Along with being great at fighting, savvy with tech, and gaining some praise from Batman, it seems obvious that Lonnie was being positioned as an ex-boy wonder. Grant has even gone on record that this was his intention from the beginning, but unfortunately for Alan, Denny O'Neil O'Neill and Marv Wolfman were already planning to make Tim Drake the next Robin, and Grant's plan had to be scrapped. It wasn't all for nothing though, as Anarchy has become a fan favourite anti-hero, and even appeared in the Arkham franchise. Batmanga. In response to Adam West's 1966 Batman series, Shonen King acquired the license to produce their own Batman stories in manga style. This ran for a whole year in Japan, before production stopped and the stories were considered to be lost media, as they hadn't been translated into English. However, David Mazzucchelli, the artist of Batman Year One, learned of the existence of Japanese Batman stories in the 90s, and told his friend Chip Kidd. Kidd was then bidding on an old Batmobile that was being sold by a guy called Saul Ferris, who had an extensive collection of Batman comics from around the world, which is how Kidd managed to compile enough of the stories to produce a proposal that he could deliver to DC editor Paul Levitz, who also had zero idea that the Japanese series even existed. After an extensive restoration, compiling, and translation, this was finally printed for Western audiences in 2008, with a limited expanded hardcover also being released, which I found one of on eBay whilst I was scripting this, and I just knew I needed it, even though, as you guys know, I'm not a manga guy. We've even got t-shirts on maddogcomics.com to prove it. To me, this whole story proves that we live in a multiverse, because the amount of coincidences that had to line up for this series to be discovered and printed is way too many. There have also been 2 manga series released in recent years, the first being Batman Justice Buster, which has had 4 volumes printed since 2023, and follows a fresh in his career Batman as he develops a system called Robin to help him combat the rising crime levels in Gotham. There was also Batman and the Justice League, which had 3 volumes back in 2018. First Wave. Founded in 2009, First Wave was a short-lived imprint of DC that launched with a Batman Doc Savage one-shot in 2010, written by Brian Azzarello. The idea was to have a shared universe for the licensed pulp heroes that DC had the rights to, including the Spirit, Doc Savage, and the Avenger. Following the Batman crossover, there was a 6-issue limited series following the Pulpverse as a whole, then individual solo series for Doc Savage and the Spirit. The Shadow had been an intended addition, but DC couldn't use the character due to a problem with the rights. Creative teams dipping in and out, and a lack of cohesion and promotion of this universe led to the imprint being cancelled in 2011, with the final issue for both Doc Savage and the Spirit only being released on digital, and DC's agreement with these characters ended in December 2012. The insanity of the Arkham Reddit. In the greatest example of the butterfly effect, one innocent spelling mistake from Minecart Miner 3 years ago led to the Batman Arkham Reddit descending into pure anarchy. Spelling Asylum as Alsum was all it took to spawn years worth of memes, such as asking why Batman doesn't call the Justice League an Arkham Knight. Is he stupid? Comparisons between Batman and a very similar hero known as Man, an ungodly amount of not safe for work images, and worshipping of a clown known as a Jonkler. To this day, the Reddit still hasn't recovered, but maybe it was the Elsum it was always meant to be. Ronald Reagan gave Booster Gold his name. Despite debuting in a title called Booster Gold and being known as Booster Gold to fans from his creation, he went by the name Goldstar up until issue 9 of his first series. During his football days, he was known as Booster, and after saving President Ronald Reagan from a kidnapper, he confused the 2 names, which gave the world Booster Gold. Mort Weisinger, one of the most important editors in Superman's history, Mort joined DC Comics as an editor for Batman and Superman in 1941 when it was under the name National Periodicals. He helped create characters including Aquaman and Green Arrow, and played a hand in the introduction of Supergirl, Krypto, the Legion of Superheroes, and was fundamental in bringing the adventures of Superman to TV. Sure, he didn't create the character, but he was integral to the expansion of the Man of Steel's lore and popularity. But it came at a cost. Maybe more so than his Superman contributions, Mort was known for his abusive management style, including micromanaging, demanding that the Superman continuity was kept away from the rest of DC, dictating storylines to writers, and implementing strict rules that creators were forced to adhere to, or else the issue wouldn't get signed off. Jim Shooter and others have spoken on this management style and the negatives of it, but also how well the system worked and the sales it brought in, and his impact stretched beyond his own titles, as he introduced the idea of pre-drawn covers that the story was then written to fit around. Mort retired in 1970 and was succeeded by his friend Julius Schwartz, but his impact lives on, even if his management style wouldn't fly today. Andy was honoured as a bust in Clark Kent's apartment. The Superman Theory. Ready for another description that I'm going to butcher? Translated from the Übermensch, a concept from the philosophical works of Friedrich Nietzsche in 1883, it talks about someone, the Superman in this case, who has crossed over the bridge from the comfortable house on the lake, which is the comfortable, easy, mindless acceptance of what a person has been taught and what everyone else believes, to the mountains of unrest and solitude. Yep, I directly copied that off Wikipedia, but from what my tiny brain can understand, it's looking at the shift from worshipping religious values and focusing on the human ideal. because of the mentions of solitude in the mountains, the human ideal, and how Superman does get linked as a Jesus-like figure. Some believe that the DC Superman character was based on this idea, and others incorrectly thought that Frederick had wrote the piece after Superman's debut. Walter Kaufman disputed the translation because of how it had been misinterpreted, but still the connection's often made. There is also the Superman theory from Doomsday Clock, which was a conspiracy within that universe that the government were creating superheroes as a cover to produce super soldiers. Killer Frost can't stand the cold. Despite there being 3 different versions of the Firestorm villain Killer Frost, they all have the same paradoxical weakness. Their ability of cryokinesis is solely dependent on absorbing heat from external sources. But despite being able to generate ice, this is actually her weakness, as one of the only things that can imprison her is cold surroundings. The McDonald's Batburger. In 2014, which would coincide with the 75th anniversary of Batman, McDonald's Hong Kong released a limited edition double beef burger that had egg, some kind of barbecue sauce, cheese, and what is listed as a mystery white sauce, which I really don't want to put in my mouth. Besides the advert, there's nothing about it that references Batman, but it was said to be the first in a series of Justice League themed meals, but I can't find any later editions. Mini Superman. One of the oddest and most underutilized abilities of Superman was used in 1958 in issue 125 of his series, when the Man of Steel comes into contact with an alien ship and realizes after that his powers have altered. He can produce rainbow beams, which would really rile up the anti-woke brigade if that happened today, and Clark can also produce a smaller Superman from his hands. This mini Supes has all the abilities of Clark, so theoretically he could create a miniature who could create another, leading to an endless cycle of shrinking Superman. However, the proxy Superman sacrifices himself for his creator and hasn't been seen since. The Man Who Laughs. Although many may not know the movie, this 1928 romantic drama starred Conrad Veidt Gwynplaine, who had a grin carved on his face as a child, but goes on to fall in love with a blind woman. On initial release, the film didn't make much of an impact, but Bob Kane, Bill Finger, and Jerry Robinson all agreed that Veidt's character was the inspiration for the Joker. Looking at first appearances makes the comparison undeniable, and references to the 1928 movie have been made over the years, such as in Ed Brubaker's 2005 story, and the Joker having a studio called Gwynplaine Entertainment in the Justice League show, Superman's adult movie. Taking place in Action Comics issue 592 and 593, Big Barda, a new god with a few appearances under a belt, is kidnapped by Sleaze, a very on-the-nose name for a being that had been rejected from Apokolips by Darkseid because he was deemed too disgusting. He forces Barda to dance for him, and when Superman arrives to save her, they're both trapped under his hypnotic control. With no way to fight back, Sleaze delivers a duo to an adult film director called Grossman, who he convinces to film one of his movies using Superman and Barda, and sell the movie so that he can raise money to form an army against Darkseid. With filming underway, Mr. Miracle saves the day and breaks the hypnosis, with the 3 of them agreeing to never try and recall the event. And if you have a link for that movie, let me know. Elongated Man was created by mistake. Ralph Dibny debuted in The Flash issue 112 in 1960, created by John Broome and Carmine Infantino. His abilities of being able to elasticate his body to great lengths is very similar to Plastic Man, who had been around since 1941 when he debuted in Police Comics issue 1. Julius Schwartz was the editor at the time of The Flash issue 112, and had significant input in the creation of Ralph, and has gone on record for saying that the only reason both the Elongated Man and also the Atom were created was because no one realised that DC had the rights to both Plastic Man and Man, who were the inspiration for the DC characters. Carmine's refuted this claim, but considering the acquisition of Quality Comics and all their characters happened in 1956, there's every possibility that they just forgot. No tides, no flights. This is one I wish I knew whilst I was growing up and watching this show episode by episode, but early on in development as CW's Smallville, series developers Alfred Goh and Miles Miller made a rule with one another for there to be no tides and no flights, before the series had even been picked up, meaning that over the course of the series, Clark wasn't allowed to fly or wear his iconic suit. This was a key part of the pitch to the Warner Brothers president, and remained in effect all the way up until the final episode in season 10. Giving yourself powers is self-harm. Along with mad scientists being a registered mental disorder within the DC universe, it's revealed in passing in one issue of Grant Morrison's Seven Soldiers that trying to give yourself superpowers is a recognised form of self-harm. It's not something hospital workers seem sympathetic towards, with patients coming in left and right after messing with poisonous insects, exposing themselves to radiation, and drinking homemade potions being just a few of the examples that come in a bid to gain powers. Return of the Swamp Thing. This was a 1989 sequel to a Swamp Thing movie from 1982 that starred Louis Jourdain and Heather Locklear, and was immediately panned due to the massive tonal departure from its predecessor. Although the original that was written and directed by Wes Craven was hardly a blockbuster, it did at least perform well on home media to justify a sequel, but the response to this movie was not positive, with Locklear winning the Razzie for Worst Actress. Additionally, it sounds like everyone who worked on the movie had some kind of drama behind the scenes, including Jourdain refusing to speak to director Jim Wynorski after Jourdain refused to call a character points because it was a clear innuendo, and the director retorted with, "Weren't you just in a movie called Octopussy?" And Swamp Thing actor Dick Dorick struggled with filming in the £70 costume in the summer heat of Georgia. Despite its obscurity and the fact it couldn't even make $6 million at the box office, a lot of people who worked on it continued to talk about the production, and it somehow managed to become a cult classic because of its bizarre campy tone. A mistake made Lex Luthor bald, which is ironic because I made my dad go bald. Although the Chrome Dome may be Lex's signature look, it wasn't always his intended one. Originally sporting a beautiful full head of red curly locks when he first appeared in Action Comics issue 23 in 1940, it wasn't even a year later when he would miraculously don the bald look in Superman issue 10. Although it's never been officially confirmed, the blame or credit fell to Leo Nowak, who was the illustrator of the news strip, with some believing he confused the character for a bald henchman in the issue where Luthor made his prior appearance, and others believing that it was a mix-up with the Ultra-Humanite. Regardless, the look became synonymous with the character, with later writers finding a way to connect the baldness to his backstory, along with Gene Hackman having the hair in the first movie. Although, I wish Twitter had existed back then just to see if everyone would have kicked off about the change as much as they would have done now. Mxyzptlk is a Fantastic Four villain. In issue 50 of Superman from 1990, Superman crosses paths with the fifth-dimensional imp Mr. Mxyzptlk, but manages to interrupt him whilst he was having fun with a quartet that resembles the Fantastic Four, although no idea what went wrong with the thing. Yet in his final appearance of the issue, Mix reverts back to his form of that world, which bears quite the resemblance to the Impossible Man, but with his regular colours reversed. However, the two have appeared on the same page together since this, so perhaps it's all just one of the ploys. Clark Kent's social security number, 092096616. I don't know how it works in the US, but hopefully I haven't committed a crime by sharing that, as it's confirmed to be the social security number of Clark Kent, as seen in a 1966 issue of Action Comics. It doesn't crop up often, and the number did belong to a man who died a year before the issue was released, Lara and Lobo. Having had both of the home planets resurrected, Lobo finds himself on Krypton in the second issue of Tim Seeley's 2021 Superman vs. Lobo Black Label title. On the very same day she was resurrected, Lara, Superman's mother, does what she has to do to infiltrate Felkar's renegade group that want to make clones of Lobo. To do this, it's very heavily implied that she slept with Lobo, which horrifies Superman, especially since Jor-El is literally right there in the same room when he finds out. As far as I'm aware, this isn't canon, and Clark best hope it's not. Solo. First releasing in October 2004, this was a bi-monthly anthology series where each issue was 48 pages and put the spotlight on a comic book artist. There were no rules in regards to genre nor any restrictions on which characters from the DC universe could be used, which meant that creators naturally gravitated towards it. There were great issues from the likes of Tim Sale, Darwin Cook and Mike Allred amongst others. Although a good number of artists were in discussion to feature on the title, and it also received a handful of Eisner nominations, the series was cancelled after 12 issues. Tim Drake can dodge an Omega Beam. The Omega Beam is a cosmic energy blast that Darkseid can fire from his eyes and can target his enemy even if they're in a different universe. However, Tim Drake, the third Robin, is one of the only people known to have dodged one, with the New 52 version of the Flash being the only other notable exception. It happened in the third issue of Total Justice from 1996, and he did need to be wearing Blue Beetle's fractal tech gear to even be able to stand in front of Darkseid, but when the Omega Beam was shot, Tim dodged it and dug himself underground so he could teleport away, meaning that the beam never hit him. Lex Luthor killed Abraham Lincoln. Taking place in the pages of Superboy issue 85 in December of 1960, this story was named The Impossible Mission because Superboy travels back in time to prevent Lincoln's assassination. However, Lex Luthor's somehow also there and uses red kryptonite to paralyze Superboy so that the assassination can go ahead as history had known it. It's to teach him the lesson that history can't be altered and you can't save everyone, which honestly, the death of Jonathan Kent kinda already had that lesson down to a T, and there's been multiple examples where they have changed history. But the fact is, if Luthor hadn't have been there, Superboy would have saved Lincoln, so who's the real assassin in this situation? Yeah, it's still gonna be John Wilkes Booth. Tangent Comics. Launched in 1997 by Dan Jurgens, the Tangent universe was made up of 18 one-shot issues that looked to create new characters by reimagining existing ones. And from what I've read of this imprint, it just sounds random for the sake of it. So from what I can see, Superman was called Harvey Dent for some reason, and developed powers instead of being born with them. And Batman is a knight who once fought King Arthur and has to atone for his sins. There were a few instances, such as during Infinite Crisis and the Kingdom, where the Tangent universe is acknowledged as being within the multiverse, along with a Superman's Reign miniseries published 10 years after the original line. But amidst the mess of other separate universes looking to reimagine the DC universe, this one has gone largely forgotten about. The one Alan Moore adaptation that you liked. Often known for disliking adaptations of his stories and spitting venom at those who try, the one exception is the second episode of the Justice League Unlimited animated series, which adapted his Superman story for the man who has everything. Dwayne McDuffie, a fellow comic scribe and screenwriter for the JLU series, said that Moore liked the episode and was even happy to have his name credited with it, which as we've seen, isn't always a guarantee. Two-Face foreshadowed 9/11. In Batman issue 441 from 1989, a throwaway line then holds a far more sinister undertone now, as Two-Face looks at the Twin Towers and ponders taking both of them out. Even more sinister considering that it would have been more in line for his character to just choose one. Mystery of the Batman. Premiering in 2016 on the Big John Creations YouTube channel, The Mystery of the Batman is presented as recently uncovered lost media from 1939 and claiming to depict the first live-action appearance of Batman. 6 episodes were made, with there being initial speculation as to whether or not this was real, but the project was the creation of Ryan Bijan, who was a fan of the early serials of DC properties and wanted to pay homage to this forgotten part of Batman's history, both in storytelling and presentation. The episodes were short, in black and white, with a 4:3 aspect ratio, with hokey costumes and a narrator throughout. Bijan only intended to complete 2 episodes and pretend that the other 4 had been lost forever, but the positive response led to him completing the series, and it can all still be found on YouTube. Nazi Centaur Superman. Taking place in a 4-issue Elseworld story called Whom Gods Destroy from 1996, Chris Claremont gave us a DC universe where the Third Reich never fell and Lana Lang is being kidnapped. Clark and Lois infiltrate a Nazi-led Europe to try and find it, but get caught in the middle of a war between the German army that Wonder Woman's joined up with and Greek gods that oppose them. Cersei then cases Superman and he's transformed into a centaur for the Germans. Honestly, this story just sounds so bizarre because to get out of this, Clark is transformed into a woman, Lois becomes a good Wonder Woman and fights the evil version, and it ends with Lana being saved and her living in a polyamorous relationship with Clark and Lois on the moon. But it says a lot that the centaur thing caught the headlines. The birth of the death of Superman. So we spoke earlier about the event itself, but not many know how the death of Superman came to be. But when John Byrne left the hugely popular Superman title in 1988, different creative minds were brought in to keep the series going. To ensure all these different writers and artists could maintain continuity, Superman summits were held often. All ideas were welcomed, but Jerry Ordway would regularly joke that they should just kill Clark whenever they were struggling for ideas. At the time, this was ignored because they were building up to the wedding of Lois and Clark. But when the Terry Hatcher show began development, this plotline was delayed so that it could line up with the series, and that left the 4 interconnected Superman comics without an overarching storyline, which they needed to resolve because it was one of the only ways they could guarantee sales. At one of the summits in 1991, Ordway once again made his death joke to a room of disappointed writers, but this time no one laughed. And Louise Simonson added to it by saying this tactic had often worked over at Marvel. Group editor Mike Carlin liked the idea, with the room mentioning that Superman had been taken for granted lately, and it could really help shake up the character's legacy. A pitch was then presented to DC, who liked the idea and ran with it, which surprised no one more than Jerry Ordway. Birds of Prey. Taking place in a Gotham City that has been abandoned by Batman, this 2002 show was based on the comic of the same name, and had Barbara Gordon, Huntress, and Black Canary as the main characters. It follows them as they wage war against crime, and often come up against plans devised by Harley Quinn, who is the big mastermind of the one season that the show ran for. Despite huge viewership for the pilot, Birds of Prey suffered a drastic drop in ratings throughout the rest of the run, meaning they didn't get picked up for a second season, and ended after 13 episodes. However, the actresses for Huntress and Oracle did make cameos in the Arrowverse. New 52 issue 1 Omnibus. As of late, DC may have their shit together with the omnibus format, but during the early days, one bizarre decision that was met with the collective confusion of the community was DC Comics New 52, which collected just the debut issue of all 52 starting titles in the company-wide relaunch. It retailed for $150 and was released in December of 2011. And although it could be a good introduction to someone who knows nothing of the universe, this didn't sell well as the high price tag would turn away new readers, and existing fans would want an easy way to pick up any series that they did like. Although similar collections existed for Zero Year, it does just seem to be Marvel who thinks this is a solid idea in recent years, but I still refuse to buy any of those August 1962 or similar omnibuses. The Reign of the Superman. Although he wouldn't make his official DC Comics debut until 5 years later, Siegel and Shuster had used the name Superman for one of their earlier characters. This story, titled The Reign of the Superman, follows Bill Dunn, a man on the breadline who agrees to a science experiment by Professor Ernie Smalley in exchange for a hot meal and a new suit. Dunn is given a potion that grants him telepathic powers and sends him into delusions of grandeur as he now wants to rule the world. He kills Smalley but realizes this was a mistake as the powers quickly wear off and he goes back to being a nobody. It's a far different Superman than the one that we're used to, and it's clear that it was coming from a Siegel and Shuster that were doing comics to try and escape the Depression era poverty. Interestingly, the design used in this is reminiscent to that of Lex Luthor, and this story's been referenced in later DC titles. The Marvel Universe in Crisis on Infinite Earths. In 1985's Crisis on Infinite Earths, DC, Marv Wolfman and George Perez snuck in a dig at rivals Marvel Comics, causing issues which prevented a JLA Avengers crossover from moving forward in the 80s. When all of the universes across the multiverse are being destroyed, the Marvel Universe is one such victim. This was confirmed by Wolfman in the book Slugfest in 2017. However, I read Crisis a few years ago knowing that this panel should be there and I still couldn't see it. Batman threatened to chop a baby in half. I will remember No Man's Land for a lot of things, pulling off the unthinkable with its concept, being my all-time favourite Batman event, and also for that time when the Dark Knight threatened to chop a baby in half. It happened in Detective Comics issue 733 as Batman follows a baby's cry to see two women arguing over who should take care of it. He takes a page out of King Solomon's book and offers to chop the baby in half so that they can have an equal share. But this immediately backfires, and for some reason he just decides to steal the baby and make Alfred look after it. Maybe Bruce's options for a new Robin were low and it meant he needed to start younger. However, after realising that raising a baby isn't the miracle that people tell you it is, he returns the baby to the two women who are arguing on the same rooftop and just tells them to work together. Alfred feeds the bats. Revealed in Batman issue 655 as part of Grant Morrison's run, Alfred reveals that he regularly feeds the bats at the Batcave, to the surprise of Bruce. Although it could be some trademark Alfred sarcasm, the bats eat better than me, as they have a taste for free-range corn-fed chicken goujons fried in extra virgin olive oil with chives. Booster Gold tried to save Barbara Gordon. Joker shooting Barbara Gordon was one of the most shocking moments in DC history, so much so that Booster Gold tried to prevent it. Revealed in issue 1 million of the 2007 series, and no, it didn't go on for that long, Booster is miserable after he failed to save his best friend's life, and also after he's been called out by Green Arrow for faking his heroics. He decides to retire, but Batman convinces him that he should keep being a hero, as he found a camera on the night that Barbara Gordon was shot, which shows a young Booster Gold took an absolute beating from the Joker in order to try and save Barbara. So even if everyone underestimates him, he should never underestimate his heart. Alfred is the Joker, taking place in a short story told from Alfred's perspective in Batman issue 686. In the wake of Batman's apparent death, the Wayne family butler speaks on how he created the Joker, but as a way to help Batman. Early on in his vigilante career, there was no one that could challenge the young Dark Knight, with him easily being able to overcome the likes of the Riddler and the Penguin. Seeing how deflated this made Bruce, Alfred realised he needed a true archenemy that could be the crescendo to it all. So, using the makeup and wig from his theatre troupe, he became the Joker. The plan worked too well, as it challenged Bruce's detective skills until he found out that Alfred was behind the whole thing. However, despite being told in the regular series, this isn't canon, and is just yet another example of someone close to Bruce being the Joker. Superman renounced his American citizenship. Taking place in Action Comics issue 900 back in 2011, Superman was accused of causing an international incident in Iran, as his actions are taken as an extension of US policy. To show his solidarity with Iran, he stands silent for an entire day before going to the United Nations and renouncing his US citizenship, as he wants to be seen as a representative of the world. When the news broke, there was immediate concern and backlash, with some declaring it was the end of Superman. But when the entire universe rebooted just a few months later with the New 52, it didn't really come up again. Hal Jordan threesome. Look, we know Hal is a womanizer. He's a handsome guy, so he's bound to have a few notches on his bedpost. However, in Justice League Cry for Justice issue 2, Oliver Queen outs the fact that Hal once had a threesome with Huntress and Lady Blackhawk. However, it seems to be the worst kept secret, as even Man-Bat knows. But there does seem to be a reference in Justice League issue 51 that implies Hal may have also had a threesome with Constantine and Zatanna, which Hal mostly had wiped from his memory. Who knows, maybe he only wanted to remember the ones with two women. Plastic Man at the Democratic Convention. In 1979, a Plastic Man cartoon was created which was moderately successful and led to live-action segments being recorded called the Plastic Man Comedy Show, which starred comedian Mark Taylor in the titular role in segments that would be aired around the cartoon. To the surprise of everyone, the live-action segments became more popular than the cartoon, and more segments were filmed to promote it, one of which took the character to the political convention for the Democratic National Party in San Francisco in 1984. Some clips of this can still be found online, although I'm not certain if this was the year that Lex Luthor ran for president. Nightwing's booty gave away his identity. Apparently there is a downside to Dick's butt, as the famous cheeks of Grayson became a tactical weakness in issue 6 of Tim Seeley's 2015 Grayson series. Recruited as a spy, Dick conceals his face whilst on mission, but the Midnighter sees right through it because he'd, and I quote, "know that ass anywhere." I guess this proves someone can't have the cake and eat it too. Bruce Wayne's bladder spasm. In the 6th and final issue of Kevin Smith's Batman the Widening Gaia, the Dark Knight confides with a new hero on the scene, Baphomet, that during his first year crime fighting, specifically that scene from Frank Miller's Batman Year 1 when Bruce stormed Commissioner Loeb's dinner party, that his inexperience with explosives caused his bladder to spasm, for which Baphomet accuses him of wetting himself. This retconning of a seminal Batman story was a major talking point when the issue released back in 2010, to the point where Smith had to address the backlash on his podcast, and doubled down on his personal experience speaking with firefighters, who confirmed that being hit with a wall of heat causes spasming of the bladder. He also reaffirmed that it was only a few drops of urine rather than a full wetting, as if that makes the moment any less memeable. Communist Kilowog. Taking place in Green Lantern Corps issue 208 from 1987, Kilowog is encouraged to visit Soviet Russia to broaden his knowledge, and is shown the Rocket Red project due to the Union not having as many heroes as the West. His fellow Lanterns come to Kilowog's help when his battery runs low, and a battle ensues between them and Rocket Red. Kilowog breaks it up as the Lanterns are violating Russian airspace, and says that he wants to help the Union as it reminds him of what the Corps was like when he first joined. However, this didn't last long, as tensions between Russia and the US escalated, with Rocket Red being turned against Kilowog. This almost led to World War III, with the Lanterns saving the day, and Kilowog leaving Russia following this. Kid by Simon Armitage. I apologise for any PTSD that I just gave to any Brits that went to high school during the 2000s. But if you had the misfortune of seeing this book, you may know the Simon Armitage poem Kid. It looks at the fractured relationship between Batman and Robin, showing how the former was an absent father figure who liked to pick up married women in the Batmobile and cook chicken in the pressure cooker. Although named as Robin, the narrator never confirms which Boy Wonder is speaking in this angsty tirade, but with how much whining there is, I assumed it was Jason. I can safely say that this poem isn't canon, and was so forced that it gave me a new appreciation for All-Star Batman and Robin, but it got me an A-star, so I can't complain too much. Batman is Black Bolt. There's probably other fun little facts like this, but Anson Mount, who would play Black Bolt in the Inhumans TV show and during Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, was also the voice of Batman in the 2021 animated movie of Injustice. Probably for the best then that Black Bolt's not known for talking, and animation is famous for the actors not needing to be on camera. Tier 5. Now we're not just going to be doing general comic stuff, this is where I wanted to section things off. Now in a lot of these icebergs that I found when I was researching this video, they did include quite a lot of characters or maybe obscure locations. So instead of trying to determine how many fans might have known about which, I decided instead to just lump all the characters and locations together. So if you do know quite a lot about DC, this might be one of those tiers that you want to skip. But at the same time, I have tried to roughly organise this so that the ones at the beginning of this tier are probably the ones that more people would know about, and the ones towards the end are the ones that maybe were only in an issue or two. The other Lanterns. Green Lantern may be the most well known, with Sinestro Corps and the Yellow Fearlight being a close second. Then during Jeff Johns' legendary run, the entire spectrum was revealed, with the Star Sapphire's Violet Light of Love showing up first, then the Red Lanterns of Rage, Blue Lanterns of Hope, Indigo Lanterns of Compassion, which is the wimpiest one we've heard of so far, and Larfleeze, the solo Orange Lantern rounding out this batch and representing greed. During the Blackest Night event, Black Lantern rings fueled by death sought out the dead to create an army which caused all of the lanterns to band together, with the White Lantern ring alive debuting at the end. In 2018, the Ultraviolet Corps debuted in Scott Snyder's Justice League, representing the hidden emotional spectrum, empowered by Umbrax the Sentient Sun. In August of 2023, Nathan Broom, the former fiancé of Carol Ferris, was so caught up in sorrow when she left him that the Grey Lantern ring sought him out, which may be the funniest origin story in recent history. There have been a few others referenced here and there, such as the Gold Lantern of the Future, and given how long it's taken me to do this video, there might have been more since I started this script. Bottled City of Kandor. This was a futuristic city on Krypton that was spared from the planet's destruction by Brainiac, when he shrunk it down using a shrinking ray and confined it to a bottle. It first appeared in Action Comics issue 242 back in July of 1958 and was created so that writers could explore more of Kryptonian culture, which resonated with fans. After defeating Brainiac and reclaiming the bottled city of Kandor, Superman brought it to the Fortress of Solitude and has spent decades trying to restore it to no avail, and instead has to shrink himself down when he wants to visit. Over the years, the city has been restored, but Kandor will always be more famous for being in a bottle than it will be for being out of it. During the Bendis era of Superman, Kandor was destroyed by Rogol-Zar, which is fitting considering that run was intent on ruining everything that made Superman good. The Guardians of the Universe. Debuting in the first issue of the second volume of Green Lantern from 1960, the Guardians of the Universe are a group of immortal beings residing on Oa who control the Green Lantern Corps and seek to bring order to the universe. They are limited in numbers, and despite wanting to be a united front, they are often butting heads or keeping secrets from one another, which often causes schisms. One such issue was the creation of the Manhunters, which caused a significant divide but also led to the Green Lanterns being made. They were the ones who created the rules the Lanterns must abide by, and when more had to be created during the Sinestro Corps War, this caused further divide. Honestly, the more I talk about them, the more they sound like any political group once they get in power, who have had their hands in multiple tragedies throughout the universe. Although it is a retcon that I don't want to acknowledge, one of the Guardians even had some involvement in the destruction of Krypton, and even worse than that, they were in the Ryan Reynolds movie, The Authority. Spinning out of the Stormwatch roster, the Authority was a superhero team from the Wildstorm universe that was created by Warren Ellis and Brian Hitch. Led by Jenny Sparks, a British woman who could generate and turn into electricity, she's joined by various members over the years. Most notably, Apollo and the Midnighter, pastiches of Superman and Batman respectively. And there are two things that most people remember this series for. First has been a more hard-nosed version of the Justice League, who aren't afraid of taking their enemies down permanently and trying to use their powers to shape the world in ways they deem correct. The second is that Apollo and Midnighter are a gay couple. The latter occasionally caused some controversy, such as when DC ordered a scene in which the two kissed to be completely removed following the 9/11 attacks, which I don't get how that relates. Yet beyond the headlines, the Authority has been a pretty consistently great team since it was created, with big names like Morrison, Miller, Abnett and Lanning writing for the series, and even having a crossover with Superman, where they met their own DC counterpart in the Elite. The Authority has made such an impact on comics that it was one of the first announced movies as part of James Gunn's DCU, and the engineer is due to appear in this year's Superman. Jonah Hex. Debuting back in All-Star Western issue 10 from 1972, Jonah Hex was given his own self-titled series in 1979 that ran for 92 issues. However, as this was set outside of the regular DC continuity, the series was ended as part of Crisis on Infinite Earths and relaunched as a pseudo Mad Max series set in the future. This lasted for 18 issues, but was more successful outside of the US than it was in it. And after that, Hex appeared in a few short Vertigo titles where the tone had to change to fit the imprint. Instead of being a straight western, Hex goes up against zombies, monsters and spirits, and he wasn't seen again until 2005 when Justin Gray and Jimmy Palmiotti launched a title that brought Jonah back to his roots. Without the constraint of the Comics Code Authority or the Vertigo editorial, it was free to be a cutthroat western and is one of the most underrated DC titles of all time. The belief in Hex was so strong that a movie was released in 2010 starring Josh Brolin and Megan Fox, but this was a failure both critically and at the box office. There was an all-star western series as part of the New 52, which was kind of the last hurrah for Jonah Hex, because since this book ended, there hasn't been much mention of him. Adam Strange. First appearing in 1958 in the pages of Showcase issue 17, Adam Strange was created by Julius Schwartz and Murphy Anderson after DC asked for a pitch for a new science fiction hero from the present day. He's one of the most famous DC characters that very rarely stars in his own series, and has joined teams such as the Justice League and the Seven Soldiers of Victory. Adam is an archaeologist who is transported via a Zeta beam to the planet Ron, where he's called upon to protect the planet and uses their technology to develop a spacesuit with a jetpack for interdimensional travel, energy guns, and a Zeta beam module. During the New 52, his origin was changed so that the Zeta beam that transported him to Ron allowed him to project his consciousness throughout reality, and he became a founding member of the Justice League United. Outside of the comics, Strange has appeared in the Krypton TV show, and there were plans for a Strange Adventures series on HBO Max, but by 2022, this had been scrapped. Frankenstein. If I could go back in time, I think I'd visit Mary Shelley and I'd ask her what she thinks about her most famous character ending up in the DC universe, and then have to explain what DC and a universe is. First debuting in Detective Comics issue 135 in 1948, Batman and Robin travel back in time to learn the true story of Ivan, the massive servant of Baron Frankenstein. After he's shocked by an electrical generator, Ivan goes on to terrorize a local village, and Batman even becomes a mindless monster himself whilst there. But Ivan eventually comes to his senses and sacrifices himself whilst evacuating the castle. Before going back to their own time, Batman and Robin tell their story to a woman by the name of Mary Shelley. There were later versions of Frankenstein that cropped up in DC that were normally seen with Count Dracula. However, it wasn't until 2005 when Grant Morrison and Doug Mahnke brought Frankenstein in as part of the Seven Soldiers that he became a mainstay in the DC universe. He goes to Mars and learns that immortal blood courses through his veins and becomes an agent for the Superhuman Advanced Defense Executive Group, also known as SHADE. For a few years he appeared exclusively in his own miniseries or temporarily during an event, even fighting Solomon Grundy at one point, but during the New 52 he was finally given his own ongoing series and even became a member of the Justice League Dark. The Big Frank even made appearances during the Superman Rebirth run and was front and centre for the Creature Commandos animated series. No word yet on when that guy from Wuthering Heights is entering the DCU. The Losers. Built up as a group of soldiers serving during World War II, each member had been introduced separately as part of DC's War Anthology series, before coming together as a team. The Losers then first appeared as a unit in GI Combat issue 138 in 1969 by Robert Kanigher. They became a mainstay in the Our Fighting Forces series, and were even taken over by Jack Kirby for a brief stint, although the changes to the team weren't received well by fans. Then, during Crisis on Infinite Earths, the Losers could be seen defending the Monitor's towers, and a special issue was released around this time, giving them an ending where they died in battle in 1945. There were a few series after Crisis that tried to bring the Losers back, but the biggest boost they saw was in a 2004 Vertigo series by Andy Diggle and Jock that reimagines the team as a special forces unit that go after the CIA after a botched assassination attempt. I love this series, even if it doesn't seem to connect much to the original team, and it did get a movie based on it in 2010 that had quite the cast in retrospect, but unfortunately it didn't do that well, and the Losers have mostly disappeared since then. Starman. There are at least 9 people who have gone by the alias of Starman within DC. 9. The two main ones I want to talk about are the first Starman, Ted Knight, who was created by Gardner Fox in 1941 in the pages of Adventure Comics issue 61, and Ted's son, Jack Knight. Now, Ted was an astronomer who created a cosmic rod that allowed him to fly and manipulate energy. He did become a member of the Justice Society, but faded into obscurity during the 50s, which led to several attempts to reinvigorate the character, with different people taking the mantle. However, Jack Knight is arguably more famous than his father, and first debuted in 1994 in 0 Hour issue 1, when Jack steps into the role after his brother is killed. Jack refuses to wear a costume and is a bit of a renegade in his vigilante career that took place in his own 80-issue series, written by James Robinson and illustrated by Tony Harris. This was one of the first DC titles I read, and I still think it's one of the best, but by the end of his story he passed on the cosmic rod to Courtney Whitmore, who became Stargirl, Human Target. Two characters have gone by the codename The Human Target, the first being Fred Venable, who debuted in Detective Comics issue 201 back in 1958, and was a character either so forgettable or so good at his one-listed ability of disguise that there is pretty much nothing about him on his wiki. Christopher Chance is the man more associated with the moniker, a private investigator and bodyguard who first appeared in Action Comics issue 419 in 1972. Due to his ability to mimic the appearance of anyone who hires him, he's often recruited to take a client's place who is in imminent danger and needs it taken care of. Over the years, Chance has led a number of series, going all the way up to 2021 with a Black Label title written by Tom King. 2 TV shows have been based on the property, and Christopher Chance even appeared in Arrow. Hitman. No, it's not Agent 47, but real name Tommy Monahan. He's one of the more interesting characters that have led their own title over at DC Comics. Created by Garth Ennis and John McCree, Hitman exists within the mainline DC universe and operates in Gotham. He does have powers which he gained after being bitten by a parasite that activated his metagene so that he has X-ray vision, some telepathy, and along with his marine training from his time in the Gulf War, becomes a gun for hire that specialises in metahumans and the supernatural. Although he was within the mainline universe, which is evidenced by the fact that he had crossovers with events like No Man's Land, Final Night, and 1 Million, the conclusive ending to his self-titled 60-issue series meant that he exists within the rarefied category as a character that was officially retired without repeatedly reappearing for years to come. The idea came about because Garth Ennis didn't want to write a superhero story, so he created the ideal character within that universe, and had a strict rule about not writing superhero characters so that he could keep Hitman within his own corner. This didn't stop Tommy from trying to join the JLA on a few occasions, although he did it with ulterior motives. Despite being another critique on the superhero genre, much like The Boys and other Ennis titles, Hitman is still beloved despite it being decades since the character last appeared. Deadman. One of the more obscure characters in the DC universe, Deadman first appeared in Strange Adventures issue 205 in 1967 and was created by Arnold Drake and Carmine Infantino. Real name Boston Brand, he was a circus acrobat who was murdered and then granted powers by a Hindu deity, which gives him the ability to take possession of living beings in the pursuit of conquering evil. He remains as a disembodied spirit and is mostly stuck within the mystical side of the DC universe, having been a member of the Seven Soldiers of Victory, the Sentinels of Magic, and the Justice League Dark. Rick Grayson. In issue 55 of Tom King's Batman, Nightwing is shot by KG Beast, leading to him suffering memory loss and taking on the identity of Rick Grayson, and also ushering in one of the worst times for Nightwing in recent years. He still knew how to fight, but also had a new girlfriend and took on a job as a taxi driver, but then went on a quest to rediscover his memories that the entire audience were already aware of. This also led to the Joker rewriting Rick's memories so that he believed he'd been the Joker's sidekick Dickie Boy for the entire time. However, this allowed Barbara Gordon and Rick's girlfriend B to restore the memories of Dick Grayson. Although short-lived, this was still a dark time for Nightwing, one that later writers like Tom Taylor had to find ways to make sense of it. So maybe Dan DiDio's plan to kill him wasn't the worst thing that could happen to Dick. Hush. First appearing in Batman issue 609 in 2003, created by Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee, Hush is a unique member of the Dark Knight's Rogues Gallery as his real identity is Thomas Elliot, a childhood friend of Bruce Wayne. He's a mirror image of what Bruce could have been, as Thomas tried to murder his parents to inherit their fortune, but his mother was saved by Dr. Wayne. This started Hush's vendetta against Bruce, that only worsened when he discovered his double life as Batman, as he allied with the Riddler and managed to manipulate most of Batman's greatest villains to help him in his scheme. In the 2 decades since Hush debuted, he's made a number of appearances and become a staple of the Batman lore. His design, backstory, and the way he foreshadowed the return of Jason Todd meant that he instantly made an impression. In the 2 decades since Hush debuted, he's made a number of appearances and become a staple of the Batman lore, having appeared in Gotham, Batwoman, and Batman Arkham Knight, along with having multiple alternate interpretations throughout the multiverse. Flex Mentalo. First appearing in issue 35 of Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol is an amnesiac who finds himself on Danny the Street. When Flex's origin is expanded, he learns that as a result of childhood bullying, he bought a bodybuilding magazine and trained to perfect his body. This also comes with the ability to alter reality with a flex of his muscles, and has the sole goal of flexing so hard that he can change the shape of the Pentagon. He has fought alongside the Doom Patrol and did get his own 4-issue miniseries in 1996, which almost went on to cause a lawsuit. This is because Flex's appearance is a parody of old Charles Atlas adverts that had been famous since the Golden Age, and when the Atlas company learned of Flex, they filed a lawsuit for trademark infringement, but this was dismissed under the parody defense of fair use, and the character has gone on to appear in future Doom Patrol titles also. Batmite. First appearing in Detective Comics issue 259 from 1959, Batmite is an imp from the same dimension as Mr. Mxyzptlk, but is more of a nuisance to Batman than an actual villain. This is because he idolizes Batman, and often sets up scenarios so that the two can meet, but leaves when he realizes that he's irritated his idol. Although it initially appeared that he possessed a ridiculous level of magical power, Batmite instead uses technology from the 5th dimension to produce this effect that is undetectable by humans. Then in 2022, we were introduced to another member of the Batmite family, Dixel, better known as Nightmite, who appeared in Tom Taylor's run initially under the guise of Rick Grayson, which may be the most annoying thing he could have done. However, he's one of the good guys from the 5th dimension, which makes me curious to see what the Red Hood of this universe is like. The DC Universe Sandman. Although Sandman is a name in comics primarily linked to the Spider-Man villain or the Neil Gaiman Vertigo series, the alias has been used for a number of characters within DC, going all the way back to 1939. Debuting in New York World's Fair Comics issue 1, Wesley Dodds was the first Sandman, who wears a suit, fedora and gas mask, whilst he uses sleeping gas to incapacitate criminals. There were a lot of similarities between him and Batman, such as the type of criminals he went after, and the fact he also had a sidekick named Sandy the Golden Boy. Wesley was a founding member of the JSA, but wasn't popular enough to justify his own series. There were attempts to revive the Sandman character, and even a long-running Vertigo series that coincided with Gaiman's title, but Dodds got a full arc, going all the way up to the telling of his death in 1999 as part of the JSA series. Mr. Miracle. Created by Jack Kirby and debuting in his own self-titled series in 1971 as part of the Fourth World Saga, there have been 3 characters who have gone by the name Mr. Miracle: Thaddeus Brown, Shiloh Norman, and the primary one, Scott Free. He's immortal with a huge list of powers, along with being an escape artist and having a mother box. However, his own father traded him to Darkseid to try and end a war with Apocalypse, which is where he developed his unbreakable will, and once he escaped, fled to Earth. Here he joined the Justice League International, but whilst not under the direction of Jack Kirby, people didn't seem to know where Mr. Miracle fit in. But in 2017, Tom King wrote a 12-issue limited series that won an Eisner and pushed Mr. Miracle back into the limelight, and the character has made cameos in a number of animated projects. Condiment King, first appearing in the 22nd episode of the 3rd season of Batman the Animated Series, Buddy Stanley was created as a parody of the type of campy villains that Adam West Batman would go up against on a weekly basis. However, despite debuting in the same series that gave Harley Quinn to the world, the Condiment King wasn't as fortunate, even though he crossed over into the comics to mostly be a joke character that is defeated easily by pretty much everyone that he meets. With no powers to his name, his threat revolves around his condiment guns that pack very little punch, and a few hot sauce pouches that he uses like spicy grenades. But considering how far other characters have developed, despite being introduced as a joke character, Condiment King really has a lot to catch up on. And he must have known how it would have panned out. Sorry. Dr. Occult. Full name Richard Occult, he holds the unique honour of being the earliest recurring, originally featured fictional character in the DC universe. This is because he debuted in October 1935 in the pages of New Fun issue 6, which predates the arrival of Batman and Superman, although the Doctor was also created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster. He's a private investigator who deals in the supernatural and is also an expert in magic. Over the years, he's been a part of the All-Star Squadron, the JSA, and the Justice League, but once the bigger named heroes entered the DC universe, he faded a bit into obscurity. There were attempts at revivals, and he appeared more frequently once Vertigo launched, as he had appeared in Swamp Thing. The New 52 was a good time for the character, as he had made appearances in a handful of titles, but regardless of his popularity, the character will always hold a special place in the history of DC. The Elite. First debuting in Action Comics issue 775 in March of 2001, the Elite are a team of superpowered beings that are DC's answer to the Authority. Despite the fact that the two companies had already merged in 1998, they're led by Manchester Black, a vigilante with telekinesis, and the team gained worldwide popularity because of the cutthroat approach to vigilantism, which forces Superman to teach them a harsh lesson on the futility of such an approach. Honestly, I read this like 10 or so years ago, and it's such a good story that I wish it was the basis for James Gunn's version of the Man of Steel. However, despite being introduced as a satire of the Authority, the Elite and Manchester Black have remained in the DC universe, and have even teamed up with other heroes to form the Justice League Elite, and have even been at the centre of their own animated movie with Superman vs. Elite. Metal Men. First appearing in Showcase issue 37 in 1962 by Robert Canaher and Ross Andrew, the Metal Men are a group of artificially intelligent robots created by Will Magnus. Each member was named after a metal and had a trait based on that. Gold, the leader, could stretch his body, Iron had super strength, Lead could form shields, Mercury could melt into liquid and reform later, and both Platinum and Tin could flatten the form. Although seeming just like another wacky Silver Age sci-fi team, their initial ongoing stories were unique because the storylines continued across issues, and was implied to be in a separate universe from the rest of DC. Despite this, the series was ended in 1978 due to the DC implosion, after having already survived a handful of cancellations. It wasn't until 1993 that they were seen again in their own miniseries, where their origin was retconned so that the intellects and personalities of the Metal Men come from laboratory workers during a freak accident, and Magnus takes the role of leader after Gold is killed. Their history is sporadic and convoluted, with years going by between appearances, then events being chalked up as a delusion by Magnus, and then having stories within the pages of Doom Patrol. In the New 52, they were reimagined as a military task force. In Doomsday Clock, they went to Mars to confront Dr. Manhattan, and then they were given a 12-issue miniseries in 2019. And there have been rumblings that an animated movie for the Metal Men is in the works as well. Punchline. In one of the best examples that the speculator boom hasn't fully died, Punchline made a first appearance in Batman issue 89 by James Tynion IV and Jorge Jimenez, and despite this only being a cameo, the issue immediately sold out, had multiple printings, with scalpers charging ridiculous prices. Real name Alexis K, she developed an obsession with the Joker during a high school trip where he hijacked a studio and forced her to be a newsreader. She created a podcast to feed into her obsession, which honestly I reckon would still be better than most of the podcasts out there today, but in college is when she committed her first murder, adopted the persona of Punchline, and proved herself to the Joker. She became his new underboss during the Joker War, then his right-hand woman, and eventually became the leader of the Royal Flush Gang. However, from her debut, narratives ran that this would be the next Harley Quinn, and that the value of her first appearance would skyrocket. And there's every chance it could, but for now, Punchline is mostly blended into the Batman Rogues Gallery. Danny the Street. I don't know if this counts as a location or a character, but Danny first appeared in issue 35 of Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol, and is a living sentient street that can teleport to any urban environment without causing any damage. He can communicate through billboards, newspapers, or any other worded correspondence. Having been introduced through a storyline where they're being hunted by the men from nowhere, they've been categorized as a male with feminine characteristics, who also became the base of operations for the Doom Patrol. They have evolved into a planet over time, and it is possible for them to die, but they just come back as a small location such as an alleyway. As part of the New 52, Danny joined the Teen Titans, but during the Rebirth era, he was back with the Doom Patrol as Danny the Brick, before settling as an amusement park. Arm Fall Off Boy. Real name Floyd Belkin, and debuting in Secret Origin issue 46 from 1989, Arm Fall Off Boy is one of those guys who talks the talk and walks the walk because his arms, they can fall off, along with being able to use them after the detachment. In his pre-Zero Hour appearances, he was just used as a parody character, with his origin not being certain, as apparently he got his powers after mishandling Element 152 from his original time in the 30th century. After 0 Hour, he tried out for the Legion, but literally fell apart on his tryout, and instead joined the heroes of Lala, his home planet. Despite his obscurity, he made his debut on the live-action big screen before even Nightwing, as he appeared in James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, being portrayed by Nathan Fillion. Grid. First debuting in the 23rd issue of the Justice League's New 52 run, Grid is one of those unique villains in the sense that he only exists because of a hero. Cyborg realised as part of his tech that he can track every superhuman on Earth, but felt this was an invasion of privacy, so allowed a secondary program within his system to compile the information passively. However, it grew, learned, and gathered quirks from viruses it encountered until it became sentient, with the help of Atomica, who used Grid's knowledge of the Justice League to help the crime syndicate. Now sentient and naming himself Grid because Cyborg called it him, he steals his own as cybernetic parts and literally takes the body off him. Despite this, there's still one thing Victor has that Grid doesn't: emotions. This then became his ultimate goal in life, but he was later killed during the Darkseid War. Captain Nazi. It's impressive when a character is so powerful that they can demonetize your video with just a name. Real name Baron Albrecht Krieger. This is a character created by William Wolfert and Mac Raboy, who debuted in Master Comics issue 21 back in December 1941, and introduced as a villain to Captain Marvel as part of the Fawcett Comics publication. He was genetically altered to fight for the Big H, giving him enhanced senses, speed, strength, and stamina, along with a gas that allows him to fly. Given the way that the war went, he disappeared after being a regular villain in 1944. But has since re-emerged in the DC universe after Fawcett was bought by DC. From 1978 onwards, he's cropped up in the Shazam series, Action Comics, Batman and Wonder Woman, and even makes a brief appearance in Justice League Unlimited and Legends of Tomorrow, the Legion of Super Pets. Crypto may get all the love, but there's been a number of pets within the super family that have gone largely forgotten. Beppo was the first introduced in Superboy issue 76 in 1959, a Kryptonian with the appearance of a monkey because of convergent evolution. Then there's Streaky the Super Cat, who debuted in 1960 in the pages of Action Comics issue 261, who gained his Kryptonian-like powers from X-Kryptonite. Finally, there's Comet the Super Horse, who joined the line in 1962 through Adventure Comics issue 293. He is the pet of but also a boyfriend, as he has a human form as well. I'd judge, but apparently his charm also worked on Lois Lane. Comet's debut was also the first time that the Legion of Super Pets was assembled by the Legion of Superheroes, but despite a few appearances, Crisis removed them from continuity, although Comet did return in Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. A second version of Comet was introduced in 1997, during Peter David's Supergirl run, and you know what? I kinda get the attraction with this one. Yeah, I said it. They are an angel of love with a male and female form as well, but didn't make many appearances beyond this run. DC's Colonel Sanders. Taking place across 3 issues released between 2015 and 2017, Colonel Harlan Sanders, the very founder of KFC, has had a whole multiversal storyline within the DC universe. Parodying the Flash of Two Worlds, the first special was written by Tony Bedard and Cheyenne Edwards and illustrated by Tom Derenick. The Colonel crosses paths with Barry Allen and Hal Jordan as he seeks to reclaim his identity that was stolen by Colonel Saunder of Earth 3. Then at San Diego Comic-Con in 2016, a free follow-up was released in the form of Colonel called Crisis on Infinite Colonels, which follows follows Sanders as he meets various multiversal versions of himself in an attempt to save the multiverse from destruction. Then a year later at the next SDCC, a third and currently final issue was given out called KFC Across the Universe, with a cover that homages a classic from Green Lantern Green Arrow. Hal also features throughout the story as he helps the Colonel scan the universe to find the thief who stole his Zinger chicken sandwiches. And you know what? I want some KFC now, so it's kind of working. Mad Dog. Okay, yep, I mostly put this one on here for me, but Martin Hawkins, also known as Mad Dog, was introduced in Arkham Asylum, a serious house on Serious Earth, as the patient of the asylum's founder, Amadeus Arkham. He was convicted of the assault and murder of Amadeus' wife and daughter, for which he would eventually get his revenge when Hawkins was electrocuted to death. In a roundabout way, it's because of him that the asylum exists, but given that he was before Batman was in Gotham, he hasn't appeared anywhere else, despite a nod in the Arkham Asylum game. The Supermobile. The first vehicle for Superman was designed by Batman and gifted to him in World's Finest issue 77, but it was pretty much the Batmobile with a Superman logo on the front, which is kinda useless if you're faster than a speeding bullet. The second Supermobile was introduced in Action Comics issue 481 in 1978, after a wave of radiation reactivated a Mazo and took Superman's powers away. Clark created the flying vehicle out of Supermanium. This made it near indestructible, and it also had robotic arms. Over the years, it's made a few appearances here and there, but I doubt it'll ever be popular enough for Jazz Inc. to make it. Batcow. Easily one of the top 3 tastiest members of the Bat family, Batcow, also known as the Battling Bovine, first appeared in Tiny Titans issue 17 in 2009, but made a way into the main DC universe in the first issue of Grant Morrison's Batman Incorporated in 2012. A group of criminals used her to test diseases on, and she was in a slaughterhouse when Batman and Robin found her. After Damian gave her the Bat-branded name, which fits with the fur markings on her face, she was rescued and lives in a barn at Wayne Manor. Section 8. Named after the military term for mentally unfit for duty, these are a team of 8 bizarre superheroes who debuted in Hitman issue 18 and often come to Tommy's aid. Six-Pack is the leader, whose power is grotesque drunkenness and uses broken booze bottles as a weapon. Bruno Excelente is a sweaty fat man who defeats evil with the power of perversion and a signature creepy chuckle. The Defenstrator is a parody of the Terminator who carries around a window so he can throw bad guys through it. Dog Welder is a stoic vigilante who welds dead dogs to the face of evildoers, and was considered for James Gunn's Suicide Squad, with a petition being started to get him added in, but to no avail. Friendly Fire can generate potent energy blasts from his hands, Shakes upsets people with his stutters and palsy, and Phlegm Gem can produce large amounts of phlegm. Jean de Baton is a gaunt Frenchman who defeats enemies with the power of Frenchness, including delivering beatings with a baguette and blinding others with garlic and onions. Although they were primarily contained to Hitman, Garth Ennis and John McCree returned to the team in 2015 for a mini-series, and individual members have had one-shots. Santa, first debuting all the way back in 1940 in Superman's Christmas Adventure issue 1, 2 businessmen try to talk Santa out of giving gifts to kids, and it leads to Superman trying to help him deliver presents on Christmas Eve. Since then, Santa has appeared numerous times, with John Constantine revealing that the guy is immortal at magic, which means he could probably beat Superman in a fight. He's been the target of Lobo and Black Adam in the past, and has even appeared in other DC media such as the Adam West Batman, Smallville, and Teen Titans Go. However, there is also Santa Claus, a mass murderer in Gotham who Batman has caught before, so they really hit both ends of the spectrum when it comes to Santa. Alan Scott's dog. Originally introduced in Green Lantern issue 30 from 1948, Streak the Wonder Dog is the canine sidekick of the first Green Lantern, Alan Scott. However, the popularity of Streak began to overtake that of his owner, with him getting his own side stories and even being used on the cover to promote the series without his owner being present, as he was considered the bigger draw. However, he had less than 20 appearances in total, and in 2008 it was confirmed that he had at some point passed away. Oh, but it's okay for everyone else to come back from the dead. Snowflame. Real name Stefan, Snowflame is a leader of a Colombian drug cartel that debuted in New Guardians issue 2 in 1988. His powers of enhanced strength, speed, pyrokinesis and immunity to pain are gained when he sniffs the Colombian powder. This also allows him to give his enemies an instant contact high, which is how he's able to take down the New Guardians the first time that they fight. However, he's later killed in a chemical explosion and isn't seen again until partway through Catwoman's New 52 run, where he revealed that he faked his own death, despite that also being in a different continuity. Although a very minor character with quite a funny origin story for his powers, he did show up as a member of the Legion of Doom in the 4th season of Harley Quinn. The Pandora Theory. This is a theory I wish would have been true, but in 2011 when DC Comics was rebooting the continuity with the New 52, there was a hooded female character that appeared when the universe was being reset in Flashpoint issue 5, and also in a lot of the new issue 1s. An early theory that gained traction was that this would be the character who would eventually be the catalyst for a crossover between Marvel and DC, but this speculation went nowhere, and the character was revealed to be Pandora, who firmly stayed in the DC universe. But it was fun to dream. The bearer of bad news. A regional hero working out of Minneapolis, the bearer of bad news first appeared in 2018 in Green Lantern's issue 40, having such a name because if you see him, your day's about to go to hell. However, he's never had an opportunity to flex his abilities because in the storyline he debuted in, he was kidnapped by the Order of the Steed after he was lured in through a superhero dating app. I really thought he'd turn into a bear. Tapeworm. Having only a handful of appearances under his belt, Tapeworm, whose real name is unknown, is far from the most memorable of Robin's rogues gallery, having first debuted in 2006. His powers are quite unique in the way that he can elasticate his body to great lengths, and also regrow segments and detach them at will. This helped him to escape a Bloodhaven prison when he was held captive by OMAC units, but it was following this breakout where he was confronted by Robin. However, he was quite persuasive in getting other escapees to team up with him, in the hopes of freeing his former cellmate that was already dead, and this started Tapeworm's vendetta against Robin. This led him down a path that caused him to form an alliance with the Joker, when he was shipped off to a prison planet called Salvation. However, after he escaped this, he just became a minor annoyance for the JSA, and hasn't appeared since 2010. Batburger. This is a fictional Dark Knight themed restaurant chain in Gotham City that first debuted in issue 16 of Tom King's run in 2017. All the staff are dressed like various heroes from within the DC universe, and the menu includes themed items such as Nightwings, a KG BLT, and an Ivy salad that they need to specify is not poison. I guess this must be like the Planet Hollywood of the DC universe, but it is also vegan friendly, and there's references to a Superman themed burger chain in Metropolis that was built first. But I can't find a menu for that one, so I'll just assume that Hot Zods and Dark Side of Fries are on there. There was also a Batburger in the Adam West series, but this wasn't its own shop, and it never made its way across to the comics as it was deemed to be too campy. But as I learned the hard way, this wasn't the problem with Tom King's run. Emo Goblin. Making his one and only appearance in New Guardians issue 1 back in September 1988, Emo Goblin's one of those characters who's rarely thought of, and if he is, it's probably because he wanted to give the team AIDS. He was also part of a white supremacy group working out of South Africa, and is also a vampire. Honestly, this guy just sounds problematic on every level, so it's for the best he was killed whilst battling the New Guardians. Super Fatso. In an example of something that wouldn't slide today, Super Fatso is a name coined from the front cover of Superman issue 221 back in 1969. The story of the issue, the 2-ton Superman, sees Clark drink an alien nectar that causes him to rapidly gain weight. He loses the weight by bouncing off meteors, and the whole thing plays out like the Homer levels of the Simpsons game. Matter Eater Lad. First introduced as the 15th member of the Legion of Superheroes in Action Comics issue 303 in 1962, Hensel Kern finds himself in an exclusive group along with Matt Stoney for having the rare ability of being able to eat anything. This is a result of evolution for the people of his home planet, Bismol. After all food there was rendered inedible, the energy consumed can be transferred into super speed, but since 0 Hour, he hasn't been utilised that much, despite the fact that the Legion doesn't seem to have a cap on numbers, and at one point Kern was a chef for the team. Atari Force. First published by DC as a 5-issue miniseries in 1982, and then later being revived for a longer run, Atari Force was produced to be included within the packaging of certain Atari 2600 games, which was owned by Warner Communications. The series was primarily written by Jerry Conway, with Roy Thomas helping out at the beginning, and followed a team of 5 from different nations who were tasked with finding an inhabitable dimension as Earth is facing ecological devastation. The ship was called the Scanner 1, and the commander was Martin Champion. He was also the leader in the second series, which picked up 25 years after the first and featured an expanded roster as they go on a quest to hunt down the original nemesis, the Dark Destroyer. As recently as 2020, Atari Force has been referenced by Shazam, confirming that they must exist within the DC continuity, but the rights for the property were at some point with Dynamite Entertainment, as in 2015 they announced plans to restore the universe and reprint the previous series, but this never materialized into anything. Q Energy. First appearing in Superman issue 204 back in 1968, Q Energy joins an exclusive group alongside Kryptonite and Magic, is the only things that can weaken Superman. It is also harmful to humans, but let's be honest, our list is already a lot longer than Superman's. And despite how powerful this energy from an alternate dimension is, it has only appeared 7 separate times. It's theorized it's powerful enough to kill Superman, but since it hasn't been seen since 1983, it's unknown if it could actually do this. Mendo Soap. I'm assuming this company makes soap. Honestly, I don't know if I'm bad at this job, but there are only 2 things I can find in relation to Mendo Soap in the DC universe, and that's that a dude named Neil Jones is a delivery driver for them, and that their building can be found in Batman Arkham Knight, and there are coordinates to a Riddler trophy that Aloysia Trancy struggled to find back in 2015. For those wondering, they have since found the trophy, the Mighty Endowed. Appearing in the debut issue of Young Justice in September 1998, Nina Dowd was an archaeologist who unearthed a mystical artifact that encased her in a crystal cocoon. The Young Justice then arrived, opened her cocoon, and she emerged as the Mighty Endowed with a pair of boobs so big they could hypnotize her enemies and were unable to fit in the panel, and this may be a weakness greater than kryptonite. However, the weight of her new bosoms was more than she could handle, and after falling over she was arrested and never seen again. Originally she was due to be called the Sex Kitten and was given cat-like powers, but DC must have worried that she wasn't being taken seriously. Codpiece. If his design didn't clue you in already as to why he's such an obscure character, Codpiece is a villain who debuted in issue 70 of Doom Patrol, written by Rachel Pollack. The codpiece on his suit is certainly his biggest weapon, being functional as a cannon, missile launcher, sonic attack emitter, and has retractable boxing gloves to penetrate his enemy's defense. This whole persona exists because he misheard his high school crush who was criticizing his height, which somehow led to him developing an inferiority complex that caused him to rob banks. Surprisingly, he hasn't appeared outside of this one issue of Doom Patrol. Imposter Mad Hatter. First appearing in Detective Comics issue 230, the real name of the guy who slipped into the role of the Mad Hatter whilst Jervis Tetch was detained is unknown. Tetch was serving time in Arkham Asylum after stealing a trophy from the Gotham Yacht Club, but another Mad Hatter appeared on the scene who Batman immediately noticed was different. His reign of terror started all the way back in 1956, when he was intent on stealing Batman's cowl. When Tetch appeared back on the streets of Gotham in 1981, he claimed to have killed the imposter, but this was proven untrue when the unknown man re-emerged in 1987. With there not being enough space in Gotham for the two of them, he rebranded as Hatman and led an underground auction that was raided by Dick Grayson and Damian Wayne. Iceberg. Real name Charles Murray, and first appearing in Resurrection Man Volume 2 Issue 8 in June of 2012, this guy best count his lucky stars that his name is Iceberg, or I wouldn't be mentioning him. He was a professor who turned to a life of crime and quickly found himself in the Suicide Squad to work off his sentence. He was recruited to launch an attack on Deadshot and Harley Quinn, but had his hand cut off in the altercation. Due to his cryokinesis ability, he created a replacement hand made entirely out of ice. But the last time he was seen, he'd entombed himself in a cocoon of ice as part of his metamorphosis, and he must have evolved into a nothing since he hasn't been seen again. Vibe. Real name Francisco Ramon, he debuted in 1984 and joined the Justice League of Detroit with the power to create vibrating shockwaves. Breakdancing and West Side Story were the main influences for his, well, vibe, and that's a direct quote from co-creator Chuck Patton when reflecting on his and Jerry Conway's creation. However, despite sounding like an endless gimmick, Vibe's connections with the Los Lobos street gang caused issues for the League, and Aquaman and Martian Manhunter question his place in the League. He does go on to prove his worth, even through Crisis on Infinite Earths, but is eventually killed by an android created by Professor Ivo. Although resurrected and killed again a few times, what's most interesting is his revival during the New 52. His powers were redefined so that he could toy with interdimensional physics to a level that rivaled the Flash, and even had his own series that lasted for 10 issues. However, this wasn't the shot of adrenaline his character needed, and Vibe has only had a few minor appearances since then. Matrix Supergirl. In an alternate reality pocket universe where Superman doesn't exist and Lex didn't turn evil, he created a shape-shifting protoplasm that he named Matrix. Despite originally resembling Lana Lang, Lex changed her appearance into a blonde woman and gave her a female version of the Superman costume. Despite having similar powers to a Kryptonian and a few additional ones, the level of these powers couldn't compare to Superman, so she was sent to the main universe to recruit Clark's help. Whilst on Earth, she took the alias of Supergirl, lived with the Kents, went through an existential crisis, and formed a relationship with the regular Lex Luthor. She even took on another identity of Linda Danvers, and at one point seems to have married Clark. But this is why I really want Peter David's Supergirl in Omnibus, it just sounds so wacky. However, at the end of all this, she became an angel of fire and vowed to live out her remaining days not getting involved in meta-human conflicts. Kwame. Primarily known as the Sand Superman, he first appeared in Superman issue 233 in 1971 and was created from a portal between Earth and the Quam dimension. His goal is to drain the power and knowledge of Superman and eventually wants to follow in the footsteps of the Man of Steel as an unselfish hero, but Quam can only get power if it's drained from Superman, going as far to cause Clark brain damage through the process. Additionally, because of the charged atoms that create Quam, any contact with Superman could result in the destruction of Earth. Realizing this is the case, Quam returns to his own dimension, taking about a third of Superman's powers in the process, and hasn't been seen since 1978. There was an army of Quamas that attacked during the 90s, but the original has remained in his dimension and was later erased during Crisis. Dick Hurts. Wait, I didn't even say anything yet. First appearing in issue 1 of Booster Gold, Blackguard, full name Richard Hurts, was a super criminal hired by the 1000, a criminal organisation operating within Metropolis. However, despite having an armour that can generate a shield and mace out of pure energy, this isn't enough for a successful career as a super criminal, as he's beaten by Booster pretty quickly. Despite his hilarious name, Dick Hurts only had a few appearances before he joined the Suicide Squad and was brutally murdered in 2008. Black Bomber. In the 70s, DC was looking to create a new black superhero to lead their own title, as characters like Jon Stewart were sharing a book with Hal Jordan. The main idea they were leading with was the Black Bomber, whose secret identity was a white guy whose main personality trait is being racist. But in times of intense stress, he turns into a superpowered black man called the Black Bomber, an idea that was once described as an insult to practically everybody with any point of view at all. And if you thought it couldn't get any worse, the powers came from experimentation he underwent during Vietnam to help white soldiers blend into the jungle, and his Black Bomber design was a basketball outfit. 2 scripts had been completed, in which the white guy would throw out slurs left, right and centre, blind to the fact that he is the Black Bomber. You'll notice I haven't said any names of editors, writers or artists, and it's because none seem to be associated with this idea. The first name I can find in this story is Jenny Blake Isabella, who had previously worked on Luke Cage, and was recruited to take over the Black Bomber from issue 3. Nothing had hit shelves yet, and Isabella asked editorial if this was really who they wanted their first black lead superhero to be, and they would only help if the first 2 issues were scrapped, opting instead for Black Lightning, who they had been developing for a while. Fortunately, DC listened, and Black Lightning is etched into the history books as the first lead black DC hero. However, Dwayne McDuffie took a dig at the concept in 2008 during his Justice League run, where the Brown Bomber was introduced as a clear parody with the same origin story. Apparently, he asked if he could say the N-word, but editorial was against it, leaving a really weird awkward silence after his power explanation. White Rabbit. When you hear the name White Rabbit, most people think of the Marvel character who debuted back in 1983, but DC has had 2 characters go by the same name. First was Angora Lappin, a weapons dealer working out of Metropolis who debuted in 1993. The second and more popular of the 2 is Jaina Hudson, who first appeared in the 2011 Batman The Dark Knight premiere issue. She was a damn fine Gotham socialite who dated Bruce Wayne once, but made her first appearance as White Rabbit during a breakout at Arkham. She has the ability of being able to split herself into 2 people, which helps her to be a master of deception and still carry on alive whilst the White Rabbit is taken to Blackgate. Although she has appeared outside of the New 52, her appearances are few and far between. Beard Hunter. One of the most memorable parts of Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol run, Ernest Franklin is a clean-shaven mercenary for hire who only targets those with facial hair. He's a satire on the Punisher and how violent comic characters were becoming the norm, but his storyline where he's recruited by the Bearded Gentlemen's Club of Metropolis to assassinate the leader of the Doom Patrol was by far the most entertaining part of this run for me. The first Batgirl. Although the likes of Stephanie Brown, Cassandra Cain, and most famously Barbara Gordon may be the names that come to mind when you think of Batgirl, the first person to don the mantle was Betty Kane. Although there is a hyphen in her name, it's still undeniably Batgirl, as she debuted in issue 139 of Batman in 1961. The niece of Kathy Kane, the original Batwoman, discovers her aunt's double life and convinces her to let her become a sidekick as he seeks to protect Gotham. This Batgirl was intended to become a love interest for Robin, with some suggesting this was only done to dispel the belief that Robin was gay. However, Betty made less than 10 appearances before disappearing altogether in 1964, as editor Julia Schwartz felt that she, along with other characters like Batwoman and even Alfred, didn't fit with the vision he had for Batman. When Schwartz brought forward the idea of a Barbara Gordon Batgirl in 1966, it really closed the door on Betty, as the popularity of Barbara was instant due to her inclusion in the Adam West TV series. She did briefly reappear in the 70s during a short stint in the Teen Titans, before eventually transitioning into Flamebird in the post-crisis continuity, with her time as Batgirl rarely being mentioned since. The 2 police officers of Marvel and DC. One secret Marvel DC crossover that did prove to be legit were these two police officers that were first discovered by writer Scott Snyder. It was mostly in kid-targeted books, but they've arrested Lex Luthor, the Vulture, helped Spider-Man, Robin, and Batman, and have gone largely unnoticed despite their commitment to preventing interdimensional crime. Tier 6. Now, we are getting pretty deep into this iceberg, and what I noticed cropping up a lot were crossovers. If you're a comic fan, you know that the crossover is a staple of the medium, but for a lot of people outside of this hobby, that might not be common knowledge. So I thought I'd lump all of these together because we've got comics, TV shows, some movies, and I thought it'd just be easier organising it this way. Again, like the characters, what we're starting with are the ones that I think more people would know about, and towards the end we get into some of those more forgotten ones. Marvel crossovers. The most famous one is probably JLA Avengers from 2003 that was written by Kurt Busiek and illustrated by George Perez, and we're going to talk about the development troubles that title had later in this video. But over the years there has been the odd crossover here and there, such as Superman vs Spider-Man, and my money's going to be on Superman, Batman meets the Hulk, and the Uncanny X-Men and the Teen Titans. However, JLA Avengers was the last crossover for the two companies, meaning that it's been over 20 years since the worlds collided. Although, just a few months ago, it was announced at Comics Pro that a new crossover between the two companies is in the works, with the editor-in-chief of both companies confirming it. Superman vs Muhammad Ali. Created by Dennis O'Neil and Neil Adams, this was a special one-off issue from 1978 where the Man of Steel faced off against the biggest name in sports. The idea came from Julius Schwartz after a meeting about how they could boost the sale of comics. Initially, everyone thought it was crazy, but they all loved the idea, and the story centers around an alien race that wants to fight the toughest challenger from Earth. Although Superman is the obvious choice, Ali puts his name forward, which leads to the two fighting to settle the debate, and the Man of Steel is temporarily depowered to make things fair. The cover by Adams is one of the most iconic in the company's history, with various celebrities of the era cameoing within it. The idea was considered daring at the time, considering Ali's political and religious beliefs, but DC still pushed forward with the concept, and through reprints over the years, it became one of the best-selling comics that DC has ever made. Batman TMNT. First announced at IDW's panel in 2015 at San Diego Comic-Con, Batman TMNT was a collaboration between the two companies that first resulted in a 6-issue crossover starting in December the same year. Written by James Tynion IV and illustrated by Freddie Williams II, after a battle with Krang, the Turtles are teleported to Gotham, where they encounter Batman and, of course, have to fight. Mutagen infects members of Batman's Rogues Gallery, Killer Croc attacks the Turtles in the sewer, and in the end, Batman teams up with the Turtles to save the day. Response and sales were positive, with a sequel from the same creative team coming in December 2017. Both heroes are dealing with a power struggle in the cities, before having to team up once again to go against Bane. Then in May of 2019, a third crossover was released, set in an amalgamation of Batman and the Turtles worlds, due to Krang messing with the fabric of the multiverse, and the two needing to work together again to fix it. There was also a spin-off in 2016 called Batman TMNT Adventures that adopted the TV show styles, which means you can see Batman cross paths with the criminally underrated 2012 gang. There was also an animated movie, The Crossover, in 2019, and the Turtles are playable characters in Injustice 2. DC and Sonic. First announced in September 2024 at the Sonic Central presentation, this was a crossover between the DC and Sonic the Hedgehog universes that was written by Ian Flynn. At the time of scripting, this currently only has 2 issues released and is due to run for 5. The two teams meet in Sunset City after Darkseid tries to invade Sonic's dimension. Promotional art has been released with the Sonic cast wearing the suits of different League members, and I hope this turns out good because it might be the first DC book that I get Shadowcat to read. Amalgam Comics. Taking place between issues 3 and 4 of Marvel vs DC, Amalgam Comics started in 1996, ran for a year, and was a collaborative publishing imprint created by the two companies. Mashups headlined the 24 one-shot issues featuring characters such as Darklaw, which was an amalgam of Batman and Wolverine, Super Soldier, a mashup of Superman and Captain America, and the Skulk, a unique cross between the Hulk and Solomon Grundy. When I spoke about this in the Marvel Iceberg, I said I hoped there'd one day be an omnibus, which did happen recently and went out of print immediately. Justice League vs Godzilla vs Kong. Released as a 7-issue limited series that started in December 2023, this crossover between the Justice League, Godzilla and King Kong was written by Brian Buccellato and illustrated by Christian Deuce. None of this is set within continuity, and each member of the DC universe goes up against a different monster, with the story split between Metropolis and Skull Island. The series was successful enough to have a sequel announced in 2024, which is due to be released later this year, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Despite originally printing some comics for the He-Man TV show back in 1982, the rights to publish comics for the iconic cartoon seem to have been taken on by pretty much every company with a printer over the years. However, after taking over publishing of the Masters of the Universe mini-comics from Dark Horse in 2012, DC would do a full relaunch of He-Man in June of the same year. Big names like James Robinson, Dan Abnett, Keith Giffen, and even Jeff Johns worked on the title, with the lead characters getting a revamped origin and expanding on the complexities of the ecosystem of Castle Grayskull. The title continued to succeed, and more series were launched, with He-Man even having crossovers with the Thundercats in the Injustice universe. However, the last title printed by DC, He-Man and the Masters of the Multiverse, released in 2020, the same year that Dark Horse started printing issues for the character again. So although it's unclear if DC can continue on in this universe, for 8 years they crafted one of the most engaging stories based on a Saturday morning cartoon, Batman Green Hornet. The Green Hornet was another vigilante created in the 30s and had his own TV series in 1996 on the same network as Adam West's Batman. As such, a crossover didn't have as much red tape, despite the fact that the Hornet wasn't published by DC. This first manifested in a cameo in the 7th episode of the 2nd season of Batman, The Spell of Tot, where Batman and Robin cross paths with Hornet and Kato, as the former do a backclimb up a building. In the 51st episode of the same season, and damn, why were shows so long back then? The two shows have a full-on crossover where both duos are in pursuit of Colonel Gum and come face to face, fulfilling the sacred rule of crossovers: fight first, team up later. Despite this becoming an iconic part of both characters' history, it wasn't until August 2014 when the two would meet again in the 6-issue miniseries Batman 66 Meets the Green Hornet, written by Kevin Smith, a joint published title from DC and Dynamite that continued in the style of the original crossover. The Flash vs Quicksilver. Now, don't get this entry wrong, because if I got into a race with Quicksilver, I know I'd probably lose. But if he wants to call me out, I will be there. But in the grand scheme of speedsters, Marvel's Pietro works at a snail's pace in comparison to the Flash. Sure, it depends on which writer is on the title, but Quicksilver pushed himself to near death to reach light speed, and his max is said to be between Mach 4 and Mach 10, whereas the Flash is theorized to reach Mach 10,925, so just a smidge quicker. Scooby Apocalypse. As part of a big relaunch using Hanna-Barbera characters that Warner Entertainment had the rights to, Scooby Apocalypse is a 2016 series that was conceived by Jim Lee but written by Keith Giffen and JMD Matias with a handful of artists. It was only the second series in the Hanna-Barbera Beyond initiative and followed Scooby and the gang as he tried to stop an apocalypse of mutants infected by a nanite virus, using a variety of gizmos, gadgets, and the mystery-solving skills. The title ran for 36 issues, ending in April of 2019, and was praised throughout the run, with an omnibus of the entire series having recently been announced. Clark Kent and Lois Lane in Marvel. As we've already learned, crossovers between Marvel and DC characters isn't as rare as we might have thought, but X-Men issue 98 from 1976 is credited as the first appearance of Clark Kent and Lois Lane within the Marvel Universe. It's a proper blink and you'll miss it appearance in the bottom corner of a panel, but it's since been confirmed to be the DC characters. Other cameos in this issue include Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, and Chris Claremont. Batman meets Sherlock Holmes. Taking place in the first episode of Batman the Brave and the Bold, titled Trials of the Demon, we got to see the crossover between the world's greatest detectives. Batman is sent back to the 1800s, where Sherlock had been investigating a case involving a tree gun. Holmes sees Batman as a worthy rival and seeks to solve the case first, but ends up having his soul taken by the Gentleman Ghost, who was behind the case all along. Batman helps him to have his soul returned, and the duo save the day, with Batman telling Holmes that in his time, Sherlock is regarded as the world's greatest detective. Booster Gold meets the Flintstones. Published in March of 2017, this is a one-shot spin-off of Mark Russell's ridiculously underrated Flintstones run. It starts in the 25th century, with Booster in a retro Gotham that has a target practice cut out of Thomas and Martha Wayne. A race of reptilian aliens invade, looking for revenge for an event that took place in 20,000 BC. Booster travels there to get to the bottom of things, which is where he meets Fred Flintstone, who tries to help him fix his broken time seer so that he can return home. Ironically, it was Booster crashing into the alien on landing that caused the revenge attack in the 25th century, so Booster, along with Fred, travel through time to resolve it. However, the duo haven't crossed paths since. Image Comics crossovers. Although Marvel was the company Image was made to get away from, there's quite a lack of crossovers that they've had with DC, despite founder Jim Lee having such a key part in both companies. The first and most famous example is from 1994. Batman spawned Devil War, and later that same year, spawned Batman. This second one was written by Frank Miller and illustrated by Todd McFarlane, and it's one of the most famous intercompany crossovers, so much so that it spawned a sequel nearly 30 years later. The Darkness also had two DC crossovers, the first being with Batman in 1999, and the second was Superman in 2005. Savage Dragon had a pair of crossovers with the Man of Steel, in 1999 and 2002, with the first being set in Metropolis and the other in Chicago, and the JLA met up with Witchblade in the year 2000. But besides a brief cameo in Invincible, there haven't been any other crossovers between the two companies. Justice League MMPR. The crossover I'd been creating with my toys since I was a kid took place in the comics in 2017. It's a collaboration between DC and Boom Studios. It was written by Tom Taylor and illustrated by Stephen Byrne, and saw the Power Rangers teleport into the DC universe where they cross paths with the Justice League, and of course they have to fight each other first. Once this tradition of crossovers is completed, the two teams come together to take down Lord Zed, who was unleashing monsters and joined up with Brainiac. It's great because each Ranger has a member of the League that they sync up with, the Megazord gets involved, and this ends on a massive cliffhanger that just doesn't get resolved. Strange, because I thought this was based on Mighty Morphin, not RPM. Dark Horse crossovers. In 1991, having been on the scene for 5 years and built up a steady roster of characters and licensed IPs, Dark Horse Comics first crossed over with DC with Batman vs Predator. Now, I don't know if I read the right summary, but this story sounds like Predator is systematically killing a corrupt boxing mob ring and Batman has to intervene. I also can't see much in the way of reviews or sales, but it did well enough to produce two sequels in 1994 and 1997, with Superman taking a crack at Predator in 2001 and the entire Justice League having a go that same year. In 1993, Batman had his first of two crossovers with Matt Wagner's Grendel, with there being some debate on if this is actually in continuity, as the assassin appears in his own series with an injury sustained from the crossover. Aliens was the next big event in 1995, with the Man of Steel stepping up first, and the odds were a bit more even since Superman is so far in space that he can't reach direct sunlight. Batman was then confronted by the Xenomorphs in 1997, when he ends up in a jungle in pursuit of a missing geologist. Both titles got sequels, and Green Lantern also got a crossover in the year 2000, and although collected editions have been printed in the past, it would be more difficult now since Alien and Predator are with Disney. But there was one last crossover in 2007, with Batman and Superman vs Alien and Predator. Other crossovers have made it into print over the years, including The Mask meeting Lobo and the Joker, Hellboy teaming up with Batman and Starman, Superman fighting a Terminator, Batman crossing over with Tarzan, and even Wonder Woman meeting Conan the Barbarian in 2017. The most recent collaboration was 6 years ago now in 2019, when the Justice League crossed with Black Hammer, and there hasn't been news of any additional projects since then. Batman cameo in Invincible. Although it didn't give us a full crossover like we got between Invincible and Spider-Man in Marvel Team Up, The Dark Knight has crossed paths with Robert Kirkman's creation in issue 33 of Invincible. And I'm not just talking about Darkwing. After bouncing between dimensions because of Angstrom Levy, he's confronted by a caped bat-themed vigilante. Invincible comments on the lazy name, which is hypocritical from someone called Invincible, but the scene was adapted in season 2 of the Amazon Prime series, where it sounds like the Danny Elfman theme plays in the background. Judge Dredd. Despite debuting in 1977, the British comics icon Judge Dredd didn't cross over with DC until 1991, where he met Batman in the first of 4 stories. Subtitled Judgment on Gotham, this was followed by Vendetta in Gotham in 93, The Ultimate Riddle in 95, and Die Laughing in 98. All of these were written by Alan Grant and John Wagner, who had ample experience writing both Judge Dredd and Batman. Unfortunately though, it's quite difficult to find these crossovers. The only other time the Mega City 1 Judge crossed over with DC is with Lobo of all characters, which happened in 1995, with the subtitle Psycho Bikers vs the Mutants from Hell. The two have to form an unlikely alliance, but the one alliance that seems very likely is Grant and Wagner as they teamed up again for this, when Joker met the Red Skull. In 1997, a Batman Captain America one-shot by John Byrne was released under the Elseworlds imprint. It's set in 1945 as Cap lands in Gotham following the war, but the sacred rule of crossovers is ignored as he doesn't fight Batman as soon as they meet. Instead, that's reserved for when the Joker talks with Red Skull. Despite plotting against their arch-enemies together, the Joker is disgusted that the Nazi motif isn't just an odd gimmick, and that he'd willingly help him, as the Joker is, and I quote, "I may be a criminal lunatic, but I'm an American criminal lunatic," and the two then try to gas each other. At least it's good to know that there's a line that even the Joker won't cross. Rutland Halloween Parade. This is an annual event that's been held in Rutland, Vermont since 1960. However, it has also appeared in multiple issues of various Marvel and DC titles. So this was the first unofficial crossover between the two publishers, as even though they may not be seen in each other's issues, there is only one parade a year, and both were in attendance. Superman meets the Quick Bunny. Published in 1987, this was a one-shot promotional crossover with Nestle. It was written by Mike Carlin and illustrated by Carmine Infantino. Still aren't sure if I'm saying that right. When the Weather Wizard attacks Metropolis, the Man of Steel has to be saved by the Nestle mascot, and then just kind of follows Clark around until the day is saved. Like, I don't want beef with a merchandising icon, but is Superman doing most of the work here? There are puzzles the reader can solve during the adventure, but nothing seems to be as useful as a tall glass of Nesquik. The bunny hasn't appeared in the DC universe since, and this was confirmed as being outside of continuity. But payment off and Booster Gold will probably promote it. Mantis Willow Lorelli. The Marvel character Mantis was created by Steve Englehart and debuted in Avengers issue 112 in 1973. You might know her from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, but if that was the point of this entry, then it wouldn't be in this video. What is interesting is that she also exists within the DC universe when she appeared under the name Willow. In the Justice League series that was also written by Englehart. She now had a child after appearing pregnant in the Marvel universe, and when Englehart went across to Eclipse Comics to write Scorpio Rose, she appeared again under the name Lorelli. These different identities are also acknowledged in one of the issues of the official handbook of the Marvel Universe, and I may get some backlash for saying this, but I don't think she's interested enough to drag her into 3 different universes. Justice League RWBY. Produced by Rooster Teeth, RWBY is an animated web series where young warriors train to protect the world from monsters known as the Grimm. DC had printed some comics with the characters in 2019, and in 2021 this developed into a 7-issue crossover with the Justice League. The DC characters found themselves in the RWBY universe, complete with a costume redesign, and this led into a big 2023, with a second crossover and a 2-part animated movie subtitled Superheroes and Huntsmen. Although more of an underground release, it was well received, but since Rooster Teeth ceased operation in 2024, there's no word on if any further crossovers will happen. Subway presents Justice League. One of the more bizarre crossovers, this was a 4-issue miniseries released in 2011. Each issue had a different creative team, with one of them even being penned by Joshua Williamson, and followed various sports stars as they crossed paths with a member of the Justice League after a villain stopped them from getting a Subway. The 4th and final issue has the League meet Jared Fogle, the former poster boy for Subway, before he was arrested for various crimes, including possession of CP. And with how much the League praised him, this gives us the perfect example of a comic book moment that is aged like milk. Like, why didn't Wonder Woman just put the lasso of truth on him? Sailor Moon in the DC universe. With other crossovers, it's in the form of the actual characters meeting one another, whereas this Sailor Moon one is more of a tip of the hat from JLA issue 27. When discussing Justice League matters over dinner, Martian Manhunter assumes a human disguise of Hino Rai, which Bruce immediately says is too much of a giveaway. This is because Hino Rai, and we're just gonna have to add that name into the list of ones that I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing correctly, is the secret identity of Sailor Mars, meaning that Sailor Moon and the supporting characters probably exist as an anime within the DC universe, or they actually already exist as heroes and Batman already knows the real identities. Interestingly, Miller commented that this wasn't intentional and thought it just meant Poet of Mars, but it's more fun to pretend that Sailor Moon is in the DC universe. Buried Alien is Barry Allen. Debuting in the 17th issue of Marvel's Quasar in 1990, the buried alien was discovered to be a speedster with amnesia from an alternate universe. If the power set wasn't clue enough, the initials are a clear reference to Barry Allen, who, at the time of the buried alien's arrival, had died during Crisis on Infinite Earths. During the issue of Quasar, he's also referred to as the fastest man alive, despite never being outright named as Barry. Batman and Elmo. Airing on June 4th, 2020, The Dark Knight himself featured as a guest on the 4th episode of the first season of Elmo's Not Too Late Show, which was a mock talk show set within the Sesame Street universe. An uncredited actor played Batman, although it was later revealed to be Victor Joel Ortiz underneath the cowl. And this suit did look like it had hockey pads, although you know there's probably some incels on Twitter who never watched this and still say he did a better job than Robert Pattinson. Batman played beach ball with Elmo, they had some banter together along with the Cookie Monster, before the bat signal called him away. And let's be honest, there were far more bizarre things that happened in 2020. Tier 7, and we really can't see the top of the iceberg anymore. And whilst I was researching into this, I did notice that there was a lot of cancelled projects. I feel like you would have to be more of a DC fan to know that some of these even happened, so that's why I'm putting it lower down in the iceberg, because we've got some really obscure ones, some urban legends that turned out to become true, and some movies, TV shows, cancelled sequels and comics that I kinda wish would have happened. 5G. This was an intended relaunch of the DC universe that was envisioned by Dan DiDio but eventually scrapped when he was fired. The 5G refers to the 5th generation and would have ushered in a switching of the guard for legacy characters. Jace Fox was going to become Batman, John Kent stepping up as Superman, and Yara Flor as Wonder Woman. There was to be a Generations event leading into this, and the idea was also referenced in Doomsday Clock, but the initiative never went forward. Jim Lee spoke on 5G after it was scrapped, and said something to the effect of it would have only been done for a short-term boost in sales, and DC instead wants to respect the established mythology and naturally build on that. However, some ideas from this movement did make their way into DC, like John taking on the mantle of Superman, and Doomsday Clock did say that this Earth would be created in January 2026, so it might be that this entry is too early. Cancelled Batgirl movie. A fairly recent one that in a few years will probably just be an obscure piece of lost media. Originally scheduled for release in 2022, Batgirl was a $90 million movie intended to be a part of the DCEU, with Leslie Grace stepping into the role of Barbara Gordon, J.K. Simmons reprising his role of Commissioner Jim, Brendan Fraser as Firefly, and in an exciting yet baffling announcement, Michael Keaton returning to the role of Batman. There was no word on why it was Keaton instead of Affleck, nor any hint that this would be a multiverse story, but people were so happy to see Keaton back that they didn't care. But despite all filming being completed and the movie being in post-production, Warner Bros. Announced that the film wouldn't be released, something that the cast and crew didn't even know about until the public did. Rumours circulated as to why, such as the quality not being up to the level of other theatrical DC releases, whatever that means, others stating that the cost of additional scenes to improve the movie would guarantee that it couldn't make a profit, and Variety claimed the cancellation was so that Warner Bros. Could file a hefty tax break. Regardless, due to the budget, it is one of the most expensive cancelled projects in all of cinema, and the movie was only shown once to the cast and crew in a closed-off screening. Honestly, I get the feeling that one day this will see the light of day, but it is odd that so close to release there hadn't been a single trailer. Superman Lives. In 1996, Kevin Smith pitched his idea for a new Superman movie after years had gone by since Quest for Peace, and many attempts at a sequel had failed. John Peters allowed Smith to write the story, but there were many demands in place, including no scenes involving Superman flying, Brainiac had to fight a polar bear at some point, a space dog had to be added for merchandise, and Superman had to fight a giant spider in the third act. Smith titled his script Superman Lives, and crafted a story that involved Brainiac teaming up with Lex Luthor to send Doomsday to Earth. Kevin had intended for Jack Nicholson to play Luthor and Ben Affleck to star in the lead role, but this eventually went to Nicolas Cage, who was a huge Superman fan and was offered $20 million. Things moved forward quickly, with Tim Burton signing on to direct and WB aiming for a summer 1998 release. However, Burton wasn't happy with Smith's concept and wanted rewrites that involved Brainiac and Lex merging into Lexiac. But to pull off this script, the budget would be inflated to an estimated $190 million. All these problems caused Warner to put the movie on hold in April of 1998, with Burton leaving to direct Sleepy Hollow and the studio considering other ideas for a Superman movie. It's probably the biggest Superman movie that couldn't make it to the screen, and in 2015 a documentary was released called The Death of Superman Lives. Cage did go on to voice Superman in the Teen Titans Go movie and also had a CGI cameo in 2023's The Flash. There have also been pitches to adapt the script into an animated movie, but for now all we have is the behind the scenes material. Justice League of America. Produced by CBS and airing on December 28, 1997, the story follows Tori, a meteorologist who through an accident becomes ice and is inducted into the Justice League, who have to take down the Weatherman, Tori's former boss. The League is led by Martian Manhunter, and he's also joined by Guy Gardner, Barry Allen, Ray Palmer, and the lesser-known hero Fire. It was intended to launch a Justice League TV show that would be based on Giffen and DeMatteis' run, but reviews of the movie were largely negative, and it's not too easy to find viewership numbers, but I can't imagine that they were high. The main problems were the plot holes, special effects, poor-looking costumes, and an inconsistent tone that was more like Friends but with superpowers. And Guy Gardner didn't have his bowl cut. Yeah, that last one was my complaint. Wonder Woman Monolith game. Originally revealed with an announcement trailer in 2021, Wonder Woman was developed by Monolith Productions, the same company that made the two Middle-earth games. It would incorporate the patented Nemesis system, whereby enemies remember the result of previous encounters, and would be similar in story and scope to the modern God of War games. However, after the announcement trailer, not much was said about the project until February of 2025, when Monolith was closed by Warner Games and the project was cancelled. Gail Simone then came out, having being a consultant on the game during its production and was disappointed at the cancellation as everyone had been so passionate about the project. So the only thing we have on this game is the original reveal trailer, Justice League Mortal. In February 2007, Warner Brothers hired Michelle and Kieran Mulroney to write a Justice League script, which they submitted in June, and the studio fast-tracked the project to try and avoid the upcoming writer's strike. George Miller of Mad Max signed on to direct, with an estimated budget of $220 million at his disposal. The League was assembled with mostly young actors, so that they could grow into the roles over the course of a franchise. However, the writer's strike did push back production, and once filming could begin, there was a dispute with the Australian Film Commission that threatened the movie and caused the whole thing to be relocated to Canada. During this time, The Dark Knight had released, the success of which led to Warner Brothers switching focus to solo movies, and instead decided to go forward with Green Lantern and Man of Steel, which now that I say it out loud, I think we would have been better off with Justice League Mortal. Haircut. Despite 2016's The Suicide Squad being a box office success, the critic and fan response was less than ideal, with many confused over the tone, bland plot, and direction. David Ayer was particularly disappointed about this, having claimed that the released movie is a massive departure from his vision. This was attributed to forced reshoots and studio interference wanting it to mimic the tone of Deadpool, leading to a similar campaign as Snyder to release the Ayer cut, albeit though with far fewer death threats. Some details of the changes include a completely different third act, more inclusion of Jared Leto's Joker, larger roles for various members of the team who fell by the wayside, and an overall different edit as that was taken out of David's hands. There's a lot of back and forth on if this would be possible, with Ayer saying in 2023 that he had spoken to James Gunn about it and things seemed positive, but perhaps only making one bad DCEU movie isn't enough of a reason to grant a director's cut. Batman vs Superman. I touched on this during the I Am Legend topic, but it's interesting enough to be expanded on. Given the frantic scramble following Batman and Robin, and the lack of Superman movies after the fourth one, many ideas were pitched, including one for a Superman origin movie scripted by J.J. Abrams, and Wolfgang Peterson was approached to direct. At the same time, Andrew Kevin Walker had put forward the idea of a Batman vs Superman movie, but his initial script was deemed too dark, so Akiva Goldman, who was responsible for the I Am Legend Easter egg, was hired to do a rewrite based on the idea under the codename Asylum. This story would have started with Bruce having been retired from crime fighting for 5 years, and his closest allies are dead, but when the Joker kills his fiancée, he's forced out of retirement. I don't know how he ends up going against Superman in this scenario, but the project was due to start filming in 2003, but released the summer after. Many names were considered for either lead, including Johnny Depp, James Franco, Paul Walker, Josh Hartnett, and even Christian Bale. Imagine that. However, Wolfgang forced the project to hold as he left to do Troy, and Warner Brothers became more interested in J.J. Abrams' revised Superman solo movie, so Batman vs Superman was shelved, but still seen as a possibility if both Batman Begins and Superman Returns did well, but the latter disappointed financially, causing Jeff Robinov, WB's president of production at the time, to abandon the idea and come up with a fresh start for Superman, without it needing to immediately lead into a Batman and Superman movie. That idea, 2013's Man of Steel, which immediately led into a Batman and Superman movie, Twilight of the Superheroes. This was a pitch Alan Moore presented to DC in 1987 before he cut ties with the company. It was set 2 decades in the future of the DC universe, where superhero dynasties now rule over the world, including the House of Steel built by Superman and his wife Wonder Woman, the House of Thunder made up by the Marvel family, and houses for the remainder of the Justice League, Teen Titans, and the rest of the supervillains. All of this would build into a massive final battle that would end with the restoration of the multiverse. Many elements of the plot found their way into stories like Kingdom Come and Infinite Crisis, but during the 90s, Twilight of the Superheroes became this fabled piece of lost work that details had leaked out about over the years. Then in 2020, DC released the full text of the proposed 12-issue maxi-series, after there was some back and forth on who owned the proposal. Oddly, in the eyes of some fans, this has kinda demystified the story, as there were some overly edgy choices, such as Captain Marvel having BDSM with hookers, and the story being summarised as the worst case scenario of the evil Superman trope, the original JLA Avengers. Although a few crossovers between Marvel and DC had been published, in 1979 they sealed the deal on the big one, the JLA and the Avengers. A plot outline was done by Jerry Conway, which Roy Thomas would adapt into a script, and George Perez signed on to do the art. The story would see Kang the Conqueror team up with the Lord of Time, with only the combined effort of the two teams being able to stop him. It was due to be published in May of 1983, with Perez having been creating pages for over 2 years whilst juggling other projects, but editorial disputes that were allegedly instigated by Marvel's Jim film shooter caused the project to collapse. Perez had completed 21 pages, which have since been printed, but it would take over 2 decades for the idea to finally make it onto shelves. And fortunately, Perez got his chance to work on it. Metamorpho animated series. Following the success of CBS's 1967 animated show, Superman Aquaman Hour of Adventure, production company Filmation were quick to find the next superhero series, and produced a pilot based on Metamorpho. This was despite the character having only been introduced in the comics 2 years earlier, but the popularity of his solo series gave them confidence that the success would translate into TV. However, plans were scrapped when CBS acquired the rights to a Batman animated series that they wanted to use Filmation's resources towards instead. After seeing how successful the Adam West series had been, Mark Millar's Superman trilogy. In 2008, Warner Brothers were listening to various ideas on how to reboot the Superman movies. Although this would eventually lead to Man of Steel, one idea that stood out was Mark Millar's proposed trilogy that would be directed by Matthew Vaughn. Miller said it would be an epic similar to the Godfather trilogy that would chart the entire life of Superman, all the way up until he loses his powers as he watches the sun go supernova. Zod, Brainiac and Lex Luthor would have been the villains, but the problem I remember hearing from most fans is the fact that Krypton wouldn't blow up until Clark was an adult. Sure, it's a daft choice that would create so many issues that would need to be justified to even get the story started. But let's be real, it's still not as dumb as killing Jonathan Kent with a tornado. Ultimately, Warner passed on the project, with only the basic details of the pitch being revealed in interviews with Miller and Vaughn, but it was claimed to be a hopeful, inspiring trilogy, even though it's clear it ends with the death of everything. Robin Williams' Joker. Although Jack Nicholson's performance as a Joker is iconic, Tim Burton and Warner Brothers weren't sure he'd sign on to the role due to the perception of Batman at the time. Instead, Robin Williams, who was gaining some traction in his acting career, was considered for the role and even presented an offer, but this was all a ploy to push Nicholson into accepting a deal. Given the fact that Williams is a fan of comics, this must have been crushing, but he got some form of revenge when he was offered to play the Riddler in Batman Forever, but now had the star power and confidence to reject it. Jack Black Green Lantern. The mid-2000s was an odd time for comic book movies. Thanks to Spider-Man, the X-Men and Nolan's Batman reboot, they weren't seen as guaranteed failures. But studios didn't always care about the source material. That's how Jack Black, who was riding high off his success in School of Rock and Tenacious D, was close to leading a Green Lantern movie in 2006. And I know what you're thinking, a Kilowog movie sounds great, but rather than playing an established Lantern, Jack would play Judd Plateau, a reality show star that would be granted Abin Sur's ring, after a malfunction meant it skipped over a number of worthy bearers. The premise rested solely on what happens if the wrong person got the ring, resulting in tons of gross out humour in a scene where Judd uses the ring to capture a bunch of criminals with a green condom. The lead writer, Robert Smigel, described it as the laziest Green Lantern story ever, with actual DC Comics existing within it to give necessary exposition, and the climax being resolved with Judd creating a Superman that would solve all of the problems. An early draft of the script leaked, which Black said he enjoyed, but the internet did not agree, with it being abundantly clear that the movie did not want to be a Green Lantern story. The vocal fanbase caused the script to be rewritten multiple times, a director wasn't selected, and producers said the idea would be better suited for a new superhero. By the time Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern released in 2011, Jack Black's movie was long forgotten. I'd say it's the lesser of two evils, but let's be real, one bad idea that fans derailed doesn't make the movie we got any better. DC vs Star Wars. One of the greatest what-ifs in comic history that almost was. Responding to a 2017 tweet about the favourite rejected proposal, Busiek revealed that years before he'd sealed the deal to bring a crossover between Star Wars and the DC Universe to the page. But despite the two parties having agreed to the idea, when it got down to the details, things fell apart, as the two companies couldn't agree on which universe would have the bigger moments. This resulted in Dan DiDio passing on the project, causing Busiek to grow frustrated. However, in the years since, Alex Ross has released promotional art of what could have been, and now that Star Wars is owned by Disney, it's unlikely this crossover can still happen, and you're just gonna have to read my fanfiction if you want to see a crossover between Jar Jar and Plastic Man. Lobo the Animated Series. Lobo may be one of the unluckiest characters when it comes to getting his own series. First, there was the web series that disappeared, then there was the Krypton spin-off that went nowhere, and in 2020, Olin Rogers, a creator of Final Space, revealed that he'd pitched the idea of an R-rated animated series following Lobo and his daughter Crush. The idea didn't seem to get off the ground, which is a shame looking at the success of the Harley Quinn show and the great art Rogers shared on his LinkedIn in 2021. Hopefully Jason Momoa can finally bring some proper attention to the character. Bill Murray Batman. Before Tim Burton and Michael Keaton brought The Dark Knight to the big screen in 1989, there were other attempts at producing a Batman movie. In 1983, The Batman was announced with a scheduled release for 1985, and Ivan Reitman, the director of Ghostbusters and Twins, was attached to direct the project. The script was far different from the film that would eventually release, and was far different from the initial script as it went through 9 writers. But what didn't change was Reitman's idea for the starring role. He wanted comedy actor Bill Murray to play Batman, and Eddie Murphy for Robin. However, neither actor was signed on for the project, and when speaking about the idea in 2022, Murray said that Murphy wanted to play Batman instead of the sidekick, and that the idea never got off the ground because there was too much vanity involved. Aquaman TV pilot. From the same producers that launched Smallville, a 42-minute Aquaman pilot was produced in 2006 for the WB network, in the hopes of following in Smallville's footsteps. Justin Hartley, who I only know for playing Oliver Queen in Smallville and divorcing that lady that I fancy from Selling Sunset, starred as Arthur Curry, who discovers his abilities whilst living in the Florida Keys and learns of his destiny to protect Atlantis. However, the WB was undergoing a merger with UPN at the time, which caused them to not purchase the Aquaman TV show. The pilot then became available on iTunes and shot to the top of the charts, with reviews being overly positive. Yet it didn't save the project. Reacher's Alan Ritchson reappeared in Smallville as Aquaman, and this show will remain a what if. Batman vs Godzilla. Following the success of Godzilla vs Kong in 1962, film studio Toho reached out to Greenway Productions to bring Batman vs Godzilla to the big screen. This got quite far into the development stage before the project was abandoned, with 2 scripts having been completed, and the cast being assembled including Adam West, Christopher Lee, and a cameo from Bruce Lee. The plot started with Batman and Robin investigating a case of earthquakes in Japan, which are being caused by a meteorologist called Klaus Finster, who is operating Godzilla to hold the country ransom. The idea came about because of the popularity of Adam West's Batman in Japan, but communication between the 2 studios was the downfall of the project, as one half of the production conceived it as a sequel to the '66 Batman movie. However, Batman did eventually cross paths with Godzilla much later in 2023, as part of the Justice League vs Godzilla vs Kong miniseries. Tim Curry Joker. Having already solidified himself in the realm of evil clowns thanks to Pennywise, Tim Curry was the original actor picked to voice the Joker in Bruce Timm's Batman the Animated Series. The entirety of Joker's Season 1 performances had been recorded before the decision was made to replace Curry with Mark Hamill, meaning that all of those lines had to be redubbed so he could become the now iconic voice of the Joker. Over the years, not much information had been revealed about the sudden replacement, with some saying it was a decision from higher ups, Curry himself saying he had bronchitis, but Bruce himself revealed in 2017 that the decision was pushed by producer Alan Burnett, as Curry's rendition didn't sound organic or Joker-like. Yet in the years since, Bruce Timm has shown Tim Curry versions of certain episodes. The Flash video game. Developed by Bottle Rocket Entertainment and planned to be released for the PS3 and Xbox 360, this was a licensed game based on The Flash that would be published by Brash Entertainment. Some very early build footage for the game was released and showed how super speed would work in combat and traversal around an open world central city. However, in November 2008, Brash Entertainment would run out of money and cease to exist, with the Flash game being cancelled as a result. Another Flash game was rumoured to be in the works from Warner Bros. Montreal, but the poor performance of Rocksteady's Suicide Squad and the 2023 Flash movie caused this to be cancelled also. Green Lantern 2. In a classic example of don't count your chickens before they've hatched, Warner Bros. Had planned for 2011's Green Lantern to be the launching point of a new DC universe, and be the first in a trilogy of movies about Hal Jordan. Martin Campbell had confirmed this was the intention back in 2010, with the post-credits scene at the end of the first movie, which saw Sinestro succumb to the allure of the yellow power ring of fear being the focal point of a sequel. A script was already underway from the same writers as the original, whilst filming was still taking place. So when the movie released and disappointed everyone, including Warner Bros., the plans of a future were scrapped immediately. When the initial slate of movies for the DCU were revealed, a Green Lantern Corps project was announced and said to be a reboot of the property, with Reynolds not being attached. However, Zack Snyder said he had planned for Ryan to make an appearance in his director's cut of Justice League, even though he'd never spoken to Reynolds about this idea. Tier 8. We're pretty much near the abyss now, and what I thought would be fun is if we had an entire tier of controversies, beefs, and all the stuff that happened behind the scenes that DC probably wants you to forget. A lot of this is going to be he said, she said, but it all builds into the history of DC Comics. And as difficult as it's going to be, I'm not going to try and pick sides in some of these. Joker hysteria. Todd Phillips' 2019 Joker movie made headlines for a lot of reasons, but one of the more bizarre was due to the speculation that the movie would cause mass violence across America. The story of Arthur Fleck feeling so neglected by society that he becomes the criminal known as the Joker does depict him as something of a cult hero to a disenfranchised section of society within the movie, which led to the US Army distributing an email that it could invigorate the incel community to commit similar acts of violence. Texas law enforcement received a credible tip that at least one theatre would be the target of an attack. The Aurora movie theatre that was victim to the mass shooting at the Dark Knight Rises screening refused to show the film, and some cinemas prohibited moviegoers from dressing as the Joker. This hysteria made it onto the news, but in the end there were no reports of violence, which makes the whole scenario baffling. But at least the news mentioned people going to watch it, and I don't think the same could be said for the sequel. And look, this isn't entirely related to the topic, but I don't know which other video I'd be able to bring this up in. But the real thing we should have been warned about with Joker is the amount of people that think they're the most intelligent, media-savvy person that's ever lived because they think they understand this movie. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met will be on Facebook talking about this film like, mate, if you're a deep thinker like me, you'll really enjoy this film. Like, I think the message of it is that if you've got a mental health problem, society wants you to act like you don't have one. As if that message wasn't written down in the fucking movie. It doesn't make you a genius to understand that that's the message it's trying to convey. Superman curse. There's quite a few tellings of the origin of this idea, but the overarching theme is that being cast as Superman, or even just being cast in Superman, causes inexplicable misfortunes. Some connect this to a scathing letter that Siegel and Shuster wrote in response to their $130 sellout as Superman, yet others argue both creators were also affected by the curse, and this low payout was the start of it. This includes Shuster losing his eyesight, and being unable to create more comics, and living in a nursing home by 1976. Siegel got caught up in the lawsuits and unsuccessful campaigns against DC, but the two didn't suffer awful deaths like the first Superman on screen, George Reeves. I talk about this more in a later entry, but George starred as a title character in The Adventures of Superman in the 50s, but died at the age of 45 due to a self-inflicted gunshot wound that some believe was a cover-up. The 1978 Superman movie was where the idea of the curse really rose to prominence. Christopher Reeve, who starred as a Man of Steel for 4 movies, was paralysed from the neck down in 1995 and died at the age of 52 in 2004. Even Lee Quigley, who played the infant version of Clark, was bullied at school, from a broken home, and would die at the age of 14 from inhalant abuse. Marlon Brando, who was the biggest casting for the movie when he joined as Jor-El, would suffer through his children, as his son would be imprisoned for shooting his half-sister's boyfriend, and his daughter would take her own life in 1995. Margot Kidder, who played Lois Lane, would suffer from bipolar disorder, and died in 2018 of a self-inflicted drug overdose. Richard Pryor, who starred in Superman 3, would be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis just 3 years after the movie, and died of a heart attack at the age of 65. Kirk Allen, who played Sam Lane in the 78 movie, and also was Superman in a few low-budget serials in the 40s, would develop Alzheimer's. And even Dana Reeve, the widow of Christopher Reeve, would die of lung cancer at just 44, despite not being a smoker. Apparently, it's not even just live action, as both Max and Dave Fleischer, who created Superman cartoons for Paramount, would befell the curse, as Max would die in a charity hospital for the poor in 1972, and Dave would die of a stroke in 1979. There's also cases of the DVD crew from Superman Returns having bizarre accidents. Allison Mack from Smallville was convicted of trafficking in 2018, and even Gene Hackman's recent mysterious death had been attributed to the curse. And then you've got everything that happened with Zack Snyder and his daughter and WB also being linked to the curse. Although some believe it's coincidence or bad luck, there does also seem to be a career death for Superman actors, such as Brandon Routh, and even Henry Cavill being messed around by the DCEU has been blamed on the curse. Even the Superman movie this July's already been hit by it, as a bunch of grown adults cry at the cast and crew anytime anything about the movie's posted. Batman Damned controversy. You can see his dick. That's the controversy. Batman Damned was a 3-issue limited series written by Brian Azzarello and illustrated by Lee Bermejo. It was the first title to be printed under the DC Black Label imprint that we spoke about earlier, so it needed to make an impression, and you can bet it did. More people can probably tell you about the controversy surrounding this first issue than they can the plot of the whole series. The fallout of this is so baffling as well, considering it was just 1 page, and boobs can be seen in a lot of DC comics. But since parent company Time Warner had recently merged with AT&T, the outrage didn't suit the family-friendly image that they wanted to present. DC went on the warpath with future Black Label releases, halting some and even cancelling others, and reducing the amount of promotion that Damned received. Printings were recalled and redistributed with the image censored, and the digital edition was altered also, with an estimated 115,000 uncensored copies having been published, which caused those versions to become collector's items that some wanted to slab, which kinda defeats the point of having a controversial interior page anyway. Jim Lee and Dan DiDio blame the whole thing on production errors and the scene having the colours brightened, but at the end of the day, a dick was drawn there. But I do agree with artist Bermejo's view that this was the biggest non-controversy. Like, did we think Bruce didn't have a dick? Superboy's sexuality. John Kent, the son of Clark and Lois, best known as Superboy but also has stepped into the mantle of Superman, was making headlines in 2021 for something that has absolutely nothing to do with heroics. In the 5th issue of Tom Taylor's Son of Kal-El series, he starts a relationship with Jay Nakamura, and I don't want this to come across as homophobic, but he is the single most annoying character that I've ever read. John can do better. Hell, Jay makes me wish that Paul from Zeb Wells' Spider-Man would break these two up. I've got no problem with John being gay, but not with this guy. However, the internet was divided by this decision, with some claiming it's the most high-profile LGBT representation at DC, and others claiming it was part of an agenda. Taylor commented on how important it is for everyone to feel represented, and considering John was moving into adolescence, it was the perfect time to explore the idea, with DC fully supporting the move. And it is crazy considering how the first openly gay superhero, North Star, was only introduced less than 30 years earlier. Pregnant Joker. Honestly, when I started adding topics for this video, this was in tier 1. The amount of articles written about this backup story in issue 4 of Matthew Rosenberg's The Joker, The Man Who Stopped Laughing from January 2023 was astounding. People who hadn't touched a comic their whole lives were diving into a debate about whether this was DC going woke or DC becoming more accepting, and took on more of a life than the series itself ever had. However, if anyone had read the story in question, they know that despite appearing pregnant and visiting a gyno, it was all a spell by Zatanna mixing with the mud that was in Joker's stomach that created some weird offspring that he burst by throwing up. These backups were only ever intended to be a homage to wacky zany Silver Age stories, and not some weird political stance in a non-canon filler piece. Yet when's truth ever mattered in an online debate? Batgirl issue 41 variant. It's not often that a cover of a book makes more headlines than the book itself, but in June of 2015, DC Comics ran Joker Month, which was a 75th anniversary celebration of the Clown Prince of Crime, with the majority of the books that month having a variant cover that featured the character. This coincided with issue 41 of Cameron Stewart's Batgirl, a character who has very much had their history impacted by the Joker when they were paralysed by him during the Killing Joke. The cover, which references that story, was illustrated by Raphael Albuquerque and caused controversy online, with a hashtag demanding that DC change the cover. Some said it was because it was so drastic from the tone of the actual book. Others said it glorified assault and violence towards women, with some online taking it upon themselves to send death threats to Raphael. There's definitely some irony there. In one of the few examples of people crying on the internet about something that they weren't going to buy anyway actually working, Albuquerque himself requested for the cover to be cancelled. There was then a counter campaign to have it printed. The whole thing then became a debate about censorship, and pretty much everyone that could have made a statement on the controversy made a statement on it. DC cancelling Orson Scott Card. In 2013, DC announced that Orson Scott Card, the writer of Ender's Game and Ultimate Iron Man, was to guest write The Adventures of Superman. However, Orson had been outspoken with his anti-gay views, having been quoted as saying that legalizing gay marriage would be the end of democracy in America, and had joined the board of directors for the anti-gay National Organization for Marriage just a year before his Superman announcement. The backlash was instantaneous, with planned artist Chris Sprouse leaving after the announcement, and a petition to pull Card gaining over 16,000 signatures. Despite initially saying that the views of an individual are separate from that of the company, DC eventually put the title on an indefinite hold, which 12 years later, I reckon's gonna continue. Tim Burton vs McDonald's. During an age when McDonald's would partner up with every big movie release, a deal was struck up for a line of Happy Meal toys based on Tim Burton's Batman Returns back in 1992, having only seen a rough cut of the movie. However, when the violent, sexualized final product released, there was uproar from parents due to the film that was being promoted to the kids. Christian organisations even blasted McDonald's, but they honoured their contract and promoted the movie for the duration. This could be due to the toys resembling the comic counterparts more than the Burton versions, and the animated series being on the horizon. Burton, having never intended to make a movie for kids, stuck to his guns, but knew that the backlash epitomised by the McDonald's controversy meant that he wouldn't be allowed to return for a third movie. Women in refrigerators. Also known as fridging, this term was highlighted by Gail Simone to describe the trope of female characters being brutally murdered, assaulted, or tortured solely for the purpose of motivating a male character. The inspiration for the phrase comes direct from 1994's Green Lantern issue 54, when Kyle Rayner returns home to find his girlfriend Alexandra murdered and stuffed into his fridge by his enemy Major Force. Simone created a Women in Refrigerators website where she chronicled over 100 incidents of fridging, and the term has gained a life of its own outside of comics. It's open debates, with some countering that male deaths don't seem to matter at all, and some using the term for when anything bad happens to any female character. But regardless, the term has become more well known than the Green Lantern incident that caused it, Dan DiDio's Nightwing Vendetta. In one of the worst kept company secrets, Dan DiDio had wanted to kill off Dick Grayson during the 2005 event Infinite Crisis. I say worst kept secrets because Dan had gone on record at pretty much every opportunity on this choice, even going as far as sharing a list of titles that would change during the 1 year later phase. And the Nightwing book would have seen Jason Todd taking the mantle following Dick's death. By the time Battle for the Cowl happened, Tim Drake likely would have been the new Batman, which in reality went to Dick. This was also when Dan spoke about the idea publicly in one of his DC Nation sections, and how the outcry against killing Dick got the idea scrapped, with even a baggage handler holding his luggage hostage until he agreed to keep him alive. DC tried to sell to Marvel. Following the DC implosion in the late 70s, Bill Sarnoff, one of the heads of Warner Bros. Publishing, contacted Marvel Comics editor-in-chief Jim Shooter about a licensing deal. All of this took place in 1984 and would work in a similar way to how DC got the license to Captain Marvel. Shooter presented the idea to Marvel president Jim Galton, who didn't see the value in DC's characters. But after some talks, a deal was set in motion. Shooter had a plan in place to launch DC as a Marvel imprint with 7 titles and build from there. But when the news broke, other comic publishers protested the idea and claimed it constituted a monopoly. The courts agreed with this and forced the deal to be scrapped, meaning DC had to go back to the drawing board if they wanted to survive, which led to them going forward with Crisis. Although DC did eventually recover from the sales slump, there's no telling what the landscape of comics would look like had this deal not been derailed. New 52's war against marriage. At the time of the New 52, Kate Kane, Batwoman, was one of the only openly gay characters in comics, with creators J.H. Williams III and W.H. Blackman planning to have Kate marry a fiancée Maggie Sawyer, which would have been the first lesbian marriage in comics. However, despite allowing her to be engaged just a few issues earlier, DC intervened at the last minute and prohibited the wedding from going forward. The fallout was huge. Both Williams and Blackman left Batwoman due to the interference, and news articles spread of DC being against lesbian marriage. Dan DiDio tried to justify this by saying it wasn't a crusade against lesbian marriage, but marriage altogether, as heroes should have to sacrifice their personal lives. However, fans were quick to point out that this was horseshit, as Mira was Aquaman's queen, but DC doubled down and revealed that they aren't actually married in the New 52. Damn, didn't even need Mephisto to ruin that. The Kate Kane controversy is a dark shadow over DC's legacy that still gets brought up to this day when the company makes pro-gay choices. Tom Taylor's Nightwing issue 95 a few years ago had Batwoman and Maggie come face to face again, with Dick asking why they didn't marry. Stubbornness, stupidity and fear is the answer, in a dig at the company's previous decision. The awe of Wonder Woman. Mark Millar's known for the odd edgy concept or two, like he made the Hulk a cannibal in the Ultimate Universe, and an incestuous gang leader in Old Man Logan. Man, he really didn't have a good impression of the Hulk, did he? But his most notorious and baffling idea was the RAPE of Wonder Woman, something that Miller himself has spoken about, saying the idea started as a joke pitched to DC in 1993, the same year as the death of Superman and Batman Nightfall. Over the years, people have commented on how telling it is that this was seen as the female equivalent of a death or a backbreak. Miller has reiterated that this was an edgy joke pitch, that he also wrote a 22-page script for, that would end with a gatefold page like when Lois held Superman's dead body. Apparently, an increase in allegations at DC's office meant that this story never saw the light of day, but the only source for all of this is Miller himself, who also said the first page had been illustrated yet never mentioned who the artist was. Batman can't go down on Catwoman. The Harley Quinn animated series is known for pushing the line with its humour, and all things considered, DC has allowed everything that we've already seen on screen, but the one exception where they had to put the foot down is Batman performing oral on Catwoman. Speaking to Variety in 2021, show creators Justin Halpern and Patrick Schumacher revealed how the idea was 86'd because heroes don't do that, and apparently it would affect toy sales. This sparked memes and ridicule online, with many artists determined to prove that Batman isn't a selfish lover, but as far as Harley Quinn is concerned, it's a no-go, which is crazy considering how they were fine with him having sex with Batgirl in the Killing Joke animated movie, Batgirl and Batman romance. The the 2016 animated adaptation of Alan Moore's The Killing Joke needed to take some creative liberties to make the 48-page story a feature-length movie. An entire subplot was added which showed Batgirl struggling to follow a case, which leads to her finding the dead body of her uncle. Concerned for her safety, Batman takes her off the case, which Barbara argues against. Tensions run high, to the point that things boil over into them having sex. Due to the dynamic of their vigilante relationship, the age difference, and the fact that Bruce respects her father Jim, this immediately caused controversy, and became the only thing that people talked about when it came to this movie. Brian Azzarello, the writer in charge of the adaptation, stated that they added this in as they knew the original story was controversial. Producer Bruce Timm said it was to explore mistakes that parental figures make, and how Bruce's paternal skills aren't that great, which given the context and how he sees Dick Grayson like a son, may be the understatement of the century. Vertigo safe sex PSA. Well, this one aged poorly. But Death Talks About Life is an 8-page short story that ran in several Vertigo titles and was also handed out as a standalone pamphlet. It was illustrated by Dave McKean and written by Neil Gaiman, who recently got outed for years worth of sexual misconduct, and has Death from the Sandman universe talk about AIDS and the benefits of safe sex. John Constantine is there as well, having been called upon to demonstrate how to put on a condom. Obviously, in light of the recent allegations against Gaiman, something about this just feels off. Deathstroke and Deadpool. The fan-favourite Marvel character Deadpool was originally created as a rip-off of DC villain Deathstroke. If the name Wade Wilson wasn't similar enough to Slade Wilson to prove it, they're both assassins who debuted against a teen team, have the same weapons, and it's even been admitted over the years. Yet since the movies, more of the general population know Deadpool than the guy that he's supposed to be a knockoff of. Doom Patrol X-Men similarities. So both DC's Doom Patrol and Marvel's X-Men center around a group of superpowered characters who don't fit within society or even within the roster of established heroes, who find solace and family with one another when they're brought together by a leader in a wheelchair. Arnold Drake, the creator of Doom Patrol, has gone on record for saying that he thought Stan Lee copied him, as both debuted in 1963, with Doom Patrol being launched 3 months before Stan Lee's team. However, it's not clear if there was any plagiarism given the lead time that books need, but there have been further odd coincidences between the two teams, such as them both getting revivals in the 70s and some of the same creators working on both books. Alan Moore vs DC Comics. Despite creating some of the most important stories for the company, Alan Moore's time with DC wasn't smooth sailing and didn't end on good terms. It was in 1989 that he stopped working directly for DC after V for Vendetta had finished, as he realised there was a loophole in the contract over the characters he created. The fine print stated that ownership would revert to the creators after the stories had gone out of publication. However, this was during a time when reprints and collected editions weren't a regular thing. But by re-releasing Watchmen and V for Vendetta in these different formats, it meant they would always be in publication, and therefore the rights wouldn't go back to Moore. On top of this, neither Moore nor Gibbons received royalties for a Watchmen badge collection, as it was deemed a promotional item, and the duo only received 2% of the profits that DC made on Watchmen. It was also around this time that DC seriously considered implementing an age rating system similar to that used on movies, which Moore and a few other creators vocally opposed. All of this led to him declaring that he would never work for DC again. He linked up with Jim Lee's Wildstorm and was given his own imprint of America's Best Comics. Just before DC's purchase of Wildstorm was announced, Lee personally flew to England to assure Moore that the ABC imprint would not be affected by the sale, and he'd never have to deal with DC directly, which did save the agreement. But the longer Moore remained under Wildstorm, DC did start to intervene with certain stories, and meant that Moore returned to independent publishers again in 2005. Moore has spoken about his time and feelings about DC in interviews over the years, revealing he's probably turned down millions from declining payments, with this being deferred instead to different charities. Tim Drake's sexuality. The third Robin, who was introduced all the way back in 1989, had a revelation in 2021 in the pages of Batman Urban Legends issue 6. In the story, Tim tries to meet up with his friend Bernard Dowd, but his double life gets in the way. Throughout the story, Tim has a revelation that he didn't know what he wanted until now. So when he visits Bernard's home at the end of the story and he proposes that the two of them go on a date, Tim accepts. Again, the internet was split in the responses, with some fans frustrated because of the off-panel breakup Tim had with longtime girlfriend Stephanie Brown in order to make this happen. However, this has become part of Tim's journey as he and Bernard have gone on into a committed relationship. DC's messy history with the Spirit. Will Eisner, the guy the award was named after, created the Spirit back in June of 1940 and had a contract where he retained the rights to the character even after the original publisher Quality Comics was acquired by DC in 1956. This was the same deal that saw Plastic Man join the DC universe. However, following Eisner's death in 2005, the rights were then transferred across to DC, and they were quick to make use of this. As in November 2006, Darwin Cook worked on the one-shot Batman in the Spirit along with Jeff Loeb, and gave us 11 phenomenal issues that I spoke more about in my video on Darwin's most notable works. He'd intended to stay on for a second year, but left when his co-creator Jay Bone departed from the title and the editorial team were changed, but DC was still all in on the Spirit, even being one of the production companies that brought the 2008 movie to the big screen. A few different creative teams dipped in and out of the book, until the series ended at issue 32 in 2009, and relaunched a year later under the first wave imprint, but the popularity wasn't the same as when Cook was writing, and the series abruptly ended at 17 issues. The next time the Spirit was on comic stands was in 2013, in a 4-issue miniseries alongside The Rocketeer, which was being published by IDW. In fact, DC wouldn't publish the Spirit in a monthly comic series again, with the rights also moving to Dynamite. Despite there not being a statement on why DC lost the rights within 8 years of gaining them, it was revealed in 2017 that DC did still own the rights to publish the older Archive series, and Image Comics is printing the Darwin Cook issues later this year, so who knows what's going on. So after years of waiting for the rights to one of the most important characters in all of comics, DC's time with the Spirit was baffling, short-lived, and still somewhat uncertain. Rob Liefeld vs DC Comics. Rob Liefeld's known for a lot of things, being one of the 7 Image Comics founders, illustrating one of the highest selling comics of all time in X-Force, or for co-creating Deadpool. You may also know him for his Twitter rants and publicly airing grudges. Liefeld worked on a few DC titles at the start of his career and during the New 52 relaunch, but quit all of his books quite suddenly in August of 2012 and wasted no time blaming editor Brian Smith for the sudden departure. Liefeld was very open with his disdain towards Brian, and the last-minute plot changes, poor management, and corporate culture. He was so vocal in fact that a number of DC creators, including Gail Simone, Pete Woods, and Scott Snyder, would hop in to defend Brian, highlighting that Liefeld is no stranger to these kind of controversies. He then spent the next few years taking aim at those working on Deadpool, at least until the Batman Damned controversy was making headlines. Liefeld only made 2 tweets about it, but the damage was immediate, as he claimed DC was driving itself off a cliff and he couldn't wait to watch, with the company's reliance on Batman coming under his scorn as well. The backlash to these tweets was so intense that it forced Liefeld to delete his Twitter, and he's been so angry at Marvel recently that he hasn't caused any more drama with DC. Yet. Art the Clown beat Joker. Now, I don't know how many clown-focused movies release every year, but the likelihood of 2 releasing in the space of a week seems slim, so inevitably, comparisons are going to be drawn. And I think if you'd asked anyone at the beginning of 2024 which one would be more profitable, between the 3rd installment of a small-budget, ultra-gory slapstick horror movie about Art the Clown, or the sequel to the award-winning Joker that grossed over $1 billion, I think it's clear to see who was favourite. However, the poor word of mouth, poor script, and poor budget management resulted in Joker fillet to fish tanking at the box office in its second weekend, which was also Terrifier 3's debut. That brought in $18.3 million in the US, against an estimated budget of $2 million, whereas on that same weekend, the Joker sequel had yet to make back even a quarter of its $200 million budget domestically. Although it did go on to overall gross the most, it still paled in comparison to how profitable the smaller budgeted threequel was, and in a weird way, is probably a better Joker movie than the Joker sequel. Jack Kirby vs DC. Despite spending nearly 2 years negotiating a contract to move over to DC, Jack Kirby didn't have the best time whilst there. Although his longtime friend and editor for DC, Carmine Infantino, was very accommodating for Jack, a lot of his bigger ideas didn't hit the ground running, including his Fourth World line and his take on the losers. Additionally, his success over at Marvel didn't bring across a ton of readers on titles such as Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen. Unfortunately, it does just appear that Kirby's efforts were ahead of the time, as Darkseid became a huge villain within the DC universe, and Jack had the idea to compile single issues into a trade paperback, but the higher-ups weren't too eager. Mark Ivana, who was Kirby's production assistant, mentioned that DC's policies often cause conflict with Jack's creative ideas, along with him being forced to work on projects that he didn't want to. The worst part of it is that due to Kirby living in California and DC's office being in New York, they were able to undermine Jack by tampering with his artwork before it went to print. This was mostly done by fellow artists who felt threatened by Kirby's presence at DC, or had problems with him in the past. Given this number of issues, it's no surprise Kirby returned to Marvel in 1976, although fortunately, the work he'd done at DC did manage to have a second life. Man-Thing Swamp Thing similarities. Man-Thing first appeared in Savage Tales issue 1 from May 1971, created by Stan Lee, Roy Thomas, Jerry Conway and Greg Morrow. Swamp Thing debuted in House of Secrets issue 92, released in July of the same year, created by Len Wein and Bernie Wrightson. Both characters were scientists who were developing secret formulas that were then used against them to morph them into the heroes that we know, so the similarities are evident in the origin alone. But even weirder is that Len Wein and Jerry Conway were roommates at the time when they were creating the characters. However, due to the close proximity of the debuts, no lawsuit was ever filed by Marvel, and the characters went on separate paths to the point where the similarities no longer matter. I Am Not Starfire. This was an original graphic novel from 2021 that was written by Mariko Tamaki and tells the story of Mandy, the daughter of Starfire, an apple who couldn't have fallen further from the tree. It kinda sounds like a standard coming of age story about discovery and identity that drags Starfire in to have some name recognition. This was the start of the immediate backlash when the book was announced, and it immediately became one of the most talked about titles of the year before anyone had even read it. Claims that this was a weak self-insert came into play, with many questioning if this book had anything to do with Starfire at all, as the character of Mandy had never appeared before this. Others claim this was part of the agenda to replace fan favourites with more politically correct alternatives. But the worst part of it all, the book seems bad. However, amidst all the articles and forums, the quality of the book itself seems to be a lesser mentioned aspect. The Crimes of Gerard Jones. Another grim topic, but Gerard Jones was a writer who wrote a plethora of huge titles during the 90s and became one of the big name writers of that era, primarily at DC, including work on Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter and Justice League. He also was a voice within the community on the documentary Look Up in the Sky, and won an Eisner in 2005 for his book Men of Tomorrow. However, in 2016 he was arrested on charges of distributing and possessing images of CP, for which he originally pled not guilty but then later changed this. In 2018 he was sentenced to 6 years in prison, but was released early in 2022. These crimes have cast a dark cloud on his work, with some theorising that this is why his run on Green Lantern hasn't been collected since the news broke, and contributed to the significant delay in the release of the Justice League International Volume 3 omnibus. It should go without saying though that DC had nothing to do with the crimes committed by Jones. The 2019 Hong Kong protest backlash. There's already more than enough backlash to everything Frank Miller has done with The Dark Knight Returns since the original, but this alternate cover for the Golden Child spin-off is in a category of its own. Showing Batwoman throwing a Molotov off page with the slogan "The future is young" caused immediate backlash online, as some believed it meant DC was supporting ongoing protests that were happening in Hong Kong. These protests have been going on for about 6 months at this point due to political unrest in China. It was noted how the flaming bottle was a weapon mainly used by young protesters, with the black batsuit similar to clothes the protesters wore, and even the title Golden Child was close to the yellow colour that activists had adopted during previous protests. Raphael Gramper, the illustrator of the cover, described the controversy as surreal and had no idea the image would be taken as a political statement. DC were quick to remove the cover, which caused backlash from people on the opposite side of the argument, as they believed it was showing that they were in fact siding with the opposition. And honestly, there's no winning here. But fortunately, it didn't tarnish DC's image permanently, as most people didn't bother to read this spin-off. Nightwing taken advantage of. In issue 94 of Nightwing that was written by Devin Grayson, Dick is sent into a state of shock after he allows Blockbuster to be shot by Tarantula. He seems to suffer something of a panic attack and his defences are lowered. At first, Tarantula seems to comfort him, before straddling and assaulting him without consent. Considering that this was the same year as Identity Crisis, which received a ton of backlash because of what Dr. Light did to Sue Dibney, this Nightwing moment didn't stir up as much controversy, and at the time Devin seemed to downplay it, refusing to say it was R and just non-consensual sex, which I swear we have a word for that. However, when reflecting on the story a few years down the line, she expanded on the thought process behind this, but it's still one of those weird moments of male sexual assault that doesn't get spoken about. The Awful Harley Quinn Open Talent Contest. Now, I don't often pay attention to the Huffington Post, but a headline like "Awful Comic Contest asks for drawings of naked women committing suicide" kinda stops you in your tracks. In 2013, DC held an open talent competition where artists could break into the industry if they submitted their version of a particular script. The direction in question asks artists to draw a naked Harley in the bathtub as she's about to take her own life. The backlash was immediate, especially as it was announced just 3 days before National Suicide Prevention Week, and it isn't possible to find the original advert on DC's website anymore. Both Jimmy Palmiotti and a DC rep released statements saying that the tone of the scene wasn't clarified, as it was intended to be a Looney Tunes style dream sequence, but this didn't quell the outrage. Some countered that if this is a problem then she shouldn't be in the Suicide Squad, and others were more offended at the instruction to draw her naked than anything to do with the self-harm. But regardless, the competition was pulled, and nothing more was said on it. The quick retcon of Heroes in Crisis. Retcons are nothing new to comics nor DC, but the time it takes for a retcon to be used says a lot about how the story it's changing was received. Heroes in Crisis by Tom King ended in May of 2019, with Wally West's reputation being ruined and the backlash to it being immediate, as it made him a mass murderer of heroes when he loses control of his powers and unleashes a deadly burst of energy. However, it was only 4 years later in the Flash issue 795 where it's revealed through the Gold Beetle that a place exists known as Planet Flash, where the heroes thought to have been killed by Wally being transported to, thus meaning that Wally hadn't killed them during Heroes in Crisis. Now don't get me wrong, I know it could have been done quicker, but for the Flash, a speedy retcon feels apt. Bob Kane vs Bill Finger. Throughout comic history, the bulk of credit towards creating a character is often given to the writer. Like, look at most of the characters that Stan Lee gets the bulk of the credit for. However, Bill Finger was the writer of Batman, and spent the remainder of his life not getting the credit for it and dying in the shadow of artist Bob Kane. Finger himself does note that Bob had the idea for a Batman, but the design was just Superman with red tights, no gauntlet, a domino mask, and 2 wings that were permanently stuck out, whereas Bill refined the idea into the design that we know today, along with writing the early stories and coming up with the ideas for the Joker, Gotham City, Catwoman, and prevented Robin from having the exact same origin as Bruce. After Bill's death in 1974, Bob would admit that between 50 and 75% of all the creativity with Batman came from Finger, yet he was the reason Bill never got the credit he deserved. Early on in Batman's development, Kane signed away ownership of the character, in exchange for compensation and an exclusive byline on all Batman comics and adaptations. Despite a few attempts from other creators in the industry to show Finger the respect he deserved, this condition would remain in place until 2015. Kane himself in 1989 admitted that he wished he'd treated Bill better, despite not doing anything to reverse the byline he'd put in place. It's one of the darkest secrets in DC's history that was still in effect up until a few years ago. Hispanic Heritage Month backlash. Taking place between September and October, Hispanic Heritage Month, which, as the name would suggest, is a celebration of histories and cultures for American citizens with Hispanic heritage. What this seemed to mean to DC was release a bunch of variant covers in 2022 that just show Hispanic characters surrounded by food. This caused backlash as covers showed Jaime Reyes eating tacos in the air, or Hawk Girl as a waitress at Plantanitos Fritos cafeteria, and one with Kyle Rayner holding a Viva Mexico flag in one hand and a bag of tamales in the other. Although DC didn't address the criticisms directly, fans did notice that this weak attempt to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month paled in comparison to what Marvel did around the same time with Marvel Voices. Hal Jordan and Arisia. Introduced in 1981 through the Tales of the Green Lantern Corps series, Arisia joined to protect Sector 2814, but relocated to Earth after Crisis on Infinite Earths. She had a crush on Hal Jordan, despite the fact that they referred to each other as big brother and little sister, but it was clear she was underage and it was a one-sided crush. However, when Steve Englehart took over the book and decided he wanted to explore this relationship, he had to solve the age problem, so she used a ring to age herself up into womanhood. Despite a half-arsed protest from Hal, by the end of the issue, the two kiss and go on to fully be together, with many conversations taking place to explain how this isn't deeply creepy. When they do eventually break up, it isn't because of the age dilemma, and the problem was just never mentioned. Jeff Johns did try to rectify this during his run by explaining that on Arisia's home planet of Graxos 4, the orbit is slower, so 13 Earth years would actually make her 240, which I swear is the same excuse every creepy anime uses when someone looks like a kid. Blackest Night, DC Marvel Promotional War. Yeah, I didn't know what to call this. During the Blackest Night event in 2010, DC was topping the sales charts with pretty much every main issue and tie-in title, but apparently this led to an abundance of stock waiting on the shelves. So Marvel had one of the most underhand tactics to solve this problem. If a retailer would send in 50 covers stripped from the books of various Blackest Night issues, they would receive one extremely rare Deadpool variant cover for Siege issue 3. Defacing the DC books was the only way to get the variant cover, which feels like an overt jab at the company considering that I can't remember if Deadpool was even in Siege. The variant by J. Scott Campbell was nothing special either. It's like the whole NFT craze that went nowhere. Backlash was immediate as the intention was clear and wouldn't even result in an increase in sales for Marvel. Whereas in response to this, DC continued with the Lantern Rings promotion, with more orders resulting in more rings, and I've still got a set of these. All-Star Batman and Robin Chaos. First launched in 2005 and written by Frank Miller and Jim Lee, All-Star Batman and Robin: The Boy Wonder is one of the most high-profile train wrecks in the company's history, with the negative reception from the first issue, memeing of the goddamn Batman, and confusing placement following Miller's comments that this is in the same timeline as his Dark Knight books, despite being intended to exist in the same universe as All-Star Superman. There was already a mountain to climb, so the least the series could have done is release on time, but the schedule quickly fell apart to the point that only one issue released in 2006, and the last one to hit shelves was delayed by 5 months. Despite it intending to be a monthly title, Jim Lee took responsibility for the delays, as he was working on a number of other projects at the time. An 11th and 12th issue were announced and solicited, but these never released, nor any of the scripts or completed pages, leading to them becoming lost media. And honestly, I doubt these ever existed, because the only thing I can find about them is a passing mention in the back of the Absolute Edition. Following a 2-year hiatus where no one was begging for the series to return, a sequel was announced in 2010 called Dark Knight Boy Wonder. Miller and Lee intended to return for a 6-issue run and complete the story, but not a single issue was ever released. This is despite claims that Miller had finished all the scripts, but Lee couldn't finish the pages due to other commitments across DC. And although Scott Snyder had an All-Star Batman series in 2016, the Frank Miller and Jim Lee version has long been assumed scrapped. Oracle controversy. The New 52 was no stranger to fan backlash, but one of the major ones that ignited before the imprint had even started was the decision to return Barbara Gordon to the role of Batgirl and heal her paralysis. Many felt like this was a disservice to it in the character arc that she'd been on, and how much fans had grown to love her as Oracle. Others argued this also took away one of the only and biggest representations of disabled characters in superhero comics. But regardless, the run went on as planned, with Gail Simone at the helm, and produced one of the best runs of this era. To this day, Barbara Gordon's still Batgirl, but I wouldn't be surprised if The Killing Joke 2 ever got announced. National Comics v Fawcett Publications. Now, I'm not the guy you go to if you want to understand a legal case, but the crux of this centers around a 12-year legal battle between National Comics, which would go on to be DC, suing Fawcett Comics over copyright infringement. National had filed previous copyright lawsuits over characters that appeared to be copies of Superman, even sending one to Fawcett in the past over a character called Masterman. In those instances, most just ceased publication, but Captain Marvel was a huge deal for Fawcett, with historians noting that month on month, Captain Marvel frequently outsold Superman books by nearly 1 million copies. The trial finally began in 1948, with National arguing that Captain Marvel was a direct copy of Superman and his powers, and Fawcett countered that there are similarities but no infringement. The initial ruling was in Fawcett's favour, as Superman's copyright hadn't been taken out fully on the newspaper strips, and they could surmise that National had abandoned the copyright despite Captain Marvel being deemed as an illegal copy of Superman. National appealed this decision in 1951, in which it went through a few levels of courts, but instead looked at the similarities in stories, and not just the characters themselves. As comic sales had declined in the years since the original case, Fawcett settled out of court and agreed to cease publication on all Captain Marvel related titles, along with paying $400,000 in damages, just shy of $5 million in today's money. This lawsuit would lead to Fawcett cancelling all of their superhero titles just before the Marvel boom in the 60s. Captain Marvel did eventually find his way back to DC, but I spoke about this more in his entry. Here I wanted to talk more about the lawsuit and the results of it, as it was one of the longest running legal battles in all of comic book history. Static Shock S105 original airing. The 5th episode of the first season of Static Shock aired on November 11th, 2000 on Kids WB. The series follows Virgil Hawkins as he balances his regular teen life with being the superhero known as Static, who has the ability of electromagnetism. However, despite being owned by Warner Brothers, the series was not originally intended to be part of the DC animated universe. So when the initial airing of the episode They Are Playing My Song had Richie say, "Even Superman has a day job," this had to be edited out of future airings and DVD releases. But instead of filling the silence, there's just this awkward moment between the two, while Static is being welcomed to the abandoned gas station of Solitude. However, by the 2nd season, Static Shock was officially set within the same universe as other DC heroes. But instead of restoring the line, the whole moment's just removed altogether, which they probably should have done instead of having the silence after the initial airing. John Constantine and the Dog. Taking place in issue 152 as part of Brian Azzarello's Good Intentions arc, John winds up in Dog Lake, West Virginia, where he walks into the path of a seedy, morally corrupt gang. He's taken to a secluded house where there's a dog and a naked woman chained to a tree. Whilst trying to figure it out and one of his captors is setting up lighting, Constantine is drugged, and when we next see him, he's sobering up in a hotel, distraught over what he'd done. Now, it's never outright said who did what to who, which is where the internet comes in, as to this day people are still theorising what John was forced to do or have done to him. Tier 9, we're here, the absolute bottom of the iceberg. And what better way could I conclude this video than having all the fan theories, urban legends, and the stuff that DC probably wants you to forget. All of that's going to be here. Some people may call it miscellaneous, but I just prefer to call it what I just called it. Barry Allen at the centre of the multiverse. This is a long-running theory, or perhaps just a statement, that the Flash is the most important character when it comes to the multiverse. Starting back in 1961 during the iconic Flash of Two Worlds story in the Flash issue 123, which opened the DC multiverse up and had characters from different Earths come face to face. Then there's Barry's legendary sacrifice in Crisis on Infinite Earths issue 8, which was done to destroy the Anti-Monitor's antimatter wave and single-handedly saving the multiverse from being destroyed altogether. If that isn't enough evidence, Flashpoint, the 2011 event that reset the DC universe with a New 52, happened within a few years of Barry Allen returning from the dead. It was as if he was making up for missing out on all the events in between. Even in the last decade, Barry had a crossover with Batman that was the prelude to the Doomsday Clock storyline. And if we're looking at the movies, The Flash very much seemed to be the final nail in the coffin for the DCEU, but that one wasn't as heroic. The Azzarello-verse. This is a theory conceived by Edward Rigby on YouTube, so I won't go too in depth on it here because I'd recommend checking out that video. But the gist of it is that the DC stories by Brian Azzarello and Lee Bermejo all exist within their own separate universe away from the DC continuity. So that includes Batman Deathblow, Lex Luthor Man of Steel, Joker, Batman Noel, Batman Damned, and Batman D Detective. Rigby makes a number of great points about this, so again I'd recommend watching that video. But if this is true, it means Batman's dick from Damned is in all of those other stories. Holy Terror Batman. First announced at a WonderCon panel in 2006, Holy Terror Batman was the original idea that Frank Miller had for a book that would eventually be reworked, published by a different company, and forgotten for the most part. The concept was, and this is a direct quote, Batman kicks Al-Qaeda's ass in a deliberate piece of propaganda, with the name being a mix of the War on Terror and Burt Ward's Robin catchphrase from the 60s. Miller's reaction to 9/11 is something that seeps into his work following the tragedy, especially DK2, but he went on record for saying that Holy Terror Batman would offend pretty much everyone, and the book would only exist to hopefully evoke a sense of patriotism. As early as 2008, Miller confirmed Batman was no longer in the book, and in 2010 it wouldn't be published by DC. The reason for this is because Miller wanted to use a new character of his own that was doing things not fit for Batman, and the lead character was instead called the Fixer. The repurposed book, Holy Terror, would release in September 2011 through Legendary Comics, and was universally panned, with the main criticisms being the Islamophobia, lack of engaging storylines, and an oversimplification of complex world issues. Years after, Miller would express regret for working on the project, so it's for the best then that Batman wasn't in the final version. One fan killed Jason Todd. It's no secret that Jason Todd's fate in Batman issue 428 had been decided by a poll, and just 72 votes was the difference between life and death. Speaking on the situation, Dennis O'Neil revealed in 2005 that one fan likely sealed the deal. I heard it was one guy who programmed his computer to dial a thumbs down number every 90 seconds for 8 hours who made the difference. Unless I'm still bad at maths, that counts for 320 votes, without which the death option wouldn't have won. Although it's never been corroborated, Greek god Joker. Due to his lack of a concrete origin and uncertain identity, a prevalent fan theory is that the Joker is really the Greek god of laughter, Gelos. Wonder Woman comments on how her mother hated Gelos more than any other entity because of his signature laugh that echoed when he killed women and children, and centuries-old art depicted a pale man that had an uncanny resemblance to the Joker. However, this theory's never been confirmed, with the Three Jokers event dispelling this idea quite definitively. There was an instance in 2001 in the pages of Wonder Woman issue 164 when the Joker was possessed by Deimos, the god of terror, but this was short-lived. Wonder Woman and Superman. There's a few stories when Superman and Wonder Woman have pursued a relationship with one another, and most of the time it's not received well by fans. But that's not what makes Frank Miller's version of it so baffling, and by far the worst depiction of it. Taking place in 2001's Dark Knight Strikes Again, the two super beings have the most dramatic sex ever printed by DC, so intense that the no-kill code goes out the window as they tear through mountains, cause seismic shockwaves, and even explode a volcano. It's safe to say that if they had kept going, Earth would likely be destroyed, which still might be better than the actual ending of this book. Black Lois Lane. In one of those stories we have to just say was a product of its time, Lois Lane is trying to get a story about life in Little Africa, a ghetto within Metropolis. But when she goes there as herself, no one wants to talk to her due to her being white, so she needs to go undercover and get the scoop, and Lois asks Superman to use a transformation machine on her so that she can turn black for 24 hours. Long story short, she ends up giving her blood to an activist who has been shot, and despite him awakening after the 24 hours has lapsed, he's still grateful, as if he'd rather die than have blood from outside a little Africa. Almost as baffling as this scenario is that this story took place in 1970 in Superman's Girlfriend Lois Lane issue 106, and a series with a name that dull ran for over 100 issues. Possible Marvel vs DC game. Everything I can find on this revolves around a single tweet from Ed Boon, the creator of Mortal Kombat, which is developed by NetherRealm Studios. In 2022, Boon tweeted a poll asking what title they should create next, with one of the options and the clear winner being Marvel vs DC. The other options were another Mortal Kombat, Injustice 3, which is also developed by NetherRealm, and the very vague Marvel game. However, there's no history in NetherRealm working with Marvel, and I can't even imagine the legal process to get the two biggest companies in the same game, since it seems tricky enough in the comics. Batgirl couldn't punch. First introduced in the Season 3 premiere, Yvonne Craig portrayed Batgirl alongside Adam West, but viewers were quick to notice that her fighting style was different from her male counterparts, as she wasn't allowed to punch or engage in hand-to-hand combat. This was a deliberate choice and similar for other TV heroines such as Wonder Woman. When reflecting on the choice, Yvonne Craig said, "The fights were choreographed carefully to imitate the moves of a Broadway showgirl, through the use of a straight kick to her opponent's face rather than the type of kick a martial artist would use." However, despite it being a dated view, this style did help her character stand apart from Batman and Robin. Bruce Wayne is insane. This is a fan theory that seems to have been built off issues 39 and 40 in Legends of the Dark Knight from 1992, where Bruce wakes up in Gotham Hospital and is being treated for paranoid delusions where he believes he's some kind of Batman. Then on the Reddit page for fan theories, this was expanded about 13 years ago, and starts after Bruce witnessed his parents being murdered and was stunted psychologically as a result. His rogues gallery is based on staff and other inmates, so Scarecrow is a therapist who administers medicines that cause hallucinations. The Joker is another inmate who Bruce can only hear the laugh of, hence why he doesn't know his identity, and Mr. Freeze is a janitor who doesn't allow the thermostat to go above a cold temperature. Even though this hasn't been confirmed or denied, I wouldn't be surprised if this did eventually become a full Elseworlds series. Kryptonian laws against incest. Although the planet was destroyed, Superman is still strict on adhering to the laws of his home planet, at least the one that says he can't marry his cousin Supergirl. It's revealed in issue 289 of Action Comics from 1962, when Kara tries to set Clark up with superpowered women from across the globe, but to no avail. This brings us to Clark's bizarre confession where he said if he was to marry, it would be to someone like her. Okay, not great, but maybe it could mean personality-wise. Except he elaborates that they can't marry because they're cousins, which is unlawful on Krypton. Like, I know comics from this era were odd, but am I supposed to be sad that they can't get married? Early Wonder Woman BDSM. Despite being the first true female superhero, Wonder Woman's early years could often stray into the territory of objectification, especially when it comes to all the kinky shit that found its way into the stories. Comics Alliance did a great compilation on the range of kinks that are referenced and boiled it down to 3 origin sources. The Amazons would often play bondage-themed games, the Beta Lambda sorority would normally be tying someone up for an initiation, and Wonder Woman's villains would often be chaining someone up to be the slave. The reason for all this fetish exposure was due to creator William Moulton Marston writing the stories with his 2 wives, and if that doesn't tell you that he was open to things sexually, I don't know what will. And all I've got to say is, when are we gonna get a comic accurate Wonder Woman? The origin of Kryptonite. Although Jerry Siegel had created a prototype of Kryptonite in a story from 1940 that wasn't published, the first appearance of the mineral wasn't until 1943, in an episode of the radio serial Adventures of Superman. Because this took the format of 15-minute episodes that could broadcast up to 5 times a week, lead actor Bud Collyer struggled if he wanted to take time off. So it was revealed by writer Julius Schwartz, Kryptonite was introduced in the episode The Meteor from Krypton, as a convenient way to explain why Superman was absent. Historian Michael J. Hayde disputes this, as Superman wasn't affected by kryptonite during that episode, so the benefits of Collyer being able to take a break were probably discovered later on, rather than being the sole reason for kryptonite's introduction. But I can't side with either story because I didn't know where to listen to the radio show to check. Batman in prison. In a 2009 interview from Entertainment Weekly to promote the release of Watchmen, Zack Snyder, the guy that a very vocal minority still to this day believes has the best portrayal and understanding of DC characters, said that he felt the Nolan version of Batman wasn't dark and grim enough, quoted as saying, "Batman's dark." I'm like, okay. No, Batman's cool. He gets to go to a Tibetan monastery and be trained by ninjas. Okay, I want to do that, but he doesn't like get R-worded in prison. That could happen in my movie. If you want to talk about dark, that's how that would go. And that's the exact quote. Nothing's been taken out of context there. Who knows, maybe if he was given a fourth chance to make a good DC movie, he would have included this. Jim Lee's Batman Hush bet. In the afterword of the Absolute edition of Batman Hush, Jim Lee talks about the behind the scenes of the project and that it was suggested to be a mini-series or a one-shot graphic novel, as it was an unspoken rule in the industry that Jim Lee couldn't stick to a schedule. However, hearing the doubts was one of the main reasons why Jim wanted to work on the regular Batman title and commit to it for a year, as he knew there were doubts and the odds weren't in his favour. Considering the monumental hit that the series was, it's interesting to theorise what its legacy would have been had Jim lost his bet. Gotham High. Now primarily here I'm talking about the cancelled animated series from 2009, which was created by Jeffrey Thomas after he drew a young Joker and Harley and DC ordered an entire series. Gotham High would follow a teenage Bruce Wayne as he goes to high school with pretty much his entire rogues gallery. There's not much information about it online besides a few concept images that give us a look at the style and hint at a love triangle between Bruce, Selina and Barbara, which is yet another time that they've tried to pair these two together. However, the series was cancelled before it could even make it on air, and now just exists as a piece of lost media. There was a 2020 graphic novel of the same name that was written by Melissa De La Cruz and illustrated by Thomas Patilli, and followed Bruce, Selina and the Joker during high school, but it was never claimed to be directly inspired by the scrap TV show. Hal Jordan created Parallax. This one comes from a fan theories Reddit 10 years ago from Utter Flatulence. Great name by the way, which supposes that the Parallax entity that possessed Hal Jordan during Emerald Twilight and Zero Hour was what Hal created to absolve his feelings of guilt. The main reasoning for this is how absolute the Parallax possession is when it gets Kyle Rayner during Jeff Johns' run, whereas when Hal is supposed to be possessed, he can still have doubts and question his actions. And before the Convergence event, the pre-Zero Hour Parallax is a hero. Although it's never been officially confirmed, this theory would add a more complex and sinister layer to the darkest era of Hal Jordan's history. The Rock's Black Adam Queen tweet. A sad day for any Brit, September 8th, 2022. Because after the death of the Queen, we had no idea what question anyone outside of the UK would ask us now, regardless of what that would mean for the hierarchy of the monarchy. One thing that couldn't be denied is that the hierarchy of the DC universe would change forever just 1 month later, if The Rock's tweets were to be believed. But two tweets that circulated the internet were these. Don't think I'm going to be able to do the accent. Rest in peace to Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, a great woman who sat on the throne as long as anyone in British history. Sad she'll never get to see #Black Adam in theatres, October 21st. And everyone knows Black Adam has only two weaknesses: lightning and the death of a famous monarch. My condolences to the royal family during this difficult time. New #Black Adam trailer today at 5 PM PT. It couldn't even respect her enough to put it in GMT time, but despite how fast he's circulated, it was a hoax, as even The Rock wouldn't sink to levels of promotion so low that only Logan Paul couldn't judge, and the only thing The Rock did do was post a video expressing his condolences. Power Girl's bust. Karen Starr, the Earth 2 version of Supergirl, debuted in 1976 in All-Star Comics issue 58, created by Jerry Conway, Rick Estrada and Wally Wood, with there being two particularly eye-catching characteristics about it. In 2014, Jimmy Palmiotti, who wrote Power Girl during the 2000s, was quoted as saying, "Okay, when the character was created, Wally Wood was the artist that drew Power Girl, and he was convinced that the editors were not paying attention to anything that he did. So his inker said, every issue I'm going to draw the tits bigger until they notice it. It took about 7 or 8 issues before anyone was like, hey, what's with the tits? And that's where they stopped." True story. And despite the evidence being there on the page, there have been rumours that this could just be an urban legend. The rarest issue of League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. If you're interested in rare single issues, then the 5th issue of Alan Moore's League of Extraordinary Gentlemen should really take your fancy. Alan Moore had a well-known feud with Marvel by the time he was working over at America's Best Comics, an imprint of DC, but an advert was included in an early printing of this issue for a Marvel douche, which was an actual company at the time when League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was set. Fearing litigation from Marvel, DC Comics executive Paul Levitz ordered a recall of the issue, but a few still made it into circulation. Later printings changed Marvel for a maze, and Moore mocked the recall in his top 10 series. However, Marvel never pursued or even made a comment about the scenario. Leo Quinton as Lex Luthor. This theory revolves around Grant Morrison's All-Star Superman from 2005, as Leo Quintum is Superman's scientist friend who is trying to help him avoid his demise. Lex Luthor is a usual Lex Luthor with the exact opposite goal of Leo, but many fans still believe that Leo was the future version of Lex who travelled back in time. The motive for this is Lex realising at the end that he had been wrong about Superman, and dialogue from Leo seems to hint at the possibility. However, Morrison denied this and revealed that they had considered making Leo a new god, but scrapped this and kept the character as a helpful genius. Bane has a Captain America formula. This one definitely isn't in continuity, but there's a throwaway line in the 1997 Batman and Robin when Dr. Jason Woodrow is doing his demonstration that gave us Bane. Although it is referred to as Venom, he also calls it the Super Soldier Serum, and considering a large number of villains in the Marvel Universe became as such because of a tainted Super Soldier Serum, there's a slim possibility that happened here. Tijuana Bibles. This is a collective name for a collection of palm-sized erotic comic strips. All of those working on the stories normally remain anonymous, as they often base characters on celebrities or copyrighted IPs. The exception being Superman co-creator Joe Shuster, who drew for Knights of Horror in the early 50s, a Tijuana Bible-style underground erotic bondage series. And I swear that sentence is going to be a code word for instant demonetization. Joe illustrated his male characters to be reminiscent of Superman, and some of his female characters bore a resemblance to Lois Lane, but thousands of copies of the title were seized during a police raid on a bookshop in Times Square due to the graphic and possibly illegal content, but Joe managed to avoid prosecution. Batman kills the Joker. The ending of Alan Moore's classic Batman the Killing Joke from 1988 seems clear enough on first read. The Dark Knight, having followed the Joker's trail after paralysing Barbara Gordon, take a pause in their never-ending battle so that the Joker can tell a joke, which harkens back to the flashbacks we've seen during his pre-villain days. Batman and the Joker share a laugh together, as the frame pans down and we assume that the Joker will be returned to Arkham Asylum to repeat the cycle spoken about in the beginning. However, Grant Morrison has a different, more sinister interpretation of the ending, which they elaborated on Kevin Smith's podcast.
Batman kills the Joker. That's why it's called the Killing Joke. The Joker tells the killing joke at the end. Batman reaches out and breaks his neck, and that's why the laughter stops and then the light goes out, because that was their last chance at crossing that bridge. And Alan Moore wrote the ultimate Batman Joker story, finished it.
Although it's evident to see why they have this interpretation, it's been refuted by Alan Moore himself, and was also confirmed by his famously over-detailed script for the story. DC toilet seat logo. If you look at the history of the DC Comics logo, there seems to be an evolution. Until you get to 2012. To give the company a revamp in the wake of the New 52 the year earlier, they debuted this, which the internet was quick to spot the similarities between it and a toilet seat. Now I'm one of the few who love this era of DC, but this logo? Yeah, it's kinda toilet. It only lasted 4 years before moving on to a new, yet more familiar design. DC did reveal a bunch of themed versions of the toilet seat logo to celebrate certain characters or brands, but I don't think I saw any of these in use. Lady Shiva is Jason Todd's mom. In the first part of Death in the Family, Jason Todd learns that his birth mother's name started with an S, and in his dad's address book, one of the female names that matches up is none other than Lady Shiva. Now, the how of Jason's dad knowing her is unclear, but when Batman and Robin track her down, Shiva is injected with True Serum and claims to not have any children. They discover his mother is Sheila Haywood, but this ultimately leads to Jason's death, and many disputing that any parent could set the child up like that. Additionally, Shiva is the mother of Cassandra Cain, who based on the age would have been alive during the time of Death in the Family, so there is a part of the internet that still believes Lady Shiva is Jason Todd's mother. My theory is that she ran out on him during the pregnancy. Billionaire beating up the poor and mentally ill. This is a common oversimplification of what Batman does that was echoed in Batman White Knight and by Garth Ennis whilst promoting his Batman Reptilian miniseries. I can't find where this notion originated, as it seems to be a sentiment thrown around over the years. However, the idea falls apart when you consider that he beats up criminals, who's gone up against the likes of Lex Luthor, Maxwell Lord, and Ra's al Ghul, who are far from considered poor, and let's be honest, a guy who dresses like a bat isn't exactly screaming sane, and most people are going to be considered poor if you're comparing them to Bruce Wayne. Possible LEGO DC vs Marvel game. This was a rumour that was doing the round shortly after LEGO Batman 3 released, because after the credits there was a teaser where the silhouettes of certain recognisable Marvel figures came through a portal. The image was taken out of context and shared with people who hadn't played the game, because if they had, they would have seen that it was revealed to just be a cheeky nod. It was in fact Shazam, Nightwing, Green Arrow, Black Canary, Booster Gold, and others that were made to look like the Avengers. It should go without saying that actually making such a game would be a licensing nightmare, despite LEGO having already made games for both DC and Marvel. Arsenal uses a cat as a weapon. No, that's not the weirdest thing in here. Okay, Arsenal has erectile dysfunction. No, that's still not the peak of it. Arsenal freebases off an iPad. Nah, how about just, everything in Justice League Rise of Arsenal issue 3? Honestly, this gets my vote for the worst comic I've ever read. I'd take Tyrese Gibson's Mayhem over this. Following the events of Justice League Cry for Justice, which is a mess in its own right, Roy Harper, formerly known as Green Arrow's sidekick Speedy, is struggling to come to terms with the death of his daughter and turns to drugs once again. Now, despite the fact that I rarely blink, I've never taken any drugs, but issue 3 of this series may be the best anti-drug campaign I've ever seen in my life. And it's not even trying to be one. The issue starts with Arsenal having a fight with Jaden Nguyen, who is the mother of his late daughter. He beats her with a tennis racket, a stapler, and an extension cord before they both realise this is foreplay and start shagging, except that they don't get far because Roy can't get up, which I've been told is a very common problem for men our age. But for some reason, we have to watch the scene unfold where Jade tries to comfort him about it. He wants none of it and goes out in his Arsenal get-up so that he can score some H, which he then freebases off using some kind of iPhone from what I can see. Roy then gets visions of his deceased daughter being attacked by Prometheus, which is revealed to be common street thugs that Roy was fending off with a cat? Batman then lays a beating on him, but this is truly one of the most incoherent, bizarre, and unintentionally hilarious comics that DC has ever printed. The fate of the Joker in The Dark Knight Rises. Due to the death of Heath Ledger, the Joker wasn't mentioned at all during the 2012 Dark Knight Rises. However, the novelization of the movie does give an answer to the character's fate. Following the Dent Act, many of Gotham's criminals escaped tough sentences by pleading insanity, but when Bane took over, the Joker was the only inmate of Arkham Asylum to be deemed truly insane, and as such was the only patient left there, alluding to the possibility that he could one day escape. Kyle Rayner created the New 52. This was a fan theory that was whispered about until the arrival of Doomsday Clock, as at the start of the New 52, some fans were looking for a bigger orchestrator of the whole thing, and a case was made for Kyle Rayner. The first bit of evidence is that the New 52 was supposed to be a fresh start for all titles, yet Green Lantern had avoided that. Kyle had also previously become Ion, which granted him the power to affect time and space, and during the New 52 had displayed godlike powers to complete feats that were deemed impossible. Although it was hardly a theory with a lot of traction, when Doomsday Clock revealed that Dr. Manhattan was behind the New 52, it meant that it couldn't be Kyle. Andy Warhol's Batman Dracula. Best known for his pioneering work in the pop art movement and also as an influencer for Campbell's Soup, Andy Warhol was a huge fan of Batman, so much so that he produced and directed a black and white unofficial fan film in 1964. Experimental filmmaker Jack Smith was in the lead roles of Bruce Wayne and Count Dracula, but as the film wasn't authorized by DC Comics, it was only ever screened privately. Since then, most of the footage has been lost, and little is known about the plot, but some scenes did emerge from the silent movie in 2006, so who knows how much of it is still out there in the wild. Jim Steranko slapped Bob Kane. Jim Steranko is one of my 5 people I'd invite to a dinner. Like, just look at the guy, he's an icon. And besides creating Batman, what I know of Bob Kane, I don't really like, so I'm gonna try and not take sides in this story. For years, there'd been an urban legend of a time the two had a heated confrontation at a convention, and in 2013 on Twitter, Jim finally told the story. A mutual friend asked Steranko if he wanted to meet Bob. He agreed despite not liking his treatment to Bob Finger, but immediately his preconception was confirmed, stating that Bob was an intolerable ass, as pompous as they come. Whilst waiting for an elevator, Bob told him, "See you later, Jim baby," and cuffed him across the face before the doors closed. The more Jim thought of it, the angrier he became, and the next day he went looking for Bob. And the moment he saw him, he stormed on over and said, "Good to see you, Bob baby," before bitch slapping him in front of everyone. The two stood there as the room fell silent, and Kane did nothing. Steranko's only regret is that Bob didn't hit back so that they could have had a fight, because in Jim's eyes, the slap was for Bill Finger, and everyone else Bob Kane had screwed over. Now, this is Steranko's recounting of it, and Bob did die back in 1998, but I haven't heard anyone deny it. Walter West. When Wally West stepped up as the main Flash following Barry Allen's sacrifice, his eyes were changed to green so that it was easy to tell the difference. However, the creators on Justice League didn't get the memo and kept them blue, which led to a theory that the Flash in the League was an imposter. Instead of ignoring this, Mark Waid created a storyline around it called Dark Flash, where it's revealed that the convergence of timelines can cause him to adopt the eye colour of his alternate universe self, Walter West. Batman Filipino Cinematic Universe. In 1965, a Filipino movie called Alias Batman at Robin, which translates to Alias Batman and Robin, was released. This was a comedy adventure that sounds like the Adam West Batman before that hit screens, but it wasn't authorized by DC and didn't get a wide release. despite starring actors quite big in the Philippines. Despite the bootleg nature, a pseudo-sequel was released just 1 year later called James Batman, a spoof crossover between The Dark Knight and 007. It sees the two try to stop an evil organization and at first work against each other before teaming up. The final Filipino Batman movie I can find any real info on is Alias Batman and Robin, a musical superhero parody, so I guess Joker Fillet to Fish isn't the only one in that genre, and was meant to be released in 1989 before Warner objected to the use of their characters and caused the movie to be delayed by 2 years. It's tough to find any information on how well this performed, but the fact I can only find memes about it and notes that a planned sequel was cancelled tells me everything that I need to know. I just can't believe they didn't call him Batman. That's Thailand, you idiot! DC vs Marvel alternate endings. During 1996's Marvel vs DC crossover, 11 one-on-one fights took place between the two companies, 5 of which would be determined by a fan vote. These were Batman vs Captain America, Superman vs Hulk, Spider-Man vs Superboy, Wolverine vs Lobo, and Storm vs Wonder Woman. The first name in each matchup there was the winner, but due to the tight deadlines on issues, pages for both outcomes needed to be made in advance. Only one of these has shown up since then, with Hulk getting the better of Superman, and the other 4 outcomes are considered to be lost media. At least that was until the recently released Amalgam Age Omnibus, which has the alternate endings in full colour. Bootleg Batwoman movies. Considering that this was the same decade that the character debuted within the Batman universe, it's impressive that 2 bootleg movies with a Batwoman in the lead were made within the same decade. The first is La Mujer Murcielago, a Spanish movie from 1967 that doesn't have its own Wikipedia page, and is more famous for being on an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000 than for being a movie to begin with. Batwoman here just wears a bra, underwear, boots, gloves and the cowl, and follows her as she investigates the disappearance of a number of wrestlers, leading to her uncovering a deadly plot from a mad scientist. However, the other one was an American movie originally called The Wild World of Batwoman from 1966, and this is apparently considered one of the worst movies ever made, despite holding the title of the first English language movie to feature a female superhero. The plot follows Batwoman as she uses a gang of Batgirls in a quest for justice against her arch enemy, the Rat-Fink. The behind the scenes of this movie is fascinating, with it only getting approval because of lies, the movie being sued by DC for copyright infringement, and DC somehow losing, but then the movie changing its name to She Was a Hippie Vampire after the popularity of the Adam West show had died, and spoiler alert, the title change didn't improve the movie. Johnny Depp Riddler. The rumour mill of the early 2000s internet was a fascinating time, where he didn't take too much for something to gain traction. After the unprecedented success of Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight and Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker, chatter started that Johnny Depp was going to be the Riddler. Rumblings also came about that Leonardo DiCaprio was eyed up for the role by producers after he'd worked with Nolan for Inception, but at least there's a link there that establishes that rumour. Obviously, neither of these came to fruition, with Tom Hardy stepping in as Bane instead, but this rumour was the prominent news in the early days, with quotes from an unnamed radio station claiming that Depp was very excited about the role. I honestly wish stuff like this still happened, instead of knowing who the villain in a sequel will be before you've even seen the current movie. Psycho Pirate stalking me. Yep, I'm ending on this one because my channel is kind of a whole lot of nothing, but despite only having a handful of DC Comics appearances to his name and being far from the upper echelon of characters, last year pretty much every DC book I read had him in it, so it kind of became a bit of a running joke. And yeah, this might sound crazy, but which of these sounds more likely? I just happened to read a few of the series he was in, or this character who can clearly do weird shit with dimensions used his powers to show up in the books that I was reading, and deliberately chose ones that were released before I was even born just so that I would look crazy. Which of those sounds more likely? And with that, the DC Comics Iceberg is complete. If you have watched all the way to the end of this video, then firstly, I'm proud of you, and secondly, thank you. Whether you did it in one sitting or different parts, I'm still grateful because this has been the biggest project that I've ever taken on this channel. So hopefully I can do something positive with making this a fundraiser as well, but at the same time, I just wanted something that could prove to myself that I still want to make the best videos possible. It has been difficult. There's so many videos that I had to put on the back burner just so I could make this one, but I said it all the way back in October 2023 that I was going to do it, so I just wanted to make sure that I lived up to that word. And it has been difficult, there's been struggles, and at the same time, I'm still grateful that I've got this opportunity. And that's only possible if people do watch it, because if I can be honest about it, it isn't always easy. I haven't got an editor or a team working with me. I do all the scripting, the editing, the sourcing the images, putting it all together, finding the music, and sometimes it can be quite difficult. You wonder why you're spending all your free time doing it, because this is something that I do in between my full-time job. And at the same time, you probably notice that the scenery isn't what you used to. The dog pound isn't really a thing at the minute because I've been moving. I'm back in temporary accommodation at the minute and all my books are in storage. And you know what? It has been a bit mentally draining, but at the same time, I've had this video to focus on. So even if it hasn't been easy, I'm glad it's at least been rewarding. And the only way that that's possible is because of you guys. But I do just want to say thank you once again for all the support that you guys have given me, especially whilst I've been on this hiatus, even though I've been working in the background the entire time. I don't want to be one of those channels that just brings out videos to fit a schedule. I did that for a while and it absolutely killed my passion. I don't care if a video doesn't come out for a month or 2 months, as long as I'm working on something that gets me excited. And the next couple of videos that I've got lined up also tick that box for me. But this is one that I knew I needed to do, and I'm so glad that it's finally done. My computer is probably the only thing on this planet that's more glad than me, because it sounds like it's dying whilst I've been editing this. So yeah, I don't really know how to close this video besides just saying thank you again, and like I said, hopefully we can do something positive with that fundraiser. Karma's a great charity that I wish I knew would have existed a few years ago, so I really hope that we can show them guys some support. I'm gonna leave this one here because I'm very tired, and I'm also deciding to film these bits on the hottest day of the year in the UK. So yeah, mistakes were made, but at least this video wasn't one of them. So yeah, share this video where you can because it's a massive help. Let me know in the comment section what the most interesting topic was for you, and until next time, just make sure that you stay safe and stay mad, all you dogs. Woof woof. See you at the next video.